What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. A fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Watch until the very end. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, good one, dude. Good one, Megaphonics. Good one. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a great one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. As you might have recognized, the camera is back to being normal, so that's good. This camera is also still very much good as well. But that is actually what I'm going to be talking about, because in terms of personal news, this is when I tell you what has been going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. And not a lot has taken place. Not a lot has taken place. Some things have taken place. I ended the broadcast last night, as you guys recall, after watching the Sam Cedar Jube video, the Jube, and the embargo is back on, okay? Because honestly, I feel dumb. I feel dumber. I straight up feel like a dumber person for watching that. Like, I just, you know, when you watch stuff and you're like, oh, I learned a lot from this content that I consumed. And I am a firm and committed believer that you can learn from anyone. You know what I mean? Like, anyone with any opinions, there is always something you can learn from them. But sometimes the damaging consequences of hearing something so stupid will greatly outweigh your mic is peaking, dumbass. It's not. I don't know why you're saying it's peaking. There's a literal limiter on it. There's like an actual limiter on it too on top of that. Also, why dumbass? Been peaking since yesterday? Yeah, we fixed it. David, in an effort to HasanAbi Gaming, the team, in an effort to make my stream like more high quality, constantly does stuff to improve it. And just like Marat, the improvements end up breaking stuff. It happens. It's not the end of the world. You fixed it with a gain, is still slightly not the same as it was before, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's because we have a different XLR cable. Here, hold on. For all the audio perverts out there, here's what the speculation is. David from HasanAbi Gaming believes that the XLR cable that he got is so high quality that it just has way more the XLR cables that he's using just has more clarity, and it's like louder overall, better conductivity, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like a higher quality cable. Cables don't work like that. I don't know. In any case, the XLR cable swag is great. His bitch is too bad. It's true. But yeah. So the HasanAbi Gaming team was working on that last night, fixing the camera, fixing the mic, all this stuff. I didn't do nothing other than that. I basically played a little bit of Kingdom Come, but not a lot. Okay. And watched Dandadan, which is pretty fire. I saw Vinny Hacker. For those of you, I mean, I don't want to give a spoiler, but like the man is a voice actor, or not Dandadan. Sorry, Sakamoto Days. Why am I saying Dandadan? Apologies. I watched Sakamoto Days, and Vinny Hacker is a voice actor in Sakamoto Days, and he is really good at it. And it kind of pissed me off a little bit. I was a little jealous. I'm like, what can't you fucking do? You know what I mean? Like, what is there something? Is there a limit to what you're out there doing? But yeah, he killed it. He actually killed it. In any case, please check your high mid settings on Mixer. It's not the gain, it's just balanced wrong. AV Tech here. Stop. I don't want to hear it. Okay. It sounds good. It sounds good so far. In any case, personal news wise, woke up this morning, was supposed to hit the park, still hit the park. Yes, there's a new Noah Samson YouTubers back to genocide. We will be watching that. Don't worry. Noah Samson has come out with another video. But park was too wet. Park was too goddamn wet. That didn't stop Kaya from running around in the mud, but that certainly did stop me from being able to play basketball, which sucks. Had some calls. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we got new badges. Now, you might have noticed that we have new badges. If you are just tuning in on Twitch, we have new subscriber badges that finally took place. That thing that I always have put off finally took place. Shouts out to Mass Stupid Art. He did the dang thing. It took a while, but we're here. And yeah, I'm very excited to show you. I'm very excited to show you the new badges. Okay, I'm gonna go through it. Don't worry. I'm gonna show you all of it. As you guys know, subscriber badges are what you can get if you subscribe, and it indicates how many months you've been a subscriber. And Twitch has obviously some limitations as to what you can do, but I'll show you right now what we got. First and foremost, on the base one, if you are a subscriber for the first time ever, either for $6 or for free or whatever your currency is, okay? I'm an audio tech. Your audio is fine, but I definitely prefer how it was before you change what you changed. Something in your signal chain might be clipping when you get louder. Okay, whatever. Anyway, as the base on the badges, you get Baby Kaya. At 2 months, you get Teenager Kaya. At 3 months, you get Kaya with a bone. At 6 months, you get Kaya with glasses. At 9 months, you get Kaya with hair and yellow sunglasses. Gym Rat Kaya at 1 year. 1.5 years, you get Maga Kaya. At 2 years, you get Kaya with the fez. 2.5 years, you get Kaya with the Ushanka. 3 years, Australia Kaya. Kayar. 3.5, Devil Horns. 4, USSR Commander. 4.5 years, Luffy. Pink Cowboy. I think this is supposed to be like a I don't know if it's a Mexican hat, but something along those lines. I got to go back to the drawing board on that one. Yeah, you got Commissar Kaya 4, 6 years. Yeah, it's a Mexican sombrero. 6 years, you got Flower Kaya. And then you have 6.5 years, you have Halo. 7 years, you got Samurai. 7.5 years, you got Kaya with a crown. And then at 8 years, which doesn't really exist, I guess, for anybody yet, because I haven't been fully on this platform for 8 years. And but I mean, I've been here since 2018 technically, but at 8 years, it's gonna turn into Fish. And I wanted to do that because you know, it's a super rare. It's for those who were there when Fish was there, you know what I mean? So then it turns back into Fish after that. And on 8/31st, 2027, August 31st, 2027, I will be able to unlock a 10.5 year badge as well. But yeah, that's it. Those are the badges. And you guys all have new badges, and I hope you enjoy it. I mean, I haven't really done much. In terms of like community stuff in a while, and I hadn't been like putting it off or anything, but I just really, you know, didn't have a lot of time to do it. But finally I got the emails from Mass Stupid Art, and immediately I was like, I gotta do it. We gotta upgrade some of the stuff. You're almost to 7 years, HasanAbi. Account created 6 years, 11 months, 18 days, and 22 hours ago. Yeah, I've almost been on this platform for 7 years. Isn't that crazy? Think about that. Be nice if you read chat every once in a while. True. Famously, I don't like doing that, but it would be nice if I did it every now and then. You're right. I was watching an old interview of you the other day, and you said back then your biggest motivation was momentum. Would you say it's your still biggest motivator? Yeah. My convictions, my worldview, and the unshakable nature of progress. That is what motivates me. We need more community time. P.O. Box, okay, buddy, etc. No, you're right. You're right about that. Yeah. I've noticed you have a very unfair reputation on social media, especially Twitter, where it's like I see response to a clip of you like say, damn, this is funny, but I hate Hasan, it's crazy. Yeah, because Twitter is a misinformation website. There's not really much else to say about this other than that. Twitter thrives on misinformation, and it's also very right-wing, and I think that a lot of people see me as like the avatar of leftism in America, and I think that's what it is. That's why people That's why people see it the way that they do, you know? It is pretty funny though when you also have many haters on Tumblr, surprisingly. Guys, none of it matters. Most of these people are directly misinformed, okay? And if you want to correct them, you can. But the number one thing that you can show people is just the stream or a YouTube video of mine or a podcast appearance. You could just be like, hey, make up your own mind. Don't be misguided. Do you actually know what this dude is about? Or have you heard that he's a bad guy? And you've heard that there's he's embroiled in controversy. And 99% of the time, it's just vibes related. It's vibes based. I don't like his vibes. And I feel like he's always embroiled in controversy. So you can just either explain to them the context of clips that they might have seen, or better yet, just show them the stream. That's the reality of the matter, because the reality of the matter is if someone spends more than 15 minutes in this community, they're going to very quickly realize that a lot of what people are saying is just bullshit. My friend dislikes you for that reason, for no reason, but your Theo Von appearance definitely helped him view you neutrally. That's it. That's literally it. Because like, if I truly was this piece of shit that people claim I am, then I think it would reflect in things beyond I think that reality would reflect beyond, 12-second clips. That's all I'm saying, right? Oh, damn. Patrick Bet David, who would you like to see on the podcast? I said, it's time, Patrick. Go boost this. It's time for me and Patty Boy to finally have a conversation. I think you should be used as a reaction more often. Oh, yeah, this was funny. Yeah. This person doesn't even follow me, which I find even funnier. Like, this person doesn't even follow me and yet still used me as a reaction to this statement. Rick Scott says Republicans are going to have to cut Social Security. Oh, man, if I go on Patrick But David, I feel like Vinny would explode, right? My husband wouldn't trust you while you said nice things about Asmund. It was after he heard you changed your mind that he was like, okay, maybe Hasan is just a trusting fella. Yeah. That definitely is one of the things that pisses people off quite a bit is the fact that I don't, I always will be as nice as I possibly can be to people, understanding where they're coming from, understanding the role that people's lived experiences play in their development, in how they get to the points that they get to, with the hopes that I can directly talk to them and move them away from reactionary thought. And, when the beauty about this sort of thing is that when it succeeds, it's invisible. But when it fails, it's very, very visible. And unfortunately, everybody only talks about the failures. What is this? Cutie Cinderella, Lud is now low-key hotter than Hasan. What? There's 0% chance this is a real Cutie Cinderella title. Cutie Cinderella has never considered me attractive even for a second. That's got to be bait. It is kind of funny though to have this version of Lud be the version that's hotter than me. It's a fake title. Have you? What? Where does the alias Hank Pecker come from? It's my real American name. When people want to know I'm a real one, I tell them my name is Hank Pecker. Anyway, yeah, this was one of the funny reactions that came out of my Jubilee reaction overall. I'll show you this. I'll blast off and then we'll get started. Okay, first of all, you're really gonna tell me that this dude is not gonna start the conversation with a land acknowledgement? Why is this barista looking ass sitting across from Sam Cedar and not talking about how Sam Cedar is not radical enough? Like, this is a card-carrying DSA member in a polyamorous relationship with a non-binary person by the name of Sock, and yet here he is sitting across from Sam, not talking about things from an anarchist perspective and saying he's not going hard enough on how the concept of a shower is actually an unjustifiable hierarchy, but instead he's going to be sitting here being like Donald Trump is our Lord and Savior. Dudes that look like they own a vinyl collection should not be arguing to defend Donald Trump. Dudes who look like they've experimented with pegging and talk about it openly should not be arguing about Donald Trump being great. What the fuck is going on? Yep. Ukraine blasts Moscow. Trump admin can't find reason for deporting student activists beyond hurting Israel's feelings. Economy is pooper. Economy in the pooper as Trump brings back tariffs. And new Noah Samson vid on YouTubers who defend genocide. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Do we have a blast off meme or what? Breaking: Ukraine agrees to ceasefire. Russia agrees first. Holy moly. What is going on? Okay, Ukraine blast Moscow. More like Ukraine ceasefire, question mark? Do we have a blast off meme or what? I should bet David one here. All right. I'm pretty sure you've seen this by now, but your title says Colombia instead of Colombia. Just FYI. Did you see Jason's going to be on Netflix? Oh, that's amazing. I love that. This guy did a "You're Witnessing the Death of American Capitalism" video from Ben Jordan from 2 days ago. It's already almost had 1 million views. That's crazy. Don't know who this guy is, but I love when like randomly a person will just like a person that I was unfamiliar with, right? Well then, because like I don't know who this guy is. Hi, I'm Ben. Intro to Music and Science. Sorry about my eyebrow. All of a sudden, this guy who does like music and science will just pop off and be like, neoliberal hegemony has actually undermined the working class to a certain degree where the reactionary response to the volatility and economic instability is going to bring about barbarism or socialism. We only have 2 options. And it seems as though many are choosing barbarism over socialism. We must immediately and expeditiously turn around and and focus up our efforts on building a working class that is cognizant of its class consciousness and ready to resist against the growing fascist movements. Now, I don't know if he's going to say all that, but it is funny to me to imagine that a guy who normally does like music theory coming out and being like, American capitalism is dying and we have to fucking... I became a right-wing grifter to prove it's easy. Oh, dang. Another one from It's Been a Minute? This guy's real popping off. He's a science tuber, like a Vsauce type, openly quoting Marx. He goes so hard, you aren't even exaggerating what he says right now. Might not say it's clipping on your side, but for sure there's distortion on here. What? I've been following your VOS for a few years. Finally sub. Thanks for everything you're doing. How could I send you links to react to? You just type it. Brave Mutant. You just type it in the chat. Copy and paste it. Begone audio perverts. I know. Audio perverts are like... The reality of the matter is audio perverts are sitting on top of their empire. Okay? Audio perverts are sitting in a studio in a facility specifically designed so they can't hear anything, like a pin drop they can hear. Okay? With their what is it? Open back studio headsets, and they can hear my mustache move in the wind, and they go, dude, I can hear that. It is totally unacceptable. You claim that you have one of the greatest noise gates, and here I am hearing your ass hairs ruffle as you move around on your chair. This is unacceptable. You must immediately compensate me for the audio crimes that you have done. Yeah. It's like me having a 4090 bass boosted goddamn computer only to watch YouTube videos, okay? The audio perverts and I are one and the same in that regard. They have all of that so that they can sit around and listen to me talk about politics. I could be doing this with an Xbox 360 microphone, you know, the type of microphone that you only hear, slurs out of, and people will still watch, okay? You need to cut 3 hairs in your mustache. I can hear 3 are longer than the rest, and they're rubbing incorrectly. That's what I mean. Okay, about the camera, it's a bit dark. You don't know what darkness is like. I will show you darkness if you keep this up, okay? Bill Burr's going crazy mode. I know. I love Bill so much. Bilbo Baggins is just absolutely popping off over and over again against all the liberals, popping off against the Democratic Party, popping off against the Republicans, popping off against billionaires in very meaningful ways. He is truly the George Carlin, okay, of this last generation of comics. Straight up, I love him, and I have a firm commitment that Stavi will be the George Carlin of the next generation. There's always going to be a George Carlin, and I really hope it's Stavi, baby, after Bill Burr passes down the torch. You know what I'm saying? Hassan, back away from the mic like it's a 50-year-old Republican from a 10-year-old. Okay, a few centimeters. Okay, stop. Until the audio is fixed, I'm adding 1,000% tariff. I like just tariffing things. I like tariffing things randomly. Like, yeah, this displeases me. Enjoy your tariff. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. My Uber delivery came in, and it seems like there wasn't the usual 8 nuggets, but instead there was 7. Enjoy the tariff. Boom, tariff. Putting a tariff. Get tariffed. Bill Burr on the show, I would die. I would die if that ever happened. I obviously would love to have the opportunity where Bill Burr would grace me with his presence, but who knows? You were on audiophile forums in 2021, homerecording.com. How does this Twitch streamer eat on mic without it being picked up? I'm watching Hassan Piker videos on YouTube, and I'm noticing that both the Shure SM7B and with what looks like maybe a Blue Yeti Pro, he's able to chew gum and eat garlic bread basically right next to the mic, and it doesn't pick up at all. Meanwhile, every one of my audiobooks recordings is riddled with little mouth noise artifacts that I have to manually edit out. Yeah, dude, I am, listen to me. I am the Noisegate GOAT, and people have known about it since 2021, you know? I'm on audiophile forums. I'm not sure how this guy's doing it, but generally speaking, using a gate can help. A lot of gating or possibly an auto mix function on the recorder. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. So I don't want to hear from y'all talking about mouth noises or whatever, okay? President Trump now pimping out Returns of the Apprentice. Dude, Breaking 911 is one of the most insane, one of the most reactionary accounts on Twitter. And it's like kind of subtle sometimes. And then in other instances, they go mask off. Like with the Mahmoud Khalil arrest, like they just straight up came out. They straight up came out and were like, this terrorist is finally being deported. This sick terrorist pervert is being deported. It's like, you guys suck, dude. You're such a piece of shit. One day a few years ago, you showed your roadcast sentence on screen at one point, and I screenshotted that shit so fast and yoinked it for myself. The art of the deal. Oh, how dare you? Anyway. Yeah, I know that one of the only negative consequences of my audio, my noise gate being so good is, of course, that when I stop talking, people think that the stream has accidentally paused if they're not paying close attention. That is truly an issue, which is why I always try to have some kind of noise. But when I do stop, people go, maybe the stream is broken. Maybe the stream is busted. Oh, anyway. But let's get started on, first and foremost, the massive Ukrainian attacks that took place. And then we'll cover, wait, hold on. There was a fan cam that you wanted me to react to. Let's start with that.
This next video is
Oops. I accidentally clicked on this. What is this? I only call my haters broke. Everybody else is just a victim of capitalism.
Shoot 38 with both hands, the trigger janky. Hanging out the window with his issues. I ain't going on the rent. 2 grand short of half in the slabs. I'm a scratching out.
Yeah. That's true. Only my haters are broke. Everyone else is just a victim of capitalism. My haters are victims of capitalism too, but it's good that they're victims of capitalism, if you know what I'm saying. All right. That's right. Are you using a channel stripper, a VST? Please, my family is starving. I don't know what any of those words mean, man. You're crazy. You're crazy. Stop now. Stop it. We're going to be talking about Mahmoud Khalil in a second. Before we get started, before we talk about that, obviously, because that's an ongoing situation, of course. Let's talk about Ukraine. Let's talk about Donald Trump and Tim Pool's favorite country. Ukraine is an enemy of mankind. It is kind of crazy how the guy who was openly paid by the Russian government to do anti-Ukrainian propaganda and his statements are now being echoed by the current president. What do I mean by this? We made fun of Tim Pool slamming the table and saying Ukraine is an enemy of mankind so many times over. We made fun of Tim Pool, who was paid, by the way, from the Russian government to say these things. We made fun of Tim Pool saying, you have to apologize to Russia. He said, Zelensky has to apologize to Russia for just kind of looking sexy, kind of looking like they wanted to be invaded. And now we are unironically living in a reality where Trump is demanding that as well. Like, that's where we're at. We are officially at the stage where Donald Trump, the president, is repeating the statements coming from the baldest political commentator who was paid by the Russian government. Wild set of circumstances. Real wild stuff. Anyway, what is Ukraine doing in the process as they are stuck between a rock and a hard place, as the American side basically demands more from Ukraine, demands more extraction from Ukraine? Well, they're trying to hit back to the best of their ability. They hit Moscow with a massive Ukrainian drone attack. Let's take a look.
Massive Ukrainian drone strike on the Russian capital overnight. According to Russian state media, defense forces intercepted more than 300 drones fired at Russia, with 91 of them specifically targeting the Moscow region. Officials say one person was killed and several others wounded. The attack unfolded just hours before.
I'm not exactly a fan of any nation hitting back against targets, some of which are around civilian areas. But what are these guys supposed to do at this point? I want Donald Trump to actually put together a ceasefire. That's what I want. And apparently it might happen. But it's just crazy to me that Donald Trump's actions out and about, consistently talking about how, Zell Disney ain't shit. He's a dictator. He's the reason why Vladimir Putin invaded Russia. All this stuff is most likely agitating Ukrainians, is probably contributing to a ceasefire not happening. This is what's frustrating to me about the Trump commentary on this.
For critical talks between the US and Ukraine on ending the war with Russia. That meeting in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, is set to begin in less than 2 hours. And it comes less than 2 weeks after the last US-Ukraine meeting at the White House ended quite badly. This time, Volodymyr Zelensky is not expected to take part in the actual talks with the US, but the Ukrainian president is in Saudi Arabia meeting with the Crown Prince. The top American diplomat says he wants to know what concessions Ukraine would be willing to make, adding that these talks will be key in determining whether the US will lift its pause on military aid and intelligence sharing. CNN's Claire Sebastian's following all of these developments, joins me here now in London. Claire, let's get to that massive drone attack we saw images of there in Moscow overnight. I guess the timing of this, unlikely to have been a coincidence with these talks set to get underway in less than 2 hours.
Yeah, Christina, look, we haven't officially heard anything from Ukraine.
What about Russian concessions? I don't know what the Russian concessions are going to look like, but I am not very confident that there will be any Russian concessions, considering how Trump has talked about this issue.
This is ending this war once and for all.
Because the reality of the matter is, Donald Trump is openly in broad daylight saying a whole bunch of stuff that is pro-Russia, okay, in a way that I think undercuts a potential ceasefire negotiation. I think he's bullying Zelensky far too much. I think he's undermining his own side in this process far too much. That's it. That is the reason why I have no confidence whatsoever in the Trump administration actually giving anything to the Ukrainian side that will make the Ukrainians feel like all of the dead were worth something, And I think that has to happen. That has to happen because it is the moral thing to do. That also has to happen because that is important for stability. And yet, do I have any confidence that Donald Trump will do anything like that? Absolutely not. I don't. Let's continue.
On this very large barrage of drones, some 337 in total shot down in various different regions, 91 over the Moscow region, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. Ukraine hasn't said anything, but I think, as you say, timing is hardly coincidental, coming ahead of these critical talks in Saudi Arabia. It was a fairly disruptive, not to mention destructive attack. One death It's pretty rare to see deaths from Ukrainian drone attacks as far away from the Ukrainian border as this. I think there's only ever been one other in Moscow, and that was last September. So definitely noteworthy disruption as well, with airport closures and delays to flights there. And I think this is potentially from Ukraine a way of sending a message. Their long-range drone program is something that has been homegrown, that has proven extremely effective in this war in terms of hitting Russian military sites, energy infrastructure, and of course on several occasions the capital itself, again far beyond.
There is something also interesting about this, where even when they talk about Russian targets, like although Russia is the foreign adversary here, mainstream media, when they talk about Russian targets, they still use different words than the way they would use when talking about Gaza. I do think that that is like underlying white supremacy for sure. Because like Russians are the bad guys, right? They present the Russians as the bad guys. They present the Russians as like asking for it, deserving of retaliation. And to a certain degree, I understand why like Ukraine would do everything in its power to try to make this invasion costly. In the exact same ways that I understand why the Palestinian population that has been held captive for 75 years, 76 years of occupation will try to make that occupation costly. What's interesting, however, is that even when the Ukrainian retaliation is being talked about, and they talk about like Russian casualties in the process, they still recognize the humanity of Russians in a way where you rarely ever hear that recognition when it's Israel blowing up entire blocks of their captive civilian population in Gaza. Just something that I've noticed. Like, we don't extend grace to, we don't extend the same grace to victims of our foreign adversaries as we do to Ukraine. We do not extend that to people in Gaza, but we don't even extend the level of grace that we offer to our foreign adversaries who are experiencing retaliatory attacks in comparison to the civilian population of Gaza. It is wild to see.
The border, they claim, as of now, according to the defense minister, to be the world's largest producer of tactical and strategic drones. So this is, to quote the US president, a card potentially that they can play in this war and in peace talks. And as I said, this is happening on this extremely critical day diplomatically. In terms of what these talks in Saudi Arabia today could bring in terms of a path to peace, I think the expectations have been lowered somewhat by the US side ahead of this. Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, saying that this is really more of an exploratory meeting, that the US will be in listening mode, he said, and they're really just trying to figure out which concessions Ukraine will be willing to make, which they will then present to Russia. Incidentally, a source familiar with the matter has told CNN that Steve Witkoff, Trump's Middle East envoy, is expected in Russia later this week. We don't know as of yet who he will be meeting with. But in terms of this meeting today in Saudi Arabia, I think the first job for Ukraine is to repair the damage from that Oval Office meeting less than 2 weeks ago. Marco Rubio saying that potentially there could be a deliverable there when it comes to unpausing US aid. He said the meeting will be key, and if they come out and, quote, feel good about that, then potentially decisions would be made on that front. So it's a little nebulous what Ukraine is supposed to do, but I think the suggestion there is that they will have to continue.
Why is Saudi Arabia the mediator here? Because they're an oil giant. I mean, there's a couple different reasons. Because they are the main beneficiary party of OPEC Plus, which Russia is also a part of. So they have some level of influence over Russia because of the financial ties that they have. They also are looking to be in the good graces of the Western world. They actively do this with the sports washing that we've talked about. But beyond sports washing, I think that they want to become a more important player in the region, like a geopolitical player. And Trump will gladly give that to them. Trump is a massive fan, of course. As you guys know, he's a massive fan of Saudi Arabia. He loves the money that they have. So I think those are some of the reasons as to why Saudi Arabia is at the table. I mean, obviously, they will never come close to my GOAT, Erdogan, right? Erdogan is the table. He's at the table. He is the table. Make no mistake. Saudi Arabia is just trying to be like Qatar. They can't even be, but they'll never be like Turkey.
continue with the sort of charm offensive as they try to repair that relationship and restore U.S. aid.
Breaking this morning, Russia accuses Ukraine of launching a massive drone attack on Moscow. Explosions seen rocking the city overnight. In all, Russia says more than 300 drones were fired, nearly 100 targeting Moscow, and 2 people were killed. In Ukraine, more than 30 people have been killed since last Friday. The war raging on as the possible peace talks finally resume. CNN's Elena Trina is standing by for us at the White House. Let's first go to Alex Marquardt in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia for the latest from there. What are you hearing? What is the latest, Alex?
Well, Kate, this meeting has been underway for almost 2 hours now here at the Ritz-Carlton in Jeddah. They are behind closed doors. We have seen that video of the 2 delegations at that long table with Saudi officials at the head, Rubio and Waltz on one side across from the Ukrainian delegation led by the Zelensky chief of staff, Andriy Yermak. The vibe from both sides is quite good after a week and a half of really tumultuous relations. But coming into this meeting, Secretary Rubio said that he is hopeful that it will go well, but it's clear that he wants to hear something from the Ukrainian side. He said that they are in listening mode. They want to hear what concessions the Ukrainians might be willing to give in order to achieve some kind of peace deal with the Russians.
Luckily, Donald Trump is not there, so they can actually have a normal conversation. And Marco Rubio can play the role of that he's supposed to be playing, which is like, you know, a normal war hawk politician that will go along with whatever the American State Department's true vision is for Ukraine, rather than have someone like Donald Trump actively throw Molotov cocktails in any sort of conversation for pure narcissistic desires that he has.
Now, a few of us reporters spoke with Andriy Yermak, Zelensky's chief of staff, ahead of this meeting. He declined to say what concessions specifically they could offer, but here's a little bit of what he did say.
Now we think it's necessary to discuss the most important how to start this process, and we're very open. We're very open, and we want to have very constructive, deep, friend partners conversation with our American partners.
So the priority, Yermak is saying, is jump-starting this process. Kate, we should note the U.S. has not specified what concessions they are expecting the Russians to give. You talked about the military and intelligence aid that has been halted for Ukraine. Rubio is saying that this meeting is key to essentially getting that turned back on. And then we have this massive Ukrainian strike against Russia overnight, perhaps one of the biggest carried out by drones since this war began. More than 300 drones fired at Russia, certainly coming at a very symbolic time. Presumably, Kate, whatever comes out of this meeting between the U.S. and Ukraine will be communicated to the Russians as the U.S. tries to bring Ukraine and Russia closer together. And we have just learned late last night that Steve Witkoff, who is the Middle East envoy but very much involved in these talks, should be going to Russia later this week and could be meeting with Vladimir Putin. Kate?
Yeah, I mean, really what you're encapsulating perfectly is just how critical this week may shape up to be when it comes to trying to find a peaceful end to this war. Alex, thank you so much. Alex is going to be standing by a lot to come out of Jeddah, but let's get over to the White House now. Elena Trina, as I mentioned, is standing by. Elena, what are you hearing from there this morning about all of this?
Well, look, Kate, I think this meeting today is as much about trying to get the relations between the United States and Ukraine back on track after that, acrimonious Oval Office meeting about a week and a half ago now, as it is about trying to find really an off-ramp to this war and beginning in earnest the peace talks with Ukraine and Russia to find an end to this. But look, when I talk to White House officials, Trump administration officials, repeatedly what comes up in my conversations is they want specifics from the Ukrainians and Zelensky about what they are willing, as Alex laid out, to concede on. And that's really going to be, I think, a crucial part of this meeting today. When I spoke with one White House official, they told me that they're looking for Ukraine to commit to what they characterized as, quote, concrete deliverables for this peace process. And I've also spoke about this directly with National Security Advisor Michael Waltz. He has repeatedly said he needs to see some real specific action, specific things laid out by the Ukrainians Ukrainians for them to feel comfortable moving forward. Now, one thing just to keep in mind as well is just how fragile the relationship between President Donald Trump and Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, is at this moment. Yes, we know that the president and many White House officials felt they were happy with that letter that Zelensky sent the president last week, where he kind of laid out all of the things that they were looking for following that disastrous Oval Office meeting. But the president is still very wary of Zelensky. Just this weekend, he argued again that he believes Zelensky is not grateful for aid to the United States. So all of that kind of playing out in the background of this meeting. But again, I think so much of this is really trying to get them back on track of the relations as much as it is really trying to move forward with peace talks. Kate?
Absolutely, Elena. Thank you so much. Just as the war rages on, thank you very much. Elena Trade's going to watch this closely from the White House for us.
The insistence on the U.S. requesting concrete concessions is so sus, especially considering how the U.S. is posturing against Ukraine. I mean, I think that the demands being made from the Ukrainian side for concrete concessions is understandable. That happens for both sides. The fact that it's publicly being made and never actually being never actually presented as like concessions from the Russian side, that part is worrisome. I think that in and of itself shows where their actual goals are, like what their actual goals are. And their goals seemingly is to just get Ukraine to say, shut the fuck up, eat it. You're going to get nothing. You're going to get nothing out of this. Ukraine's presidential office. But then again, I don't know, because what the Trump administration says and what the Trump administration does are two entirely different things. And it's fairly frequently. Like they will say, we're going to do tariffs. Then they'll say, we're not going to do tariffs. They'll say, we're going to do mass layoffs. Then they will be like, oopsie, we're not doing mass layoffs. You know what I mean? So even with Ukraine, while Donald Trump has actively positioned himself as like a guy who is definitely on Vladimir Putin's side on this process, on this bargain, there are obviously going to be contradictory statements that he makes, because that's what he does. That's just how Trump is. But there's also the conflicting interests from the State Department, the conflicting interests from capital owners that have to be factored into this equation. Having said that, the reason why I can't tell you honestly where this is going to go is because, like I said with Vladimir Putin, Trump is an actor that is sometimes very unpredictable. He's just unpredictable. He just says shit and then does the opposite. You know what I mean? I'm an NMP law viewer. Fuck Hasan. I'm leaving. Wait, what? What? Why? All right. Here's some details since that video came out. Obviously, Ukraine has accepted a U.S. proposal for a 30-day ceasefire. There's a Rubio-Waltz news conference taking place. This is coming out of Jeddah. Ukraine has agreed to accept a U.S. proposal for an immediate 30-day ceasefire and to take steps restoring a durable peace after Russia's invasion, according to a joint U.S.-Ukraine statement on Tuesday. The two sides meeting in Saudi Arabia also agreed to conclude as soon as possible a comprehensive agreement for developing Ukraine's critical mineral resources. So that was a brief blip that came out. And in that, hold on, there was also this. Ukraine also said that Russia has to agree first. So I'm going to show you what the Russian demands are, and I'll show you what the Ukrainians said as well. Ukraine's presidential office, according to Jackie Heinrich, who is the senior White House correspondent for Fox News, says the Ukraine's presidential office presenting this as a joint statement following talks with the U.S. delegation, which featured, of course, Marco Rubio, Waltz, and also, who can forget, Goatkov, my goat. Two notable points that they made were the United States will immediately lift the pause on intelligence sharing and resume security assistance to Ukraine. Both countries' presidents agreed to conclude as soon as possible a comprehensive agreement for developing Ukraine's critical mineral resources to expand Ukraine's economy, offset the cost of American assistance, and guarantee Ukraine's long-term prosperity and security. So basically, it's what they said, that they were going to get out of the situation. But after a little bit of attrition, it seems like the Trump administration is, forcing Ukraine's hand, predictably, as of course they were inevitably going to do. How do we know that they were inevitably going to do that? Well, we know that they were inevitably going to do that because Trump is right when he says we hold all the cards. Technically, he is right. He shouldn't be saying it like that, but it is correct. Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Did Majority Report just raid me? Is that what's happening? Why is someone saying Emily Ratajkowski is a HasanAbi head? Anyway, hope you had a good stream, Majority Reporters. Was talking to Uncle Sam earlier about his debate. Anyway, the Ukrainian delegation reiterated the Ukrainian people's strong gratitude to President Trump and the U.S. Congress and the people of the United States for making possible meaningful progress towards peace. Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the U.S. proposal to enact an immediate interim 30-day ceasefire, which can be extended by mutual agreement of the parties and which is subject to acceptance and concurrent implementation by the Russian Federation. The United States will communicate to Russia, and Russian reciprocity is the key to achieving peace. Let's take a look at the conversation that took place now, and then I'll give you Russian demands as well.
Today, we made an offer that the Ukrainians have accepted, which is to enter into a ceasefire and into immediate negotiations to end this conflict in a way that's enduring and sustainable and accounts for their interests, their security, their ability to prosper as a nation. I want to personally we both want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Majesty, for hosting us, for making this possible. They've been instrumental in this process, and we're very grateful to them for hosting us here today. And hopefully we'll take this offer now to the Russians. And we hope that they'll say yes, to peace. The ball is now in their court. And but again, the president's objective here is, number one, above everything else, he wants the war to end. And I think today Ukraine has taken a concrete step in that regard. We hope the Russians will reciprocate.
Well, just to add to the Secretary's comments, the Ukrainian delegation today made something very clear, that they share President Trump's vision for peace. They share his determination to end the fighting, to end the killing, to end the tragic kind of meat grinder of people and national treasure that's happening on the front in
Shonda Black, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
In
Let's
Ukraine.
Go.
Number one. Number two, they made concrete steps and concrete proposals, not only accepting our proposal for a full...
This messaging is so much different than Trump and Vance. It's a bit jarring. It's not. The reason why, I get why you are confused, because Donald Trump is like so insane in comparison to these guys. But what these guys say is more important. That's why when Marco Rubio came out on Caitlin Collins in the immediate aftermath of the Ukrainian talks collapsing after Donald Trump and J.D. Vance did the pettiest thing possible, I told you over and over again, what matters is what Marco Rubio says. Not because he has a lot of power or a lot of influence in the room. I think Donald Trump still has all this influence, but Marco Rubio will defend Donald Trump's posturing. He will change his messaging to defend Donald Trump's posturing. But at the end of the day, the reasonable heads will dictate the foreign policy. And if you recall, when we watched Marco Rubio talk about the Ukrainian negotiations, where it's at, where it's going to possibly go, I remember telling you, it's most likely still going to stay the course. And it's obvious that it is staying the course in terms of establishing a mineral deal and and doing the bidding of the State Department, whatever they have made, whatever assessments they have made, rather than just enforcing petty grievances upon our proxy in this process.
Ceasefire, which you can see the details of which are in our joint statement that we released together. But we also got into substantive details on how this war is going to permanently end, what type of guarantees they're going to have for their long-term security. And
this is so funny. What? U.S. Secretary of State Rubio, I can assure you this, we will not be providing military aid to the Russians. Wait, what? No, there's no way this is real, man. Get out of here. I don't believe that did he actually say that? That's such a weird thing to say. Did he actually say that? If he did, why did he say that? That was something I joked about. That was something I joked about yesterday or the day prior, where I was like, remember with Noah, I was talking with Noah about this, where I was like, they're gonna help Russia invade Ukraine harder. And Marco's like, we're not doing that. We're not. Please, We are doing that. We actually are doing that, but there's good reason for it.
Prosperity, but also really looking at what it's going to take to finally end this, the horrific fighting. The other piece that I just want to make very clear is President Trump started this diplomatic effort in the Oval Office, talking to both leaders, both President Putin and President Zelensky back to back. And now
it's so funny. So much of these, so much of the statements that department heads have to do is just like glazing Trump for no reason. They just have to do it. Like this could be a 30-second statement, but the only reason why it's 11 minutes long is because for 10 minutes and 30 seconds they have to talk about how great Donald Trump is for yelling at Zelensky and how wonderful it's been, how wonderful it's been that that the Trump administration has been actively undermining our proxies in this conversation, the wronged party that was invaded by the foreign adversary. That's just, there's like 20% meat. The rest of it is all bone. Okay.
Now that shuttle diplomacy continues. We have a named delegation in terms of next steps from the Russian side. We have a named delegation.
Donald Trump is like, we need to do a mineral deal immediately so we can start putting tariffs on Ukraine. I love tariffs. Tariffs are my favorite. There's nothing I like more than tariffs. Tariffs to Ukraine.
In terms of next steps from the Ukrainian side, I will talk.
Donald Trump wants to ease sanctions on Russia so they can tariff Russia.
To my Russian counterpart in the coming days. Secretary Rubio will be with G7 foreign ministers in the next couple of days. We have the NATO Secretary General in the White House on Thursday, and we'll take the process forward from there. So, as a result of that, and I think as a result of this positive step forward, the president has decided to lift the pause on aid and on our security assistance to Ukraine going forward. And that's effective immediately.
All right, your colleagues have chosen 3 questioners. Let's start with Alex Marquardt of CNN.
Thank you. Several questions on the ceasefire. We understood that coming into this was a Ukrainian proposal for a partial ceasefire. How did this become an American proposal for an immediate 30-day ceasefire? And to be clear, you're talking about a complete ceasefire across the front line, not just the aerial and maritime ceasefire that the Ukrainians proposed. And then finally, how do you expect to take this to the Russians? Is it Mr. Witkoff, who we understand is heading to Moscow later this week? Will he deliver that to Putin? Will it be President Trump to President Putin? Will it be you and your counterparts? How will that actually happen and when?
Well, on the first point, your question is yes. That's the offer. The offer is to stop the shooting. The goal here is the only way out to end this war is to negotiate out of it. There's no military solution to this war. The solution to this war and the way to end it and to achieve the president's objective of peace is to negotiate. But before you can negotiate, you have to stop shooting at each other. And that's what the president has wanted to see, and that's the commitment we got today from the Ukrainian side, their willingness to do that. Obviously now that'll be delivered to the Russians. It'll be delivered to them directly through multiple channels, meaning not only...
Now he's quoting you, Rubio's a HasanAbi head? Yeah. Marco Rubio is a famous HasanAbi head and also a Russian op just like me.
Well, they obviously see it. We've already, it'll be communicated to them through our diplomatic channels, through conversations and other methods, but they'll obviously be well aware. And our hope is that the Russians will say yes, that they will also agree. So the shooting will stop, the killing will stop, the dying will stop, and the talks can begin about how to end this war permanently in a way that's acceptable and enduring for both sides.
Look, there's been all kinds of discussions in terms of different types of ceasefires. You know, there was the deal in terms of grain moving years ago. There's been discussion of halting aerial attacks on each other's infrastructure. The president has made it clear and certainly made it clear to us that all fighting needs to stop. And the Ukrainians have agreed to that proposal. They're ready for peace. And now we'll take that to the Russians and get their response.
All right, next, Jennifer Jacobs, CBS.
Great. Hi. Are you expecting any goodwill gestures from Russia? Do you have a deadline in mind for when you're hoping for them to reciprocate on that? Those two things.
Well, we're going to take the offer to them.
What if Russians say no? They already have, but that's a spoiler. I'm slowly but surely going through the story, even though in real time there's updates coming in. No spoilers, okay? We'll get to that in a second.
We're going to tell them this is what's on the table. Ukraine is ready to stop shooting and start talking. And now it'll be up to them to say yes or no. I hope they're going to say yes. And if they do, then I think we made great progress. If they say no, then we'll unfortunately know what the impediment is to peace here. But the president's been abundantly clear. He wants the shooting to stop. He wants the warfare to stop. He wants the dying and the suffering to stop. And he believes, and rightfully so, that the only way to end this war is to negotiate an end to it. And we think that it's always easier to negotiate an end to the war when people aren't shooting at each other. That's how the president believes. That's what we hope to achieve. The Ukrainians today have expressed their willingness and readiness to do so immediately. We hope the Russians' answer to that will also be yes.
But no deadline set, sir.
Well, the deadline is we hope to do this as soon as possible. Every day that goes by that this war continues, people die, people are bombed, people are hurt on both sides of this conflict. The president wanted this war to end yesterday and the day before. The president's been clear. He wants peace. And so we wanted to see it as soon as possible. So our hope is that the Russians will answer yes as quickly as possible so we can get to the second phase of this, which is real negotiations, not never-ending dialogue, talk forever, but real negotiations to end this conflict in a way that's acceptable to both sides, sustainable, and that ensures the stability and security of Ukraine for the long term.
On the goodwill gesture, is there anything like the return of the stolen children or anything that you're expecting in return?
Look, we've discussed a number of things, prisoner exchanges, folks that were detained and what have you, but the fighting has to stop. I mean, that's what we agreed today. And just think about it. We've gone from if the war is going to end to now how the war is going to end, and this was an important first step, and that was under President Trump's leadership. He has literally moved the entire global conversation to where we had a very senior Ukrainian delegation with us today. We've had engagements with our Russian counterparts, and now it's how the war is going to end, and that's under President Trump's leadership.
Just to answer your question.
It's really interesting because I think constantly undermining Ukraine and handing it to Russia and making it seem as though Russia is actually honestly and earnestly trying to pack this stuff up, and it's actually Ukraine that's like forcing this process to fall apart, might actually end up exploding in Trump's face, because if Russia does stuff like this, where they turn around and say, yeah, no, we're not going to do a ceasefire. How about that? Then Donald Trump looks like an asshole. You feel me? And when you have no way of strong arming the Russian side because they are a foreign adversary, unless you also bring China to the table, for example, you're kind of going to look cooked. The Russian State Duma deputy Sobolev says the U.S. will rearm Ukraine in 30 days of ceasefire and will start the war anew. Russia will not go for it. This is pretty funny, especially because this is literally the argument that the Ukrainian side, or rather people who defend Ukraine, have been making in terms of not doing a ceasefire. It's like, oh, we can't do a ceasefire because Russia will rearm and then pummel us further. And it's like, I've always maintained the position that a ceasefire is good, because it allows people to feel safe for even a brief moment. That has been a consistent position that I've maintained. But it's hilarious that the Russian side is now saying that. It's also additionally ridiculous that the Russian side is saying that, considering that the American side is not even interested in offering intelligence until today. Like, they restarted sharing intelligence with Ukraine. They had stopped it already. It's obvious that Donald Trump is not interested in giving more. It's obvious that Donald Trump, at least in the way that he talks about this, is clearly more on Russia's side than any other previous administration. I think the reason why Donald Trump is at least aesthetically presenting himself as pro-Russia in this process is because if I am to look for logic here, and it's very difficult to find a logical through line in the way that Donald Trump behaves because he is a madman, I would say that he recognizes that the battle lines do not favor Ukraine. They're not necessarily great for Russia either, but obviously Russia has more manpower to throw at the problem. And therefore, he wants to get out of this without hurting his own reputation. So he wants to basically pack up the Ukraine thing as a libtard Democrat thing, right? He wants to say like, no, it was the liberals and the Democrats. Ukraine is a gay, woke, liberal nation. And it's like a Democratic Party project. It's not me. That's why he's like actively trying to present himself as like anti-Ukraine and maybe even come across sometimes as though he is pro-Russia. There's obviously his own personal grievances against Ukrainian leadership. We talked about this before, whether it be obviously like the first impeachment, the perfect phone call that he had where he was looking for blackmail on Joe Biden and that didn't happen and he got impeached over it. He never really let that go. The fact that he also likes authoritarian strongmen and Vladimir Putin certainly fits that bill. These are all additional reasons as to why he is more sympathetic, seemingly, to the Russian side. Having said that, I think ultimately he recognizes that the exit from Ukraine is always going to be bad. It's going to make America look bad because no matter what, any concession to your foreign adversary against your proxy is going to make you look weak. And Donald Trump does not want to look weak, so he's trying to pass the blame off to the liberal administration, making it seem as though he's like, I don't care about this Ukraine stuff. It's not me. I don't care about this. I've never been pro-Ukraine. I'm pro-Putin, actually. It's just those liberals that were pro-Ukraine, and they fucked it up. And that's why there's a loss that the American side incurred here. And I think that's what's going on. That's what I think that's the closest I can arrive at like some logical reason for why Donald Trump comes across as so Putin without broaching Krasnov KGB agent conspiracy theories. Caitlin Collins reports President Trump makes his first comments on the 30-day ceasefire that Ukraine has just agreed to following his talks in Saudi Arabia. He says, hopefully President Putin will agree to that. Also, and we can get this show on the road, Trump says. I think ceasefire is very important. So we'll see where that goes. But it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like the Russian side is all too interested. Here is from the political editor of Bloomberg UK, an exclusive, Alex Wickham. He says, Vladimir Putin has made deliberately maximalist demands ahead of negotiations to end the war in Ukraine, which he knows are likely to be unacceptable to Kyiv and Europe, Western security officials told Bloomberg. There is no indication Putin is willing to compromise on any of his goals, and he is ready to continue fighting the war if he does not get what he wants, the people said. The assessments about Putin's intent cast doubt on whether he is serious about negotiating a realistic, lasting peace settlement with Ukraine. The compliance... They complicate Trump's efforts to secure a deal and clash with the president's belief that Putin wants peace. Putin has said Ukraine must formally commit to neutrality, abandon any ambition to join NATO, demilitarize and recognize Russian claims to annex territory. Lavrov has ruled out European peacekeepers. There is no sign those maximalist demands have changed. It raises the prospect that Trump would have to agree to all of Putin's terms if he wants a deal or walk away. Both would risk rupturing relations between the U.S. and Europe and seeing Ukraine fight on without U.S. support. Does it have to be a conspiracy theory that Trump is a Russian agent to assume that it's all about the dollars and he sees more potential for his personal interests aligning with Russia and Putin? Trump, Moscow, hotel and businesses? No, this goes beyond that. The president, the head of the state, especially when it comes to dealing with foreign adversaries, like in Saudi Arabia, yes, but in Russia, no. A head of a state is still going to have to factor in the material interests of the military-industrial complex and things of that nature. They can't just I think they'll get snipped up real quick if they were to step out of line far too much.
Question one more time. The goal here is peace. That's the president's goal. The best goodwill gesture the Russians can provide is to say yes. To say yes to the offer that the Ukrainians have made.
What's really interesting about this is that because of Trump's aggressive posturing against Ukraine, seemingly on the side of Russia, all the way up until this very moment, they've set themselves up for failure in a spectacular way. If Russia turns around and says, yeah, no, then Trump is going to look like he undermined Ukraine for no reason, and he got cooked by Vladimir Putin. I don't know why he felt as though Putin would be committed to a full-blown ceasefire. I mean, there are some reasons as to why Putin would want to do a ceasefire. Those reasons, of course, are that he also doesn't want to maintain, permanent military conquest, and he is having his troops die. Things of that nature obviously play a role in your decision making. But it is interesting to see Donald Trump go out the bat this hard to basically attack Ukraine and leave himself this vulnerable. We'll see.
Stop the shooting, to stop the fighting, and get to the table. If they do that, that's the best goodwill sign we could see. Obviously, as part of that negotiation, as we're talking about how to end this conflict, there will be a lot of issues to unravel. Among them, not the least of which is the humanitarian concerns, the children, the prisoners of war, all the things that sadly come with these conflicts. But the number one goodwill gesture we could see from the Russians is to see the Ukrainian offer and reciprocate it with a yes.
And next, for Reuters, Daphne Saladakis.
Thank you so much. Could you clarify what security assistance will be resumed? Does this include the PDAs? And why wasn't the minerals deal signed today? What are the outstanding issues there? And if I may, is the relationship with Ukrainian President Zelensky back on track? Do you back him?
Well, let me answer the second or the third. You had two, and then I'll let the security advisor talk about the defense and security assistance. On the second question, well, let me answer first on the minerals deal. As part of our communication today, that is something that was negotiated through our Treasury and his counterpart on the Ukrainian side. And so the president, and you see that expressed, both presidents will instruct the appropriate members of our governments to bring to finality the signature of the deal and the signature of this agreement. So that was communicated today, and that's going to happen. That was not the subject of our talks today. I thought I expressed that on our way in. We were here in pursuit of peace. That doesn't mean the minerals deal is not very important. It most certainly is, and we expressed that today in the statements we put out jointly, that the president, our respective presidents, have instructed the appropriate members of their governments to bring this to finality and to conclusion. The second part of your question was?
Does the security assistance include...
No, there was one after that.
And the Zelensky relationship back on track.
Yeah. What's back on track here, hopefully, is peace. That's what matters the most. I know everyone's looking for who likes... This is serious stuff, okay? This is not Mean Girls. This is not some episode of some television show.
I mean, that's kind of funny. You're Trump's State Department lead, You're Trump's Secretary of State. Is like pretty funny. He literally said this makes good television after nuking the mineral deal that he bullied Zelensky into signing this like ceremonious deal. And then he just like cast it aside specifically because he wanted to make good television. He said it himself. And you've been actively defending that this whole time. Is crazy.
This is very serious. Today people will die in this war. They died yesterday, and sadly, unless there's a ceasefire tonight, they'll die tomorrow. The president wants that to stop. That's what he's interested in here. That's why we came here. That's why we're grateful for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosting us here. And what we leave here with today is a commitment that the Ukrainians are ready to stop fighting. They're ready to stop the shooting. So
that's such a good point. Being forced to give concessions to Russia, it makes him look less weak if he frames Putin as his friend in the fight. You know Trump so well, Lamau. I mean, I think it only works if Vladimir Putin is down to pack this up. Like, if he wants to undermine America, this is the perfect opportunity for him to do so by just refusing, by simply refusing to concede on demands that he's forcing America to take to Ukraine. He can just like he will just sit back and watch Donald Trump sever relations that exist with European nations, and then also make him look like a fool. Weirdly enough, it makes it seem as though Vladimir Putin holds all the cards when it's supposed to be Donald Trump that holds all the cards.
So that they can get to the table and bring about peace for their country and for the world on the security.
Well, I mean,
you're just taking your deck of cards and you're handing it off to Putin for no reason. I want a ceasefire. Like, there are a lot of things that get lost in the madness here that Marco Rubio has also presented, that even Donald Trump has mentioned as well. There's a brutal honesty to the way that the American government operates and the way that Donald Trump talks about certain issues. Now, we're not even focusing on those things because Donald Trump is still actively undermining his own ceasefire negotiation that he's supposed to be presenting in this situation. it's a ridiculous self-own for no reason.
Echo enough. President Trump's president of peace. That's what he's demanding, and he's willing to take tough measures on that.
From Hassan. I know you should be getting your news from real American patriots that are apolitical, like Asmongold, or people who are active sex pests who have hired Prince Andrew's law firm to belittle his victims, like Destiny or OAN, One American News Network, baby. You should be getting your news from Fox News, brother. Imagine getting your news from Hassan. Goddamn.
All sides to drive that home. And in terms of the security assistance, it's the current presidential drawdown authority. I'll refer to the Defense Department on the eaches of what munition was where in the process, but it's the current PDA that will proceed to the Ukrainians.
All right, everyone, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's fun stuff. That's fun stuff overall. Great stuff overall. On the Ukraine situation today, will you cover Duterte finally being arrested and taken to The Hague yesterday? Yeah, we'll talk about Duterte because of the things. Ironically enough, Duterte is being prosecuted by the ICC for war crimes, and what's really interesting about it is that it's the same. The reason why he's being prosecuted is the reason why he's being prosecuted is the things that Donald Trump really liked about him, his assassination campaigns against drug dealers. But before we get to that, here is Donald Trump talking about the end of the world.
Let me go back to what happened in the Oval Office the other day. I call it a smackdown of Zelensky. It looked really rough, but then again, at the end of the day, you may have your deal back. So was that all the art of the deal? Or what specifically ticked you off?
Well, you know, he was able to, it was like taking candy from a baby, what he did. He's a smart guy, and he's a tough guy. And he took money out of this country under Biden like candy from a baby. It was so easy, with that same attitude. And I just don't think he's grateful. We gave him, in my opinion, $350 billion. Europe is in for $100 billion. We gave him $350 billion, and he's talking about the fact that they have fought, and there's a bravery because somebody has to use the weapons. But without those weapons, don't forget, I was the one that gave him the javelins that was able to knock down all the tanks. Obama gave nothing. Look, if I were president, that would have never happened. You wouldn't have had Russia going into Ukraine. You wouldn't have had the whole situation with Hamas and October 7th. Would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They weren't giving it to Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. You would have never had the worst evacuation anyone's ever seen, which is Afghanistan, which was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And you know what else you wouldn't have had? You wouldn't have had inflation. We had record-setting inflation under Biden. It was a killer.
You may
it's
get
one
it
of the
again.
reasons I won the election.
But you may get it again.
Silence. Mike Goat is talking about Obama. Okay, a lot of you are not ready for the beautiful takes coming from the beautiful president about Barack Obama
With these tariffs, right? I mean, one CEO said to me, my input costs have already started to go up. I'm going to have to raise prices.
In the meantime, guess what? Interest rates are down for the last 3-4 days at good levels. I mean, you know, when you add interest rates, you're talking about it's gone down. I've been saying, let's get interest rates down. You know, nobody ever gets rich when the interest rates are high because people can't borrow money. Interest rates are going down. You know what else is going down? What have I been trying to get down?
Oil.
Energy. Yeah. Energy's going down. I'd love to see energy go down. You know, energy is really what caused it. They screwed up my energy. I had the most energy, and they screwed it up. Then they went back to it. It was going through the roof. They went back to some drilling, but it was gone. It was hopeless. It was lost. But energy's gone down, and interest rates have gone up over the last week. That's a big thing. I love that.
Do you expect Zelensky to come back? Do you expect to do that rare earth minerals deal?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll happen.
Are you sure there's the content that you think there is there? Because some people were questioning if, in fact, there is the, you know, the titanium and the lithium, all those the rare earth minerals. You think it is rich with those things?
Well, I do. I mean,
Maria Bartiromo was like, I don't I don't know if there's a lot of rare earth minerals, which you keep calling raw minerals, raw earth minerals. What does that really mean?
And I've had it checked. I've had it checked by the best.
Oh,
it's very valuable land. But with all that being said,
he's had it
Biden
checked.
should have never put up $350 billion. He should have equalized with Europe. All he had to do is say, you got to stay even with us. They're in for 100. We're in for 350. How does that? And we have an ocean in between us, right? We're not in the danger that they are. They are in much greater danger, if you call it danger. He should have never done that. You know the other thing with Europe that bothers me? They've given Russia more money by far for buying their oil than they put into Ukraine. So they're paying all this money to Russia, and we're in there for $350 billion. Biden should have never done that.
I spoke with the president of Poland the other day. President Duda has great respect for you.
Yeah.
And I said to him, what if the U.S. walks away and stays away? Here's what he said. Without the United States, do you believe that Europe is capable of offering meaningful security to Ukraine?
I would like to believe it, but experience to date shows that this has not been the case. The entire history so far of the last 3 years of the war shows that without American support, Ukraine will not survive.
Are you comfortable with that? The fact that you walked away and Ukraine may not survive?
Well, it may not survive anyway, but, we have some weaknesses with Russia. It takes two. Look, it was not going to happen, that war, and it happened. So now we're stuck with this mess. Think of what he stuck me with. Open borders where we have 21 million people came into our country, many of whom should not be here. Many are criminals. Many are criminals. Many murderers, drug dealers, drug lords. We got that. We have the whole mess with Israel.
I don't even know if the Trump supporters believe this. Like, as far as the tariffs, like the necessity for the tariffs in terms of combating like fentanyl trafficking or whatever, like, do they do? Oh, God. Is there any way to talk to Trump supporters that believe that? I don't even know. Like, it is perhaps one of the dumbest excuses. He's trying to actively pair that with a thing that he's been talking about on the campaign trail. That's it. If he talked about bananas on the campaign trail and stabilizing the price of bananas on the campaign trail, that's the reason why he would do the tariffs. He'd be like, no, we're doing it because bananas are too expensive. We're going to fix it. Like, that's it. The only reason why he's talking about fentanyl is because, one, the executive office has some control over immigration and protecting America's borders. So that's one way that he can implement these tariffs without it just actively being a decision that he's making for, I don't know. I don't even know what the reason is for the tariffs, especially because he keeps going back and forth on them. Like, he said he was going to do the tariffs on Canada this morning, right? And then he turned around and he said he's going to cut the Canada tariffs. He's looking at backing down on the 50% duties on Canada, may back off, doubling steel, aluminum, Canada tariffs. Trump on Canada will probably make different tariff decision. Like, what is happening here? Is it because he just wants the stock market to collapse or something? He's just like actively wielding a will they, won't they situation with tariffs in an effort to cause volatility and insecurity, in an effort to cause a direct lack of confidence in the stock market, in an effort to forcibly drive these stocks down so that his rich buddies can buy the dip. I don't know what the hell's going on. I genuinely don't understand it. And I feel like it's so weird. It's such a weird thing that he's doing that, like, even his supporters can't. I have yet to hear from anyone, with maybe the exception of like Yanis Varoufakis, as to why the way that Donald Trump is operating with these tariffs is intelligent, like what the underlying goal is. Yeah, it's so he has a national security emergency, so they have some legal footing. Otherwise, Congress would have to implement them. I understand that. That's the reason why he says it's a fentanyl. Fentanyl is a national security issue, and the president can make unilateral decisions on stuff like that. That's why he's implementing tariffs. But the real reason why he's implementing tariffs is economic reasons. But I don't even understand what the economic reasons are, especially because he's not following through on them, because they keep pushing back. Everybody, he keeps saying we're going to do tariffs. And then everybody goes, don't do that. That's going to cook us. That's going to destroy us. What are you doing? And then he goes back. He's like, no, okay, I won't do them. And then the next day he'll be like, I'm doubling the tariffs. And then everyone's like, what the hell do you mean you're doubling the tariffs? He goes, just kidding. And the only thing that causes is instability in the market. And I don't know. I don't know why, what the goal is there. Like, unless you want to drive stock prices down aggressively, and then, I don't know, maybe consolidate power in the hands of your select few wealthy individuals. Like, is that what it is? Is that the point?
Israel on October 7th. We have all of the ramifications from the worst and dumbest withdrawal in history.
Both Ukraine and Israel were both attacked by aggressors. Is America treating both countries similarly? Are they treating the aggressors similarly?
The funniest thing that he did also is that he had like a White House meeting this morning, and that was ongoing. I don't know if they live streamed it or not, but he sat in front of a Tesla to defend Tesla stocks. Like, he personally was trying to bring up Tesla stocks. Like, we are so far removed from normalcy at this point. It is kind of crazy. Like, having a US president single out his favorite billionaire that gave him $100 million and just being like, his stock prices are getting pummeled. Let me tell you, this is a good car. You got to buy it. You Americans have to buy it. I'm the American president telling you, you have to buy it. Like, that is insane. That is an insane thing that's going on. I know we've like completely lost the plot on the Hatch Act, you know, that's woke and gay, of course. But like, this is kind of crazy. I mean, am I wrong? Am I insane? Am I the insane one? Yeah, he said the Tesla boycott is illegal. He's like, you can't do a BDS on Israel and you can't do it on Tesla. President Trump says he's going to buy a brand new Tesla tomorrow as a show of support amid the left-wing boycott. I mean, this is incredibly desperate. Will it work? Probably not. Why is he even doing it? Like, what? Oh, he's a dumbass. He effectively treating the United States like his business, and we haven't seen his track record. Yeah, I mean, it's illegal not to buy a Tesla. Every American must buy one. If you die in a Tesla, we will honor you. We will put your name on a board. Every American baby needs a Tesla. What is going on? I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. How can anybody look at this and go, that's right, he's my base president, dude?
Trump, are you looking to buy today?
Well, I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets. And number two, because this man has devoted his energy and his life to doing this. I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people. And I just want people to know that you can't be penalized for being a patriot. And he's a great patriot.
Dude, this is so embarrassing.
And he's also done an incredible job with Tesla. And I mean, nobody else has a car company started up in the last 30 years that's been successful. I don't think so. And not only successful, but super successful. And because he's able to find billions and billions and billions of dollars of fraud and waste and all of the things. I mean, our country is going to be very strong very soon because of a lot of the things that he's done and a lot of the things that I'm doing. And there's no better team, but there's no better for what we're doing. There's nobody like this, and he shouldn't be penalized. And when I watched the other day, I said, I can't believe it. It should be the opposite. People should be going wild, and they love the product, but because he's finding all sorts of terrible things that have taken place against our country, they want to penalize him in an economic sense. And I just think that's very unfair. So I just wanted to make a statement. I'm going to buy one. Now, here's the bad news. I'm not allowed to drive because I haven't driven a car in a long time, and I love to drive cars. But I'm going to have it at the White House, and I'm going to let my staff use it. I'm going to let people at the place use it. And they all are all excited about that. I'm not.
Donald Trump actively... Donald Trump has been actively undermining electric vehicles, ruining the possible grid of the electricity grid that is a necessity for Americans to confidently use electric vehicles. And he's now turning around and being like, but Teslas are good. It's very good. It's like you can't on the one hand destroy EVs across the board And then also on the other hand, yeah, like this, Trump is trying to halt EV charger build out. Experts say it's not that easy. This is from February 7th. Like, he has gone against not just Tesla, but like all electric vehicles unconditionally as a EV owner. Okay. I'm frustrated by this, but part of that has played a role in obviously Tesla stocks alongside, Elon Musk being so closely associated with this administration, an administration that is actively undermining electric vehicles' future in this country, has caused Tesla stocks to plummet, right? So now he's trying to fix the situation just for Tesla. Just for Tesla. Nobody else, Teslas are so good. And he says, Trump says he will label violence against Tesla dealerships as a form of domestic terrorism. He's like, if you draw a penis on a Cybertruck, you're going to jail. You're doing terrorism. Hurt Israel's feelings, terrorism. Draw a penis, hurt at Tesla owners' feelings, terrorism. It's kind of funny because, like, while there is central planning in China, and obviously they've played an active role, the government has played an active role in heavily subsidizing EV production and flooding the European and global markets with affordable Chinese electric vehicles, I don't even think the Chinese government would be like, if you were to say that BYD is bad, we are going to assassinate you. Like, the country, not necessarily known for free speech protections, probably wouldn't go, oh yeah, if you had any criticisms against BYD, you're going to Chinese jail. Amazing stuff coming from the free speech country. We are gonna do our very best to claw back the Tesla stocks.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer.
Wow, everything's computer. I love it. It's computer. So much computer.
That's beautiful. Wow.
Wow. Nah, I think Tesla, like, confidence in Tesla is at an all-time low. Confidence in Elon is at an all-time low, which is why confidence in Tesla is at an all-time low. And I think Donald Trump associating himself this openly with Tesla is probably going to piss people off, especially because his fan base have actively shit on electric vehicles. Donald Trump has actively shit on electric vehicles. Like, Trump supporters are not necessarily big electric vehicle fans. They think it's gay, it's woke, it's lib shit. Yesterday, Tesla stocks were at its lowest point, as in it had dropped so much that it was at the same point it was in 2020. Tesla stocks had gotten down to a point where if you had purchased Tesla stock in 2020, you had the same, like, this was your Tesla stocks was worth the same as they were in 2020. Now, it's unfortunately up 5% today. Yeah, I mean, when the president comes out and actively promotes Teslas, I'm sure it'll go up a little bit. But having said that, I think people's anger and resentment towards Teslas being branded as the swastika mobile is probably going to continue.
Yeah, it's just a break and an accelerator. Give Secret Service a heart attack.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful. Please buy more Teslas.
Good night. You don't want me to drive it, do you?
I saw Biden do a.
I'll tell you, it could be. Yeah,
very easy to drive.
That's. You're the only one that saw it.
So it's like driving a golf cart, basically.
Very simple.
It's very simple. So it's literally like a golf cart that goes really fast. There's no gears.
This is really amazing. It's really amazing. Let's take a look at that. Think Biden could get into that car? I don't
Still talking big dookie on Biden. Big Brandon. Get Brandon's name out of your mouth, sir.
Not allowed to use it. Can you believe it?
It's live now.
Very strong, heavy. It's all steel, stainless steel. But the cars themselves. So what is this one, Elon?
That's a Model Y.
That's a Model Y, so I have a lot of information, including the price.
Yeah.
I want to make a good deal here. You know, I do notice this. They have one, which is $35,000, which is pretty low.
Let this man do full self-driving, man. Come on, please. I have a lot of confidence in Teslas.
And I just wanted to thank
I have a lot of confidence in Teslas. I really, 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 really want Donald Trump to do a FSD. Just click on the FSD and drive away into the sunset, baby. See where it takes you. Come on.
Tesla
Come
stores.
on.
These are innocent people who've done nothing wrong. You know.
But nobody's been, I mean, it hasn't been, there's been some physical damage, a little damage, and we want to keep it that way because I don't want to say this, it's just not the appropriate, but law enforcement's out there watching everybody. We don't want this to happen. And not to somebody that's been so good to our country. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to go through this. And we can't let it happen. And aside from that, I happen to love the product. It's a lot nicer if you also happen to love the product. And he's done a really good job. Go ahead, Peter.
Is there, I guess this is for Elon Musk, is there a discount? President Trump wrote the art of the deal. Is there any kind of room for negotiating here?
Let me answer that. I know he'd give me a discount, but honestly, I don't want to ask for one. You know, I'm president, so I want to pay full price.
And what is your message, President Trump? Buying a new car while there are some folks who will see this clip at home and they are struggling with their retirement accounts down at the moment. Uncertainty about work.
Who are you from?
Well,
Where are you?
Going to do great. I think our country had to do this. We had to go and do this.
Who's asking this question? I don't like you.
Countries have taken away our business. They've taken away our jobs. I did it initially very strongly against, as you know, China and some others in the first term. And it was a very successful term. We had no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And then we had COVID, which we had to straighten out. So I didn't want to be doing anything with respect to other countries at that time. And we did a great job with it. We handed the stock market over. It was higher than it ever was. And think of that, higher than it ever was to that point before. And nobody thought that was even possible. We did a great job. But we had the greatest economy in history. This economy, in my opinion, is going to blow it away. But what I have to do is I have to get the workers back. I have to get the factories open. We have 90,000 factories and plants are closed from what you had just prior to NAFTA, which is not very long ago. 90,000, think of it, 90,000 factories and plants are closed from what it was, and it's just not right. So, and we gave it away. Presidents before me gave it away, and I could name every one of them, but they gave it away, and we're taking it back. We're taking our jobs back. And one of the things I'll say, by the way, speaking of Tesla, he manufactures more cars. I mean, he opened this incredible plant, one of the largest plants in the world, in Texas. Could you talk about that, Ella?
Yeah, it's worth noting that the Tesla cars have the most U.S. content of any cars on the market, so they're the most American made. We have the biggest factory and the most advanced automotive factory in Texas that we've opened and continue to expand. And so this is very much these are great products. A Model S is one best car ever.
Best car ever.
So all these cars have won incredible awards. So they're great cars and they're American made. And I think, try it. You'll like it. Yeah.
And I'm just saying, beyond the cars, they're great. But we have to celebrate somebody that has the courage to do this. He could have said, I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to get involved. Let the country go to hell. He didn't want to do that. And remember, he's going to find, and we're up to almost $500 billion worth of waste and fraud and abuse. $500 billion. We're giving $2 billion here, $2 billion there, not millions. It was a bet. If it was $1 million or $2 million, that's a lot of money. But we're talking about billions of dollars being given to defunct, scams, given to people with nothing. They have nothing going. They open up a subchapter S corporation, and they put $2 billion into it from nowhere. And we've caught a lot of them. I wish we could catch all of them, but we've caught a lot of them. And he's been largely responsible. So we have to celebrate him. And it's not that he's conservative. I don't even know if he's conservative. I will tell you this.
It's pretty funny to think that, like in the first Trump administration, people would talk about the Hatch Act, right? People would talk about the Hatch Act and be like, "Oh, Trump is violating the Hatch Act." Like now it's just so like that's the expectation. The expectation is just like, yeah, no, he's gonna do that, and there's not really much you can say.
From our standpoint, American cars, American made. He employs thousands of people. He's got, at the same time, he has the most modern plants in the world. I said, I don't like what's happened to you. I'm going to do it. I didn't even know he was going to come.
What do you mean?
He's never asked me for anything. He endorsed me, and he never asked me. I didn't even know he was going to endorse me. The guy has never asked me. He's not saying, in fact, I could go a step further. I ended the electric mandate. Okay, I ended the electric mandate, and I figured, when's this guy calling to raise hell with me?
Like, yeah, he ended it. It ruined me.
If I were him, I would have called. So on that, because he's probably even better than I am.
Mr. President, is Elon Musk rubbing off on you? Is electric then the way to go?
It's not that I'm not. This isn't for electric or gas, because people have their choices. Yeah. I'm just saying that I know people that have these cars. I know one man. We see him all the time. Yeah. He's constantly. He has 5 of them. Yeah. He thinks it's a great. And he was a big guy for Ferraris and other things. And he says, man, it blows him away. I know other people, they have 3, 4, they love them. They love them. And some people like the gasoline, and they should have their options. Right. I'm all about options. But I'm telling you, I ended the electric mandate, and I was waiting for a call. I said, did Elon call yet? They said, no, sir. The next day, what about Elon? Did he call? He never even mentioned it to me, never complained. Until this moment, I'm just bringing it up. Who would do that? Yeah. He has never asked me for a thing. And he's built this great company, and he shouldn't be penalized because he's a patriot. He's an incredible patriot. And I don't even know if he's a Republican. I really don't.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
definitely.
The stock market dropped today. Well, I'm not sure if it was. Well, you're going to have stock is also have drops, and markets are going to go up, and they're going to go down. Yeah. But you know what? We have to rebuild our country. Our country has been stripped of its jobs, of its factories. And I'm tired of seeing where they build apartments, cheap apartments in an old broken down. Tired of seeing where they build apartments, cheap apartments in an old broken down factory. But you have factories all over the place that are empty from many decades ago. And we're going to change it around. And it's all taxing policy. You know, it's really a policy because we have great workers, great people. It's really a policy of taxing and incentives. And I'm bringing the incentives back. And I'll tell you what, numerous plants, and I don't want to mention specifically, but I'll mention this one, numerous plants in Mexico and other places that were under construction or soon to be under construction are now coming here, and they've dropped that because it was unfair what was happening. Mexico, they were building
Euro Chatter asks, what is the Hatch Act? The Hatch Act of 1939 is an act to prevent pernicious political activities. It is a United States federal law that prohibits civil service employees in the executive branch of the federal government, except the president and vice president, from engaging in some forms of political activity. Basically, it's you're not allowed to do this, exactly this, which is for your own personal gain or for any other reasons to promote, like it's basically to stop Donald Trump or other presidents and other civil servants from doing exactly this, which is a QVC / hashtag ad for a specific product. Why? Why would that be? Why would that be something that? Why would that be something that the federal government would want to stop from happening? It's because they don't want someone to get $100 million in campaign contributions, and then with that $100 million, have the president do an ad when the stock prices are tanking for your company. It's because it's you have from the bully pulpit, you have awesome power and responsibility, and utilizing the bully pulpit to do an ad for one company after someone gave you money would be pure corruption. Pure corruption. That is what this is. This is the exact reason as to why they don't want this to, they wanted to stop this from happening.
Could have done it the easy way. I could have coasted.
It forbids the intimidation or bribery of voters and restricts political campaign activities by federal employees. It prohibits using any public funds designated for the relief of public works for electoral purposes. Forbids officials paid with federal funds from using promises of jobs, promotion, financial assistance, contracts, or any other benefits to coerce campaign contributions or political support.
But he leveled situation. and we're changing it. But one of the things we're changing is we're going to make our country really wealthy again. We're going to bring our jobs back. Right now, we're like a chicken that's being plucked at from all over the world. We're not going to let that happen anymore.
Mr. President,
But very importantly, and I said it, Ukraine, ceasefire. Ukraine, ceasefire. Just agreed to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia, and hopefully President Putin will agree to that also, and we can get this show on the road. We can get this horrible war where 2,000-3,000 soldiers a week, every week, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 sometimes. I get the reports. And they're not American soldiers. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian. But people are being killed outside of that. People are being killed in the cities as things explode throughout the cities. And we want to get that war over with. So I think it's a big difference between the last visit you saw at the Oval Office and this. So that's a total ceasefire. Ukraine has agreed to it, and hopefully Russia will agree to it. We're going to meet with them later on today and tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to wipe out a deal. But I think the ceasefire is very important. If we can get Russia to do it, that'll be great. If we can't, we just keep going on and people are going to get killed. Lots of people.
Is Zelensky invited back to the White House?
Sure, absolutely.
Mr. President, you mentioned the ups and downs in the stock market. You said it'll go up, it'll go down. But do you and your tariff policies right now bear any responsibility for the turmoil we're seeing this week?
Biden gave us a horrible economy. He gave us horrible inflation. And I think the market was going to go very, very bad. If anything, I have a lot of very smart people, friends of mine and great businessmen. They're now investing because of what I'm doing. Because long-term, what I'm doing is making our country strong again.
I guess the exemptions given to the president and vice president in the Hatch Act is part of the reason why the media is not talking about this either. Because there are exemptions because the president and vice president have more power than the regular federal employees. So that's probably part of the reason why people don't even talk about it. But the other...
Major terrorists.
The other
Biden would have got. Why didn't he catch him?
The other reason is because no one gives a shit.
5 weeks into the presidency, I caught the man responsible for Abigate, and he's going to pay hell right now. He's a bad dude. He's a bad guy. But we didn't have these problems. I had no inflation. I had a great economy.
I mean, he did admit
He gave you high prices. You couldn't buy bacon. You couldn't buy anything. And also, I inherited a situation with eggs. The price of eggs was through the roof. Well, now the price of eggs has come down a lot. Interest rates have come down. Gasoline prices have come down. It's all coming down. It's all a beautiful thing. I can do it the right way, the wrong way. We're doing it the right way. And I have tremendous confidence in this country and the people of this country. Tremendous confidence, much more so than if I sat back for 4 years and had a good time in the Oval Office. I want to look at cars.
Trump's tariff flip-flopping isn't a bad strategy. It is this strategy. Chaos keeps markets, media, and the world leaves off balance, making him the center of attention. He doesn't care about policy, just controlling the narrative. He threatens and backs off to claim victory. No, I think it's that market volatility, that instability actually causes stock prices to go down so that they can engage in like some semblance of market consolidation at the lowest possible point that they can, only to rebound with stability, I guess. But that is the only logical conclusion, and that's kind of what Donald Trump was talking about right here, too. He's like, buy the dip when the market is down. But it doesn't make sense. It truly does not make sense. Because this level of instability is going to make it harder for people to have confidence in the market.
When's the last time you bought a new car?
Well, I buy a lot through my children because they run the company now. I used to buy a lot. I haven't bought a new car in a long time.
What was your first car?
The only thing I know is the Beast. I got a big car with very thick windows and thick side panels.
Is that going electric?
We buy a lot of cars. Actually, I bought this one for Kai.
Do you remember your first car?
Giving you his decision about the electricity surcharge, and you said you were pleased about that. Will you make a different decision now about the tariffs on Canada? Will you reduce it?
At that, but probably so. Yeah, he was a gentleman. He was a gentleman. Look, I said it before. We give Canada $200 billion a year. We subsidize Canada between all of the things we give them and trade. We give them. We don't have to have cars made in Canada. We don't have to have lumber from Canada. We have tremendous lumber. We have tremendous trees. All I have to do is unfreeze them from some of the restrictions that were put on. I can do that with an executive order. We don't need energy. We have more energy than anybody else in the world. So we spend $200 billion a year subsidizing Canada. We don't have to do that. And frankly, the way that gets solved is Canada should honestly become our 51st state. We wouldn't have a northern border problem. We wouldn't have a tariff problem. They don't have much. They spend very little, as you know, the least of almost anybody on military. And we spend the most of anybody on military. We have a great military. I rebuilt the military during my first time. We're going to have to rebuild it a little bit again. Not that much, but we're going to have to rebuild it a little bit again. But Canada would be great as our cherished 51st state. You wouldn't have to worry about borders. You wouldn't have to worry about anything. And by the way, Canada is very highly taxed, and we're very low tax. We're considered a low tax nation because of me, because I cut the taxes so low. So the people of Canada would pay much less tax. It makes a lot of sense. And by the way, when you take away that artificial line that looks like it was done with a ruler, and that's what it was. Some guy sat there years ago and they said, "Marah." Well, when you take away that and you look at that beautiful formation of Canada and the United States, there is no place anywhere in the world that looks like that. It's
on Greenland.
And then if you add Greenland, that's even. That's pretty good.
It's gonna look beautiful.
Okay. I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna make a decision. Do you want to hear what my decision? Okay. What's your best of these cars? What do you think?
Well, the car that I drive is the Model S Plaid.
Which is that one?
That red one in the middle.
I like that. Yeah. I like that.
It's 0 to 60 miles an hour in 2 seconds. So faster than a Ferrari.
That's pretty fast. I don't know if my people can handle this. They're gonna be using it more. I'm not allowed to use it.
That's fast.
That's a fast one.
Just to be clear,
that's
sir, the 50%, is that going to go into effect on Canada or not?
Which one?
The 50% tariffs?
I'll let you know about it. Yeah, okay. I'll let you know.
Like, I'm doing an ad. Shut up about tariffs on Canada.
I thought it was nice. This is beautiful. Yeah. Whoa! Should I get in?
Get in.
Okay. Let me get in this.
I'm doing an ad.
On the Tesla?
Let
you want my
do
notes?
My ad. Don't worry about the tariffs on Canada.
Yeah. I can take it.
Thank you.
Incredible. Incredible, sir.
I'll watch Secret Service go crazy. Thank you.
I mean, if you actually drove it around, it would really be well.
Wow.
I get it the other side.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a brake and an accelerator. You give Secret Service a lot of that.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Need to start it?
Should I? I'll start the engine.
Oh, it's going to get around the hole. So, do you want to actually drive it?
You don't want me to drive it, do you?
Yeah. Ethical reacts dictate that we must watch this ad, but if you want me to skip this ad, then subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, and I will skip this hashtag ad that Donald Trump is doing for Tesla very clearly. You can also get gifted a sub, okay? If we start a hype train and get gifted enough subs, which you can, once again, subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? I will skip this hashtag ad. Throwing bagels at the wall. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Some say they should be labeled domestic terrorists.
The one-time Tesla cars are not, are not experiencing electrical failures is right here in this moment, Cheeky Scarecrow, thank you for the 5 gifted. Stiff Magnetico, I think. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Hitbox, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Others are unable to do. When you do that, those people are going to go through a
If you skip a Tesla ad, you're a terrorist. We're sending you to Guantanamo Bay. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Cuba is a beautiful place. Guantanamo Bay. We will send you there. You're doubly going to Guantanamo Bay if you are also hurting Israel's feelings. Don't hurt Israel's feelings and don't skip a Tesla ad. You will go to Guantanamo. We'll black bag you.
At the business roundtable, especially with the
I have a roundtable to make it a little while. I just consider this much more important because I want to buy one of these. My whole staff is so excited because I told them they're going to safely use them. and they can't believe it. So Margot, wherever you are, Margot, she's going to use it. They're all going to be using it, and they're going to have a good time using it. And if I think
it's alarming that the vague definition of terrorism is now being applied to basically anything Trump feels is not good? Yes. I think it's probably not good that now Trump is considering vandalism against Teslas to be an act of domestic terror, hurting Israel's feelings to be an act of domestic terror. It's definitely not good.
Do you think there will be a recession?
I don't see it at all. I think this country is going to boom. But as I said,
what else will he consider to be an act of terror? Maybe he'll say, if you don't like the tariffs, if you say my tariffs are ruining the stock market, that's an act of terror. You're going to jail.
Was right.
And what do you say to Americans?
If you look at what I've said over the last 10 years, Trump has been right all the time. This is the way to do it. We're going to make America great again. You know, to make it great, you have to have jobs, you have to have factories, you have to have. I look at some of the things that, like this last administration, he was the worst president in the history of our country. Nothing was happening. Nothing. He had no idea what was going on. Our country went to hell. And then to allow millions of people to come in that are prisoners and mental institution patients.
What do you mean? Because he said so. That's it. That's it. It's just whatever he says goes. That's it.
Going to do that. But on the financial end and the economic end, what we're doing is, to me, it's the most exciting. Our country will be greater than ever before, and it won't take too long.
And what's your message to Americans right now, sir, who are worried about the stock market? What's your message to them as they watch it?
Let's go see the Cybertruck. I did buy one of them.
He's like, don't leave yet. You still haven't done the Cybertruck ad. That's what he said. He said, hey, get back here. He said, get back here. You haven't done the Cybertruck ad yet.
In terms of imagination, I think I have a great imagination. Who else but this guy would design this, and everybody on the road is looking at it. It's amazing, actually.
Not for good
as soon as I
reasons.
saw it, I said, that is the coolest design. It's. Do you agree with that, Brian? I mean,
I do.
It's amazing.
It's very cool. Yeah.
You got to give him credit.
We want the future to look like the future, and it's kind of what kind of truck would Blade Runner drive? That was the design idea.
It's really amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, Elon, are you planning to remain CEO of Tesla while working with President Trump? Is there any thinking on your future at the company? As we're talking about Tesla, I'm wondering where your thinking is with leading the company going forward.
Yeah, I'm CEO of Tesla, and
we should.
Yeah.
Any more plans of additional vehicles besides the ones you have now?
Well,
New
we got
models?
The Cybercab coming out next year.
The one with no steering wheel. Are you gonna buy one of
No,
those?
sir.
We'll pass. We're too old-fashioned.
Yes,
So, Mr. President, when you look at the market selling off, that didn't concern you, and where do you see it
doesn't
going?
concern me. I think some people are going to make great deals by buying stocks and bonds and all the things they're buying. I think we're going to have an economy that's a real economy, not a fake economy. It was a fake economy. They were putting in all government jobs. You see what happened last month? We had more real jobs, and government jobs are way down. That's going to continue. Those are real jobs. Those are jobs that keep the country going. You can't have all government jobs. You have no income to pay the workers.
Yeah.
And a lot of those workers didn't show up to work. That was the other problem.
And President Trump, there's this protest leader from Columbia University that the administration is moving to deport. And he said that his arrest is going to be the first of many. How many?
I think we ought to get them all out of the country. They're troublemakers. They're agitators. They don't love our country. We ought to get him the hell out. I think that guy, we ought to get him. I heard his statements, too. They were plenty bad. And I think we ought to get him the hell out of the country. I watched him. I watched tapes. Specifically, I watched tapes. And you can have them, okay? You can have them. And you can have the rest of them. Let them go to school. Let them learn. Columbia used to be a good school. Now it's been overrun because of bad leadership. That's what happens. Happens to countries, and it happens to universities, and it happens to companies. And I don't want it to happen to a guy that did nothing wrong. He did everything right because he did a great company. But what he did by coming into government to help government from years of abuse, from decades of abuse, and you see that when you look at Social Security, where you have 200-year-old people on the rolls of society. That's just, he uses the word care. People don't care. Everyone knows that. But it's also, I believe it's also large fraud. I think it's that. But I think it's also large fraud. So I'm just telling people, this man is a great patriot, and you should cherish him. You should cherish him. You know, I have a little statement. We have to take care of our high IQ people because we don't have too many of them.
Mr. President,
and we got to take care of them.
As you guys look at the Social Security Administration and you guys are looking for fraud and waste and abuse, can you guarantee people who are concerned about an interruption to benefits that there will not be?
Yes, we're going to be very careful with any interruption to benefits. In fact, only by tackling the waste and fraud in entitlements like Social Security, Medicare, can we actually preserve those programs for the future. Because with unchecked fraud and waste, we won't be able to afford them. The president's very dedicated to solving the budget deficit, which if we don't solve the budget deficit, we're going to go bankrupt as a country. If we go bankrupt as a country, there's no Social Security, there's no Medicare, there's no nothing. And to sort of echo what the president was saying, what really matters is moving people from jobs that are relatively low productivity in government to high productivity in the private sector, increasing the true output of products and services. That's the real economy. That's what actually enables Americans to have a higher standard of living, and that's what's happening. And that's, I think, you'll see the truth of that in the months to come.
And we're going to make it really much stronger by taking people that don't exist or taking people that shouldn't be there out, by taking illegal aliens that are on Social Security or Medicaid and Medicare. By taking them out, we're making it much stronger. The country will be much stronger, but it's going to really be stronger economically. And when you look at what we're doing, I've been called by so many companies. Yesterday, as you know, I had a meeting with some of the biggest tech companies in the world. And all they're talking about, IBM was there. We had a lot of them. Dell, Michael Dell was there. We had a lot of great companies, Hewlett Packard. And all they're talking about is investing in this country.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, a lot of CEOs are legitimately worried about speaking out of turn because they just don't want to draw the ire of the Trump administration, who has demonstrated its willingness to tank companies, hit him with like insane things that previous administrations wouldn't dare touch. Trump will do anti-capitalist things at the behest of his own narcissistic desires. He will go after companies. He'll do it. I mean, look at him just playing around with the stock market like this.
Markets we've ever had, and it's going to be really fueled by what we're doing. You had to see these companies yesterday. They're investing billions and trillions. They're investing trillions of dollars here. They wouldn't have invested 10 cents.
Mr. President, will you talk to Vladimir Putin about this ceasefire deal? Do you think you need to have a conversation with him to get the Russians to agree?
I'll talk to Vladimir Putin, yeah.
When will
I
you
want to
talk
get,
to him?
look, that's the other, it takes two to tango, as they say, right? So hopefully he'll also agree, and I really think that would be 75% of the way. The rest is getting it documented and, negotiating land positions, etc.
So you'll talk to him this week about the deal?
So, yeah.
So and when do you anticipate meeting him in person?
In place on the Ukrainian side, how close do you think then you are to a total ceasefire with
Well, I hope it'll be over the next few days. I'd like to see. I know we have a big meeting with Russia tomorrow.
I have a very special guest coming on the stream in a second, by the way.
The people have done a great job. Marco Rubio's been great. Steve Witkoff's been great. Michael Waltz. Every one of them, they've really stepped up. They are into it. They want to see two things. By far, number one is death of people that aren't citizens of our country, but they're people, just like you.
In person.
People. And we want to stop. And we also don't want to give billions and hundreds of billions of dollars away. We're in there for $350 billion. And there was no reason this war would have never happened if I was president. So it's a very sad thing. Thank you all very much. I love Tesla.
Which one did you buy?
Tesla. Mr. President,
Which one did you
Mr.
buy?
President,
I love Tesla.
The one I like is that one.
And how does this work?
And I want that same color.
Are you going to put down a credit card? Elon, would you take a personal check from the president?
I do it the old I give checks. Sure. I like checks.
I think his credit's good.
Do you still have access?
I like a check better than this modern system of all of a sudden there's money in your account, nobody knows. I like signing a check. But we're gonna pay, and I don't want a discount. He would give me a discount. But if I do a discount, they're going to say, "Oh, he got benefits." I don't want any discount.
Wait, what
about
do
a
you mean?
vanity plate?
He got benefits. He already gave you $100 million in campaign contributions, and you're doing this as a benefit already. You're doing this because Tesla stocks are down. You're doing this because his association with you has caused a lot of people to go, oh, I'm reconsidering the purchase I made for this company that I thought was liberal when I made this purchase. And you're over here being like, no, I'm going to defend him. I'm going to claw back the stock prices. Tesla, selling Tesla stock is illegal. Not buying more Tesla stock is also illegal. We are doing everything we can to make it so that you have to buy a Tesla. Not buying a Tesla is also illegal.
Person. Some people would say, well, let's use somebody that failed in business for his whole life. You know, this guy has been amazing. And the kind of thinking is from a different age. It's really from a different age. When we said, let's cut 2%, he said, let's cut 60%. And he turned out to be right. And a lot of people are just not here. They don't work for us. I mean, they're getting checks and they don't work. And you know, Peter, look, we have so many different stats and so many different figures. And it's so embarrassing to us as a country. No, we're going to have a streamlined country with good people. And one of the reasons, and I called for it wasn't a cabinet meeting, it was just a meeting of some cabinet members and Elon. The one thing, and I think he agrees with me 100%, it's one thing to cut, but we want to cut the wrong people, meaning we want to cut people that aren't doing the job. We want to keep the right people.
Absolutely.
And I said, I don't want to just say we're going to cut 50%. I want to cut the people that aren't doing the job, the people that aren't there, the people that are scamming the system. And he agrees with that 100%.
And are you sure you don't want to take a test drive?
I'd love to do it. Maybe I'll do it some other time.
Do you want Elon to keep working with you throughout your first term? I mean, is there going to be an end date for the two of you working together?
I don't know. You know, I was thinking about that the other day. I think he'll know when it's time.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't want to stay around.
It's up to 130
although
days,
I think he does like it. There's no place like the White House.
Elon,
Okay, so maybe.
Would you want to stay?
I don't think that. I think he wants to get the job done, get back to his businesses. That's what I think.
I just want to. I'll stay as long as it's useful and productive, and if I can help the country, I'll stay and do so.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
President Trump.
Thank you, President Trump.
Good-looking guy.
Thank you.
Elon. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
All right, just listening in there is President Trump buying a Tesla alongside Elon Musk. You see the Cybertruck, the red Tesla outside there of the White House in our nation's capital. And coming in just a little bit ago, tape playback, if you will. And of course, plenty of questions about the economy today as the markets fluctuated due to those tariffs. We did hear that Canada will be pulling back on that 25% tariff against electricity. Also talking about and reiterating, calling this a period of transition, not ruling out a recession, but obviously saying that they had to go through some of these, saying the economy and the stock market does not concern him. Of course, a post here from Margot Martin there outside of the White House of this event as President Trump and Elon Musk, they hop in a Tesla. No test drive, though, for the president. And he says he doesn't really remember the last time he bought a car. He does through his company. He doesn't remember the last time his first car as well. So plenty to get to, an interesting site outside of the White House. Plenty to get to here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back after this.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Stavy Baby in the building.
What's up, you little fuckers?
That's right. We have Stavros Halkias in the building, Stavy Baby. For those of you who don't know, he's a comedian.
That's right.
Okay. He's other than being a sex icon. And you missed it. Donald Trump did a fucking QVC ad for like the past hour.
What was he selling?
Teslas.
Teslas?
Yeah, because Tesla stocks, everyone's been drawing dicks on Teslas and like putting dog shit
You're
on
a
Teslas.
fucking loser if you have a Tesla now.
Yeah.
That's what you get, pussies.
Which is why, and the Tesla stocks have been tanking. There's been like vandalism against Teslas all around the world too. So Donald Trump decided to save the Tesla stock by doing a straight up QVC. Dude. Look at this in front of like.
He was doing this.
Yeah, no, like literally. Look at this. The president of the United States of America is sitting in front of standing in front of three different Teslas, being like, "Wow, Teslas are so wonderful. Believe me."
The truck is not gay.
Yeah,
the Cybertruck does not look like shit.
I know. I originally said
You're
it was
cool
gay.
if you get it. I know. I said it was gay 2 years ago.
I said it was gay. I don't believe it's gay any longer. I love the Teslers. He also said Tesla, which is pretty awesome.
Respect, Tesla.
Yeah, this is
Elon's over there with his little hat.
This is the situation now. This is where we're at with the current
That's
current
pathetic,
administration. Dude. He also, I mean, we're gonna be talking about Mahmoud Khalil as well in a brief moment.
Free him.
Yeah. But that's the situation. We're using the American government for wonderful things. He also said I don't know if you've been paying attention, but like he's been talking about these tariffs, saying that he's going to do tariffs, and then going back and saying he's not going to do tariffs. This was the funniest part, I think.
Oh hell, did he pop in?
He pops in and he goes, "Wow, here."
He's so live.
Wow. That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer.
Everything's computer.
He didn't even. He's never even been in one.
No, he has. The last time he was in a Tesla was a Cybertruck because Aiden Ross had a Cybertruck with like the Trump's worst moment in his life, almost being assassinated on the side of it, and he was like, "Wow."
What's Aiden up to? He's been quiet recently.
Yeah, he's been trying to get back on Twitch. He's been trying to get unbanned. He's like, "Yeah, that was the old me when I had Nazis on my stream denying the Holocaust, and as a Jewish man agreeing with them."
Damn, dude, it sucks to be that fucking stupid.
Yeah, he was. I mean, it's like really funny if it wasn't serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean the whole Trump too is like,
yeah, it's just it's pretty hilarious. Like it's like a bit. As a bit, it's pretty funny to be like a Jewish guy that's so dumb that he believes when Nazis tell him that like Adolf Hitler was a good guy. But
damn,
that is
that level of stupid.
No, he literally did. Yeah.
God damn. What is it? Is he streaming on that other one? What's the other one?
Kick, the one, the cryptocurrency pedophilia one.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the good one. That's the good website.
Yeah, what kind of content's he up to, man? Let's plug him.
Yeah. But now it's gonna get to a point where it's like if you criticize Aiden Ross, there's also terrorism.
Yeah, it's
great.
It is. I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh no. What's the video?
I saw something. It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
That I really didn't know stuff like that.
What's it about?
Kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that. And I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming on the podcast.
Oh no.
Yeah, dude. I'm actually here to let you know that I'm actually do not fuck with all that stuff you were saying.
Yeah. Well,
I was here. Honestly, I was here because the first time I was just hoping, I don't know, some kind of maybe I could get on this.
Have the Hamas gift basket.
Maybe I could get some
you
pussy
come in
from.
and sneak a little bit.
Honestly, I really hadn't read up on it. It just seemed like hotter women were into the whole Hamas thing. So I was trying to get some head from a curvy Middle Eastern woman, and that hasn't happened. So I'm ready to switch up.
Yeah, you're done.
So unless look, ultimately,
Israel
like
high.
you, I'm a capitalist, and whoever makes me the best deal, aka the most head, I'm switching up. So you have 48 hours, and if I don't get head from a curvaceous woman of Arabian descent, or I guess a classic e-girl. That's the other thing. I've gotten nary any streamer pussy out of being your friend, and what is even the point?
I know. I'm sorry.
I come here. I make your chat funny every 4 months. It's the best stream you have. It's usually you just being like, "Can you believe this? Whoa,
that is what I do.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
Is that your impression of me?
That's you. Oh, what the hell is these clowns in Washington? What the hell are they up to?
Why am I?
I come here provide a little
45-year-old man. My political.
That's your spirit.
Yeah,
that's your spirit.
45-year-old man going, these clowns in Washington. No, I'm apolitical. Yo, you got the hat? Yo, check that. Check it.
This one?
Yeah. I put this hat on. Boom. Instantly not political. You know what I mean? That's how you know. I can switch it around.
Dude, that's so true.
Yeah, everyone looks at the hat and goes, oh, that guy obviously just loves America.
He just loves America. He wants to make it great again.
Yeah, he has a nuanced and balanced perspective on this stuff. You know who's not apolitical, though? Bill Burr. He's been fucking popping off.
Shout out to Bill. He's the fucking man.
Yeah. He went on Fresh Air and he had some choice words for Elon Musk. Let's take a look.
Is beyond me. And where my comedy act is right now is I'm trying to get regular people to stop yelling at each other and realize that it's a select few group of nerds.
Yes.
Okay, eating raw almonds and doing their stupid workouts and everything and just competing with each other to have the biggest infinity pool, and the rest of us are getting pushed down. And they've politicized the whole stupid thing, and we're falling for it.
Yes, sir.
And who's the they? Besides people who eat almonds?
That idiot Elon Musk.
Oh.
That guy, like, he's going to, like, who evidently is a Nazi. Like, I just refuse to believe that it was an accidental 2-time Sieg Heil.
Yeah, what a dork.
And he does it at a presidential inauguration. This is why I hate liberals. It's like liberals have no teeth whatsoever. They just go, oh my God. Can you believe I'm getting out of the country? I'm just like, you're going to leave the country because of one guy with dyed hair plugs and a laminated face who makes a bad car and has an obsolete social media platform? You're going to leave?
Get his ass.
Why doesn't he leave?
Yeah.
Why isn't he stopped?
He's South African. He's not even American. He doesn't even go
here.
Get
him out of here.
What are we so afraid of this guy who can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag?
Yeah, let's fuck him up.
Yeah.
Let's throw hands.
Yeah. So, first of all, I mean, watch out. That could be terrorism. Donald Trump has declared that the vandalism against
I did see
Teslas
that.
are now considered an act of terror.
Wait, against Teslas?
Yeah.
This is pathetic, man.
Yeah.
They're tattling.
Yeah.
You're tattling because you draw a dick. If you got, I won't actually say that, but we should be offering.
Wow, they called you a Turk.
How
though.
dare you?
They called you a Turk.
The first part of that is good. He's a delusional cosplayer.
Yeah,
I am a real.
You are a Turk.
No, I'm a son of the ancient Greek Empire.
I don't know, man.
Of which the entire world has taken their culture, including Turks.
The other night, I was talking to Elders. Like, you were looking.
Take this down.
You were looking real Albanian.
Take this down. Don't you ever call me Turkish or Albanian, you motherfucker.
I don't know.
I'm about to leave, dude. I'm about to take 4 Fairlifes and leave.
Have you done?
This man stays with the protein, by the way. This is what your fucking Twitch dollars are going towards.
Yeah. Have you done
microplastic
22andMe?
A 22andMe?
Like one of those like genealogy
23andMe,
things?
dumbass?
23andMe? I don't fucking
idiot.
22andMe? I've never done it. I don't know. I don't even know what it's fucking
That's
called.
so stupid to call it that. To get it wrong by 1 digit doesn't even make sense. No, you actually have a 20. Yeah, you have an extra chromosome. You need to take a 24andMe, Hasan.
So 23andMe.
A 25andMe. You have some kind of rare Turkish form of Down syndrome where you get 2 extras.
Yeah, me and Shane, we avoided it by a slim margin. Okay, listen.
It only affects the way you decide to dress. That's the only way.
Okay, dude. Listen. Is this one of your shirts?
I'm looking beautiful, dude, with your silk fucking
pants.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it looks good.
Why are you wearing silk pants in your own home, dude?
Bro,
who are you trying to impress?
It's comfy as fuck right now. I'm feeling it's rainy out. You know what I mean? I'm in my hoodie.
Get some fucking khakis. You're a grown man.
I do sometimes.
Show some respect.
I wanted to, like I said, I wanted to be comfy today. But listen. Have you done a 23andMe?
I have not.
You have not.
I don't need the man. I don't need the man having my DNA.
You know what it is? He's afraid.
I'm not
afraid that it's gonna come out that he's like fucking 50% Turkish.
It's gonna come out direct descendant of Alexander the Great.
Yeah,
that's what they're gonna say. They're gonna say direct line from Alexander the Great to you. And I just don't want to put that on everyone. For them to understand I'm your new conqueror.
No, he's fucking worried that
I'm not worried at all.
That it's gonna be like he's like 75% Turkish.
I'm not worried at all.
Yeah.
First of all, you can't be Turkish. Being Turkish is a fake identity.
Okay, Albanian.
Albanian is even faker. You're just a bunch of Turkic horse lords that settled in a former Greek colony. Okay, you're not even. You're in the steppe.
What is it?
You have no culture, no marble. Where the fuck are the Turkish marbles?
Wait, hold
Your
on.
best building is our old fucking church that you stole. That's the best fucking building you cocksuckers have. So fuck you.
Yeah, where is that? Where is that church? Former church?
It's in
What's it called?
Constantinople.
Yeah, it's called Istanbul, right?
It's in Constantinople.
That's
Fuck
right.
you.
That's
Build your
right.
own shit, you fucking thieves.
1453.
You horse thieves.
1453, best year of my fucking life, baby.
1821, we needed a little time to get ready, and then we came out and we fucked your asses up, dude.
Yeah,
we got it back. We took a couple things from your cuisine and we made it better.
Oh,
okay.
hell
We took
no.
a couple ideas and we fucking improved it to the maximum, dude.
1453, best year of my life. It's called Istanbul now, and it's called Hagia Sophia, okay?
Hagia Sophia, where do you get that from?
Yeah, it's just...
You stole it.
Yeah.
You motherfuckers couldn't build something so beautiful if you had 100 fucking years
now
to do it.
Now it's a mosque, baby. You already know.
Good. Well, that was part of the plan.
We made it out the steps.
None of those prayers get to Allah. They stop at Jesus. You're in one of our buildings.
There's a cutoff for it. It's like,
it's
no.
a trick. You think they're getting to Allah, but no, we're taking them and we're supercharging the one true God, Greek Orthodox Christ.
Yeah, not even,
who is different than Catholic
yeah,
Christ.
Not
he
even
doesn't
Catholic.
fuck kids. That's the big difference.
Yeah.
None of his boys fuck kids.
Greeks famously never fuck kids.
We got that out of our system. We got that out of our system before God got to us.
Yeah.
When it was still Zeus and Hercules, we got that out of our... Look, boys will be boys in ancient Greece, okay?
They were like,
we're done. Once God got around, we were like, all right, we're done with that. We're going to leave that to the Catholics now. That's documented. That's history, dude.
Yeah, they weren't able to
we got it out of our system.
The pleasures of childish flesh.
It was a different time.
Yeah, it was normal back then. It was really good back then.
It was a different time.
Oh man. Anyway, okay, all right. Listen, Hasan, don't laugh. The most Greek pedophilia happened on Crete.
Is that so?
Okay. Crete is where my
right. That's
grandmother.
exactly right.
My grandma's
you
from
are
Crete.
a great. That's the thing. You're a pretender.
But I'm
you're a great sign that being Turkish is fake. You're a Greek who just fucking had a couple doner kebabs.
It's gonna be really funny when it comes out, when you do the 22andMe, not 23, and it comes out that you're fucking Turkish.
I will not have a fucking drop of Turkish blood.
Yeah,
inside
they're gonna
me.
be like, damn,
straight from the fucking Acropolis.
Yeah, just wait, bro. Just wait. It'll happen.
I have the blood of Hercules coursing in my veins.
You should do it though. I think it'd be funny. Give the government your.
I won't do it, man.
They already probably have your ID. They probably do.
They probably do.
But yeah,
they could honeypot me and get it through jizz.
But yeah, Trump was talking about the brand new Tesla that he's going to buy today to show support amid a left-wing boycott. He said that it's like leftists that are boycotting. He wants to make it illegal. You can't boycott Israel and you can't boycott Teslas. I don't know what's next.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
These fucking poor hillbillies, man, that are fucking losing. They're losing like funding for local education and all this shit. Now they have to pretend that Teslas are something they love, and they don't just want to use Toyota Tacoma.
Yeah,
like they want. It's fucking pathetic.
Yeah, they spent most of their year. They spent most of their life calling electric vehicles gay, like woke libtard shit. Only to now turn around and be like, "Nah, I love that. It's actually patriotic, sir."
To switch up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the economy is fucking collapsing. It's great.
Damn.
Great stuff overall. Donald
Folks,
Trump is
buy tickets to the Dreamboat Tour while you still can.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
While the economy is still going. This might be the last time you can come to a comedy show.
I thought your I thought this was your best set.
Thank you,
far.
brother.
It was really good.
Thanks,
like all the old one is like, this one was,
man.
This one was actually
good.
Well,
some of us are artists that try and get better at our craft, not dickheads that spend 12 hours just kind of sleepwalking through our job. And we know that Zoomers without a good relationship with their father have nothing better to do, and they stole someone's fucking credit card and it's on auto renew. So some of us kind of have to actually progress as artists.
You gotta make a living
over
somehow.
and over again.
Okay, you gotta make a living somehow. Oh man. You had John Mulaney open for you, which
Mulaney
is crazy.
popped out. Mulaney popped out. Yeah, he's the man. His show.
It's wild. It's tricky making a better comic open for you.
Yeah, I mean, I won't even. There's no debate there. He's the fucking man.
Yeah,
Watch
no,
Mulaney's show, but I'll plug Mulaney's show, folks.
Oh yeah, he did.
It's
He
live
has a Netflix
on.
show, right?
It's live on Netflix. He's doing something really interesting where it's actually a live talk show because all these other talk shows are
it's
fucking
interesting
annoying.
to have a live talk show.
Yeah, well, an actual production. Again, an actual production.
This
not
fucking
not
guy.
a fucking not a webcam. You got just because you got a more expensive webcam. Let's not pretend.
This is Netflix approved. These cameras are.
I'm sure this is
Okay.
going on Netflix. Well, the day you're on Netflix is the day culture is dead. By the way, the day they just cave and put streamers on television,
No,
we're all
we
fucked.
would be fucking cooked. I don't disagree with you there. I think that'd be awful.
No,
But yeah.
he's got fucking. I think on the first show, Michael Keaton, Fred Armisen.
Are you gonna be on it?
We're trying to figure something out. I'm going to try and get on this season.
Okay.
He's the man though. Mulaney's so fucking funny, and that show's
Yeah.
going to be cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see you on it, especially.
yeah, I
That's
can't
right,
wait.
John. I know he watches. So.
Yo, he's a big
big
He's a
time
big
HasanAbi
HasanAbi
head.
head. Yeah, he was starstruck, dude.
Jake Paul got a Max show. That's true, but isn't that like about boxing?
No,
or
that's
some
it's
shit?
like a reality show, dude.
Yeah,
They trolled everyone thinking those guys were gonna fight each other, and then they were like, "Oh, it's actually them," I don't know, swimming in their pool.
I've done a cameo on a Netflix like true crime documentary or something. I don't know.
Really?
That's what some chatters are saying. Here I'm gonna show you guys something. I was on Theo Vaughn's podcast, as you guys know.
Shout out to my boy.
The leftist Joe Rogan, Stavros Halkias was also on the Theo Vaughn podcast, but there was a point.
And now he is doing the mallet.
There was a point where I actually brought you up. I wonder. Let me see if I can find it through the transcript real quick, because I want you to address this.
Interesting.
I want you to address the daggers that I threw your fucking way.
Oh, okay, man.
Wait, is there? How do you find the transcripts now?
Nice, man. That's how you
sure.
insult someone. Find a video where you had your shit together enough to get it all out. Don't do it in front of a man's face.
Yeah.
Just find a time where you insulted me and play it.
How do I find it? I wonder. I got the transcript in front of me, but it's not showing up.
Dumbass alert.
I wonder if I can figure out exactly where
Dumbass
it was. Like
alert.
towards the end. Air traffic controls, man. I've been talking about some boring ass, nerdy ass shit, dude.
Boomer fake turd.
Boring, nerdy ass shit.
Boomer
It's
fake
at the very
turd.
end.
Washed.
Yeah, let's see. What do we got?
I think it was like $170,000 or something.
A corner
Damn,
where you
get-
can
this is
express
pathetic,
care.
dude.
You
just
Hassan
clicking
Piker,
around,
thanks so
dude.
much, dude.
Wow, dude,
I'd
that's
love to
good. That was really funny.
Okay,
Where he
shut
says,
the
"Thank
fuck
you
up.
so much. Can you
This
guys
is called
leave?"
live production. All right, it's not fucking
This
easy.
is why your show sucks.
It's not easy, bro. It's
It
not.
is. It's actually so hilariously easy.
Yeah, it is pretty fucking easy. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
You're a comedian as well. I'm obviously very good friends with Stavi as well. I know
very
you.
good to stretch.
Always,
Yeah, I fucking lied. I lied. I
Gives a
lied straight
stretch.
to his face. I was like, he's my fucking enemy. Okay.
Yeah, he's
go
cool.
with him.
Damn, he said he's cool.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy that he said you're cool.
But
Yeah.
the
He
thing,
mailed me some cookies his mother made him.
oh, dude, me too. Yeah,
Did he?
when he was out here,
Oh, okay.
I ate all of it. Oh, you did?
You got mad. You gave me the cookies too. You fucking slut. Yeah, he's been.
I
he's
give
been
my boys
farming.
cookies.
He's been farming those Greek cookies.
Yeah, I make. I
like
can't
'em?
make
I
my
know.
boys cookies.
Yeah. No.
I liked him. I'm just sad that they're bipartisan snacks he's sending out. But no, I'm
Oh,
joking.
yeah,
I'm
damn.
joking. No,
Listen,
no.
he's been-
It was
he's
so
been-
sweet of him. It was just only friend of mine that did that. Very
Yeah.
sweet of him.
He did. He also
He was like, my mother wants to see. It was just fucking good.
did. He also shill his fucking calendars, his naked calendars. Give
I
you those
think he
too.
did, dude, yeah.
Those shits have been sitting on my desk every
Yeah,
time.
right.
I'll have like.
Let's pull them
Bro,
out.
I'll have like prominent figures like activists and shit at my house, and I'm interviewing
do I
them. Like there was
embarrass you in
Motaz
front of these
Aziza.
prominent activists,
Bro,
Hassan?
yeah, you got. Like,
Fuck you.
I had fucking Motaz Aziza who survived a genocide in Gaza, and he's sitting there, and your fucking naked belly is right in front of him.
That's all right.
I'm interviewing him. He
Again,
literally
Greek
survived the
culture.
genocide. He's a photojournalist from Gaza. And fucking Stavi's naked body is just sitting there on the fucking desk. I'm like, oh my God. Like,
I had to like.
That's what you get for not displaying it more
I had to
proudly.
like awkwardly hide it, like just like throw some napkins on it. Like, don't look over there. I was like,
He would have been stimulated by my art.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Being friends with Stavi is fucked up. That's why you can't trust the Greeks.
Oh, now that look, finally
Let me tell you, as
something
a
that
Turkish man,
we're both.
let me tell you,
both sided agreement on right there.
Yeah, bipartisanship on that front for sure.
Fuck you guys. Fuck Turks and fuck Louisiana hillbillies.
Yeah,
you
he
both
gave
can
it
suck
to-
my dick.
He gave it to the Greeks, dude.
You
That's
both
right.
can suck
That's
my
why I wanted
fucking
to
dick.
show you.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck
These
you
Greeks.
guys.
Yeah, the third month of his calendar is Gorgonzola or whatever. I'm like, this seems like fucking. It was like January, February, March, April, baklava, June, July. I'm like, that seems.
That's the other thing. Yeah,
Nothing wrong with baklava,
stealing my
great
people's
month.
food, saying it's his.
Oh, that's right. The
Baklava's
You're out of your
Turkish,
fucking
bro.
mind. You're so out of your fucking mind. We took your little primitive
That's
recipes and we made them delicious.
Yeah, I made
your dips suck. Tzatziki's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
You don't even. You know what I mean? Get the fuck out of
It's
here.
mellow macarona, not cookies.
Mello macarona.
Mellow macarona.
Melli. What is that? It means fucking honey in Greek.
Pussy. Melli.
Mello macarono.
Mellow maca. Is it macarona or macarono?
Mello macarono is a singular.
Stop
Macarona
looks
is more
like
than one.
he'd give you cookies if you robbed him.
That's not true.
Yeah.
I'd fuck
you
you up
rob
if
him
you
and
robbed
you
me,
get cookies
dude.
out of his pockets.
I'd fuck your ass up, dude. I'd elbow your ass.
M Hood's calling you out, dude.
It's Turkish.
We'll have to talk about that next time. Would you have Trump on if he would podcast
Fuck
with you?
yeah.
Do you feel like you're that far removed from getting to talk to guys like that? No.
No, I mean I've talked. Well,
You'd
I mean,
have
you talk to
Trump on,
Sam,
dude.
What?
You would do Trump. You
Fuck
you
yeah.
have him on here.
Dude, hold on.
I
Fuck yeah, dude. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's the big dog. Hey, yeah. I would. It's just it's never gonna happen.
Yeah,
because he doesn't. He only goes on podcasts where like
he is shrewd media. He actually does have great media literacy.
Yeah,
where he knows who's gonna glaze him.
Yeah, he's not gonna go on a podcast like
Plus
like
you're an
he'll go on-
anti-Semite.
Well, I don't.
And
think
he loves Jews historically too.
He does. Yeah, but like in a way where he's like, they're the magic money guys.
yeah.
They got so much money and power. They control the media. I love it.
Yeah, he thinks of different ethnicities the way you like they do Dungeons and Dragons characters.
Yeah.
Where it's like he wants a Jew to look at his coins. He wants like a gay guy to dress him. You know what I mean? Like he's that's how he thinks of different
they get
types
racial
of people.
passives. But I would have Trump on, but he would never come on.
Yeah,
because I would definitely have some questions. But it's the same reason why like Democrats won't come on here either.
Yeah, true.
Like Kamala Harris not coming on my podcast because like the fuck.
What's she up to, man?
Dude,
what do you think her and Doug are up to?
I don't fucking know. I thought that they were on the outs a little bit after the election failures. I think that Kamala's team was like trying to say there was a brief moment where Kamala's team was claiming that like Doug's controversies, which by the way, apparently he had controversies.
What were
I didn't know
they?
that, bro.
Other than
that man, apparently.
What's Doug up to?
Apparently, he had a case of abuse or something, of a formal like spousal abuse or some shit.
Oh shit!
Which is crazy. Like
on her or somebody in the past?
No, not Kamala. I feel like Kamala would beat his ass.
Yeah, probably.
But I also like I was just like shocked to hear that because he comes across like such a timid dude. Or no, he had an affair, which is even weirder.
I don't think it's weird.
Let me see.
It's one of the most human things.
No, for Doug, I mean.
If your partner is some weird politician, you're not gonna want to try and get a little pussy on the side.
A
little carefree pussy on the
Let me see if I can
side.
find it. Doug affair, Kamala. Emhoff acknowledges affair during first marriage after tabloid report.
Who gives a fuck?
But like, do you think he doesn't strike me as the type of dude? Unless the affair was with a dude.
Everyone likes getting pussy, dude.
Unless it was an affair
Everyone
with
likes
I
getting.
think Doug is gay.
Oh, you interesting?
Oh yeah, no, I was a Doug is a beard truther.
Well, then that's even more.
Or Kamala's a beard, I guess technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would, maybe sucking guys off. Good for him, man.
Yeah, but apparently it was like he had a affair with a babysitter or something, and the Kamala Harris campaign was basically claiming
that's why they lost.
That this is why they lost, and it's like, dude, nobody knew that this was a thing. Even conservatives weren't fucking talking about this shit.
Also, it's like, they lost to Trump.
Yeah.
Because he's the guy cheated. Are we fucking kidding?
The upstanding moral beacon, Donald Trump. You know, that's what cooked the Democrats. Speaking of Democrats, I'm gonna switch gears here for a second, and we're gonna talk about some serious stuff. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not staying long. I just wanted to pop in and
You're
say
like,
hi.
I'm gonna fuck off anyway.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna leave. I gotta get on the tour bus, head to Fresno.
Yeah, well, it's wonderful. That sounds like a fantastic experience.
It's gonna be whatever.
You like the tour bus though?
The tour bus fucking rules, dude.
Yeah,
tour bus life fucking rules, dude.
Yeah, you been getting late on the tour bus?
I have not. I have yet to get slurped off on the bus.
Okay,
but you know, it's been a nice tour.
Okay,
if anybody's interested in applying for a slurp job. For a slurp,
okay,
contact Hasan directly.
Yeah, no, I got you. Don't worry. Hell yeah, brothers! Stavi in Fresno. No one has ever been excited to be in Fresno.
Tomorrow we got tickets to the late show.
Yeah,
still available. First show sold out. We got a couple for the late show if you're in Fresno, and then for some reason, my agents put me in Bakersfield the next day. It is not. I'll be honest with you guys. I am not selling a fucking ticket in Bakersfield. It's gonna be half empty,
bro.
So if you're in Bakersfield, come through.
Bakersfield heads free meth if you go to the Bakersfield show.
But after that, we're going to Phoenix and Vegas, and then next at the second half of the tour, Chicago, Minneapolis, Nashville. We're going to a lot of cool places. Stavi.biz, folks.
Shitting on Bakersfield.
Oh, it's going to suck dick. I'm fully prepared for that. But.
I thought someone said, oh shit, I thought Bakersfield would be sold out.
Nah, dude.
There's
it ain't. Let me tell you this right now. It ain't fucking sold out. They put that, I feel like might just put that there to humble me, to remind me.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you can have a great show in LA, but you're going to go get your teeth kicked in fucking Bakersfield.
I'm sure you'll make it work.
It'll be fun. It actually will be fun.
But switching gears away from the tour real quick, we're going to talk about Mahmoud Khalil.
Okay.
I don't know if you know who this person is, but
I think I saw what happened.
Yeah,
where they just completely, they completely just fucking disappeared a guy.
Yeah.
He had a green card, right?
Yeah, so Mahmoud Khalil is a Columbia University student who is a
I love freedom.
Who
I
has
love
a green card.
It's cool. It's cool that protesting, these cocksuckers that we're talking about, it's so pathetic. Everyone was talking about, and I get so pissed at fucking comedians who were pretending that like Trump was going to be the free speech candidate. You fucking morons! And now they're just fucking black bagging essentially a guy who was protesting. It's fucking pathetic.
Yeah. And it's like, what's been crazy about it so far is that they broke in. Initially, they thought that he was on a student visa,
right? Yeah.
And then they were like, "Oh, he has a green card, actually." Fuck it, black bag him regardless. They didn't tell his lawyer or his wife, who is an American citizen, who's 8 months pregnant.
Oh my god.
Whether or not, where he was, where his whereabouts were. They immediately took him out of the state into New Jersey, and then quickly sent him to Louisiana because they judge shop, and there's like a judge there that they consider is more, racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, oh, Louisiana judges will allow us to deport him.
Yeah.
Apparently, they also threatened to arrest his wife, and that sort of thing. There was another student protester, a student activist who's with the UAW, that they also tried to nab as well in the process. But they basically kidnapped this guy. Okay. And what's been interesting about this is they're not even like trying to make up a good reason for why they did it. And they're just simply saying like, nah, he's he was protesting Israel. That's not allowed.
Which is fucking nuts, dude.
Which is fucking insane. Exactly.
This is the point where it's like, we can't even pretend anymore. This is fucking straight up. We're not on the route to fascism. This is it. And if they're not even pretending, it's almost worse to not try and have, like, at least George Bush would pretend there was some legal reason to torture people. At least Dick Cheney would get on the phone and be like, tell them it's for this reason. Now they're just like, no, we can fucking do it.
Yeah.
We're so fucked, dude.
Completely psychotic. And their defense of it has been like abysmal overall, where there's reporting that's coming out that, first of all, they're talking to the Free Press. White House official told the Free Press, which is Barry Weiss's institution.
That's great. That dumb bitch called it the Free Press.
Yeah.
The not lying newspaper.
Yeah, which, you know, so free, where they actively work to you know, if you're anyone of Arab descent, their entire goal is to make sure that you never get a job ever again.
Damn, dude.
So White House official told the Free Press that the basis for targeting Khalil is being used as a blueprint for investigations against other students.
Other students for protesting in fucking America. You pieces
not
of
even
shit.
Protesting in America, not even against America, by the way, against a fucking foreign country, which is psychotic. Anyway, Khalil is a threat to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States, said the official, noting that this calculation was the driving force behind the arrest. The allegation here is not that he was breaking the law. So they openly are just saying, like, they're openly admitting he's not even breaking the law. We just don't like that he is critical of Israel.
That's fucking nuts, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, this is fucking crazy.
Yeah, and the State Department has not publicly disclosed the specific evidence on which it based its decision to order the arrest of Khalil, who is a green card holder. The INA provision explicitly says people shall not be excludable or subject to restrictions or conditions on entry into the United States because of their past, current, or expected belief statements or associations, if such belief statements or associations will be lawful within the United States, but it allows for an exception. If the Secretary of State personally determines that the alien's admission would compromise...
Personally?
Yeah.
Who made this cock? Who is it? Is it Rubio?
Well, I mean, I guess they're just like giving a lot of extra power to the head of the State Department if they are like, yeah, this one guy, I don't like his fucking vibes.
That's nuts.
Yeah. And the Board of Immigration Appeals has said that under the provision the State Department is using to detain Khalil, a letter from the Secretary of State conveying the Secretary's determination that an alien's presence in this country would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States.
Just off vibes?
Yeah. Just off fucking vibes in general.
This is fucking nuts, dude.
Yeah. And it's I mean, it's pretty. Republican calls Sarah McBride miss. Okay, we're not going to talk about that right now. Okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're also being transphobic, but just wait. Let me focus on this real quick. But yeah, it is. I think it's a wild admission. This is from Zateo News. That they're just actively saying like he didn't do anything. He didn't like violate any crimes whatsoever. 13 representatives have signed they've come out and made a statement officially saying
13. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know why.
That's
14.
fucking nuts.
But they closed it apparently before they could release it. I don't know why it's not like an open petition.
This is fucking pathetic. If the Democrats can't even do this.
Because like AOC and stuff were not on this. The 14 Congress members who signed the letter. But like there are Representative AOC's chief of staff confirms that the letter was still open. She would sign it. But basically, yeah, 14 of the 535 voting members of Congress, including Palestinian American Representative Rashida Tlaib, have signed a letter calling on the Trump administration to immediately release Mahmoud Khalil. They warned the administration's illegal actions set a dangerous precedent and shred constitutional rights to free speech and due process.
Yeah, hell yeah.
This is like what I find very interesting about this is that like obviously one of the things that like AIPAC and the Israel lobby does very well is basically, you know, move in the direction of like violating Constitution, like the First Amendment, for example. But they don't do it like this outwardly.
Yeah.
Even though like they've quietly been able to lobby Congress and state representatives to basically to make it illegal to protest against Israel in like 36 states at this point, which is crazy. Whenever I talk to any American, doesn't matter what their opinions are, motherfuckers who think like all Arabs are strapped with a TNT to their vest. When I say that, they go, "What the fuck do you mean it's illegal to protest the state of Israel in 30 plus states?" So it's one of those things that like AIPAC gets away with because they do it quietly. This right here directly is happening in broad daylight. Like this very obvious shredding of the First Amendment and numerous other laws really is happening in broad daylight. And I think that this is going to make people go insane.
Hopefully, that's the scary thing. If this doesn't, what the fuck will?
Yeah. And it's interesting because like the White House is like typing out shalom while they're talking about like this is dude, if you're a Nazi, this is your heyday.
Yeah.
Okay. You literally are just like, see everything we've been saying.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got the White House writing shalom when they're talking about fucking deporting an American legal permanent resident. Like it's psychotic. You know what I mean?
Insane, yeah.
It's like,
well, Trump's got to build the fucking Riviera, dude.
Yeah, I think it was Noah who says something like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Noah tweeted about this where he was like, "This is like a David Duke fantasy that the White House is just like actively contributing to." Whereas like, hold on,
it's fucking insane, man.
Yeah, what is this? Where
and just this fucking guy. It's like, first of all, protesting and freedom of speech. It's like you should be. That's the whole point of this fucking country. Is you can say whatever the fuck you want, and the king can't fuck your ass.
You can literally.
That's the whole point.
That's the other side of this. Like, you could literally be like, Hamas is fucking awesome, and
you should be able to do that. That's the whole point of a free society.
Yeah. What are we doing here? Where
and it's like, say Nazi shit. I agree with it, but like the whole point is you should be able to say horrific fucking shit. Not that we're saying this is horrific, but it's like
you can say
protest.
Horrific,
that's the whole fucking point.
Yeah, you can say horrific shit, and then other people can also say horrific shit back to you. But like the federal government is not supposed to literally arrest you. That is the whole point.
The entire idea.
It's not a violation of the First Amendment when like private enterprise decides like, oh, you can't fucking, say this or whatever. It's shitty, and it certainly covers back speech in the avenues where you can use your speech, right? But you can't as long as the federal government doesn't go, hey, we're throwing you in jail for saying this, and it's a thing that I don't like you saying, then, that's still technically in defense of the First Amendment. We've completely dropped that. Yeah, tamping down on anti-Semitism by cutting NIH funding, National Institute of Health funding, and explicitly saying it's because of Israel is something David Duke came up with.
For real. Yes. Yeah. And now when everything gets worse, they have that they're setting up a couple boogeymen right now.
Yeah. And and this is happening at a time when like obviously people are not too fond of Israel to begin with. Like even Republicans are not super hot on Israel, and they're like the one group that remains that is like unconditionally dick riding Israel into oblivion, like the evangelicals, right?
Right, because they think God can only come back when Jews control that part. Like it's so nuts how much of our foreign policy.
It's like fucking anime.
It's
like,
fucking stupid, dude.
Yeah.
But yes, I do agree.
But they're them like slapping fucking shalom every time they do some shit like this.
Why are they doing that?
That's
nuts.
Like I don't understand it. I genuinely don't. I think he's just like they're just flexing, I guess. They don't give a fuck if like people see this and go, oh my God, this is like incredibly this is it. Jews are actually control the White House. Like,
is that literally the fucking plan? I don't understand this shit.
Yeah.
This is fucking nuts, dude. This shit has gone quick. These motherfuckers are not wasting any fucking time.
Yeah. But one of the other sides of this is that like the Democrats looking at the situation that will absolutely not just stay to like, people of Arab descent, but will extend to,
of course,
anti-Zionist Jews as well. And then all minority groups eventually, when they feel like different groups are fucking being annoying to the Trump administration, are doing a horrible job fighting against this. Look at this shit. This is what Chuck Schumer's response was, which is psychotic. Like, this is the most psychotic response of all time.
The fact that it's 3 paragraphs.
Well,
the fact that it's not, this is insane, or just something is crazy.
Yeah. He Felix had some choice words for it, which I'll get to in a second. Okay. But he goes, I abhor many of the opinions and policies of Mahmoud Khalil.
That's where we start, you fucking piece of shit. You start with talking about him being a fucking asshole?
Yeah.
Are you fucking out of your mind?
This guy's a real terrorist.
Oh my fucking
Trump
God.
is right. He has hurt the feelings of Israel. And
therefore, my fucking God, we're so fucked. It's insane.
Yeah,
dude.
and have made my criticisms of the anti-Semitic actions at Colombia loudly known.
Anti-Semitism in the first fucking sentence? When a guy gets fucking disappeared in America?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Mr. Khalil is also a legal permanent resident here, and his wife, who's 8 months pregnant, is an American citizen. While he may well be in violation of various campus rules regarding how the protests were conducted last year, that is a matter for the university to pursue.
Oh my God. Like, this motherfucker went beyond states' rights and went university rights.
Yeah.
This is a matter for the universities.
It's also fucking psychotic because, like, none of what he's saying is correct.
Yeah.
Like, the entire purpose for why the student activists chose Mahmoud Khalil to represent them is because he is like the most balanced. Like, he doesn't like pop off or say anything that could be misconstrued. Like, a lot of student activists have been very good at messaging discipline in an effort
But it
to not
doesn't
give
fucking
any
matter.
sort of
It
yeah,
doesn't
in an
fucking
effort not to
matter.
give any sort of fucking leeway to like people claiming that they're being anti-Semitic. And what's incredibly frustrating is, and I know this fucking personally, obviously, from all of the people that claim that I'm also a vicious, rabid anti-Semitic Islamist fundamentalist, Hamas, Hezbollah supporter, or whatever the fuck, is that you don't have to really say anything. All you have to say is that you're against Israel, that you are anti-Israel, that you're an anti-Zionist, and that's all it takes for these guys. But at this stage, they're not even trying to fucking clip chimp my man. They're just basically saying no, he's a vicious anti-Semite. But also, he shouldn't be deported.
But like the fact that this is the opposition,
Yeah.
the opposition, like this motherfucker should be saying how this is illegal and that Trump should get arrested if they do this. That's like, they should be talking about how they're tearing up the Constitution, not starting with talking about how bad student protesting is for Israel. It's so fucking
how
pathetic.
there's like validity.
Even if you believe that, right? Even if you fucking believe that, it's like your job is to fucking provide some kind of opposition to these people. And no matter what you do, you're not allowed to fucking just kidnap a permanent resident. You're not allowed to do it to anyone, theoretically, but definitely not a guy who's here on fucking, legally.
On a green card. And he's then he goes
So
on to talk
fucking
about, like, I've
pathetic,
encouraged
man.
them to be much more robust in how they combat anti-Semitism, maintain harassment-free campus that protects the safety and security of Jewish and other students. The Trump administration's DHS must articulate any criminal charges or facts that would justify his detention.
Oh my God!
Give us a reason, please.
Please, Daddy. Please don't let me be. Please.
Give us a reason as to why you blackbagged this dude beyond the fact that you don't like his vibes.
Oh
Which
my
I agree.
God.
I don't like his
And
vibes
he's
either.
a weird guy. He's giving me the ick.
Yeah, I don't like his vibes either, but like, please tell me why it's appropriate.
This is so fucking
Please tell me
pathetic,
why it's
man.
appropriate to fucking blackbag this guy.
We want to suck your cock. Can you just fluff it for us, Mr. Trump?
Like,
I'd love to choke on your nuts.
Unacceptable levels of capitulation. It's just like completely psychotic.
God, I fucking hate. I hate.
If the administration cannot prove he has violated any criminal law, justified taking the severe action, and is doing it for the opinions he's expressed, then that is wrong. It took
That's
3
the wrong
paragraphs.
part.
It took 3 paragraphs to get to like, oh, it's just wrong to detain him. Like, this is literally worse than if Chuck Schumer just like stood quietly.
For sure.
They are violating the First Amendment protections we all enjoy. You should drop this wrong-headed action.
I mean, if this isn't proof that the Democratic Party's done, I don't know what the fuck
Yeah.
is.
Felix
They're
said-
just completely done.
Yeah, to which Felix responded, I've seen a lot of very qualified defenses of Mahmoud Khalil from libertarians who are opposing this solely on legal grounds. And Coulter had a fucking better statement about Mahmoud Khalil than Chuck Schumer.
Pathetic.
Okay? How
Pathetic.
fucking psychotic. Like, Ann Coulter
Fucking
was like,
pathetic.
Ann Coulter literally came out and was like, I've never seen a motherfucker I don't want deported.
Yeah.
I
I love
I
deporting.
flick my bean to
I
deportations.
love when fucking other ethnicities leave America.
Like, she literally was like, but it seems like this is just because he's against Israel. Like, that's what she said. It's crazy. None of them took this much time to express how much of a supposed anti-Semitic rule breaker they find him, as Chuck Schumer does here. Fucking astounding. The other side of the story, of course, is that a member of Chuck Schumer's caucus, obviously, the recipient of a heart attack, brain concussion gun that turned him conservative and pro-Israel, John Fetterman, worked with a sex offender to effectively enact the most restrictive and draconian speech laws in the entire Western world. One of the people involved in the kidnapping of Khalil was Ross Glick. Have you seen this fucking guy?
No.
Brace has been around him in the past. He's like some rabid freak from an organization called Beitar that openly and actively say they're Kahanas, which is like used to be considered a terror group by fucking Israel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
my God.
That's how fucking freak like these dudes are, that even the Israeli state was like, we love killing Palestinians, but you
Like,
guys
come
are a
on,
little
guys,
too
chill.
invested. Yeah. And this fucking neo-Nazi terrorist, okay, that does like that actively and openly does this like doxing operation that is now saying that they're working with the Department of Homeland Security to create lists of people that are
my
on
God.
student visas
This is
that
fucking
are
ridiculous,
criticizing
man.
Israel. Like, that's what they're doing. You got these rabid ultra-Zionist freaks creating lists of people with names to go and tell the fucking fascist government who to deport, How do you not see the irony in this as an organization that calls themselves a Jewish organization? Like, how do you not put two and two together?
Governments of the state knocking on doors and saying, any Palestinians here?
Yeah.
Any Palestinians on visas here? And the fact that they're like, even those guys are like, well, at least they have to have visas.
Yeah.
Like, that's what's crazy. Like, this guy it's on a fucking green card.
Yeah, and he appears to have a close working relationship with Senator John Fetterman. Ross Glick, a pro-Israel activist who previously shared a list of campus protesters with federal immigration authorities, said that he was in Washington, D.C. for meetings with members of the Congress during the Barnard Library demonstration and discussed Khalil with aides to Senator Ted Cruz and John Fetterman, who promised to escalate the issue. He said that some members of Colombia's board also had reported Khalil to officials. This unfolded very quickly because it was obvious, Glick said in an interview Monday. Everybody was upset. He recalled of his meetings in the Hill. The guy was making it too easy for us. Yeah.
So fucking ridiculous, man.
His website prominently features a fake legal notice informing visitors that he is not a convicted sex criminal. Yeah. Public notice and legal warning. Upon information and belief, false and defamatory statements against Ross Glick have been posted online in various sources such as New York Post and Palestinian News Network.
The New York Post.
Yeah, the New York Post is
The New
against
York
this guy.
Post says this guy's a fucking pervert.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Well, it takes one to know one. You know what I mean? Like they were just jealous of his revenge porn operation.
Was
they
that what
like,
he's doing?
Yeah.
What a piece of shit, man.
Yeah, this is the New York Post article. The disturbing story behind New York City's revenge porn perpetrators.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
Ross Glick.
I mean, he looks like such a piece of shit.
Yeah. Cool stuff overall. The Baytar USA account is insane. No, I know. They are just like, our wars with Gaza, not Hamas, the people of Gaza. It's crazy.
Just saying it, man.
Oh, yeah. No, they just, and the Department of Homeland Security is working with them. Like, at the behest of a foreign nation. Like, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing?
This is so fucking pathetic. This is so fucking like, aren't they smashing the turbo button a little too fast? Doesn't it feel like they're gonna run out of NOS pretty soon?
What I don't understand is how these dummies have deluded themselves into thinking that these guys who keep saying America was founded on Judeo-Christian values are not going to turn around and be like, just kidding. It's just founded on Christian values, dumbass. Like, what do you think happens to you in that situation? You know what I mean?
Something cool.
They're going to be like, ooh, let's seize the assets of all these wealthy Jews. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's coming. That's the next step here. And it's so weird that these dudes are like, nah, we'll be fine. Like,
yeah, I mean,
it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, I just think, are they even thinking about that? Or are they just like, we have an opportunity to finally steal Gaza. You know what I mean? Like, to kill everyone. Like, are they even thinking about that?
Yeah.
Or do they just think like, eye on the prize, let's, you know, especially these Baytar fucking freaks. Are they like, let's finish this genocide? We'll
they're a
figure it out.
501c3 registered nonprofit that takes tax-deductible donations, by the way.
Blood in God. We demand, I mean, these are fucking
and this is in response to, these are the names of the Palestinian babies Israel killed before they reached their first birthday. Unfortunately, it's likely an undercount. And they're like, no, we want more of it. We want more baby blood.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Dude. I can't think of a worse way to just look at like thousands of years of anti-Semitic propaganda.
Yeah.
Like Baytar coming out and being like, no, we love drinking the blood of children.
It's so fucked
is
up.
like an insane fucking way to operate. Like, it just doesn't make any sense when you're just saying like, nah, all the blood libel actually that has fucking historically caused pogroms we are going to take ownership over it and say it's real. We're doing it.
We're going to treat it like the N-word and reclaim it. We're going to treat it like it's going to be cool to do it now.
It is straight up. It is straight the fuck up. Like, just the purest fantasies of a David Duke style person to behave like this. And the administration is leaning into it, which is also wild.
Yeah. It's not even like, you know, sort of like implied support. It's just so hysterically like, oh yeah, we're going to supercharge this. I mean, the AI shit was the AI fucking video.
The AI Gaza video? Yeah. What is this? Free all the hostages have been tortured, starved, raped, beaten, and still in tunnels in Gaza by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. That's what he quote retweeted the Senate Judiciary Democrats with
insane.
2 minutes ago.
What the fuck are we talking about, man?
I hate this fucking
You're a
piece
fucking
of shit.
U.S. senator.
No, he's just Felix calls him the golem.
What did happen to this guy? What happened to him?
He got hit with he had a fucking aneurysm, dude. That's what it is, and it like unironically made him pro-Israel and incredibly fucking conservative.
It's crazy that a fucking
brain damage.
The
dude.
one time a Turk should have won, I guess. I didn't even know anybody's politics. Of course, I was against Dr. Oz for Turkish reasons, and I had no idea what Fetterman stood for. But I guess
probably would have been
even
better.
Dr. Oz would have been better.
Here's House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries' statement on Mahmoud Khalil. Once again, doing the same thing that Chuck Schumer did. Mahmoud Khalil is a legal permanent resident whose wife, an American citizen, is 8 months pregnant. Okay, starts off strong.
Yeah. But still,
to the extent his actions were inconsistent with Columbia University policy and created an unacceptable hostile academic environment for Jewish students and others, there's a serious university disciplinary process that can handle the matter.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck, you fucking idiots?
It's just like, dude, first of all, you have no evidence for this. Like, you're just fucking making shit up, okay? Students protesting at fucking Columbia campus, especially a campus that historically has had to right the wrongs of the way they treated their student protesters who were on the right side of history during the fucking Vietnam War. It is psychotic to turn around and be like, yeah, this time it's actually a severe violation. They should be not deported, but like they should be kicked out of the university. It's like fucking bullshit.
He should be kicked out and maybe go to jail, but this is too much.
Yeah, but in America, in the context of the arrest and detention of Mahmoud Khalil, the DHS must produce facts and evidence of criminal activity.
That's what they're begging for. They're literally like, please.
They're like,
give us an out to support you.
Yeah, please give us a reason for
Even
why.
if you believed this and you were good at politics, you would understand the opportunity you have to make these people look like fascists, which is what they're doing. Even if you were just a cynical politician that was like, that does love Israel, you could be like, well, but we could nail fucking Trump here if we talked about how un-American he is, and we can get libertarians on our, like, but they're not even fucking shrewd enough to do that, or they're too scared. I don't even fucking know.
You know, both parties are unimaginably invested in dick riding Israel into oblivion, and here are the fucking results. You got smarter Republicans who are using the Israel conflation with anti-Semitism as an opportunity to do insane harm, as an opportunity to just completely erode what remains of the fucking First Amendment in this goddamn country. And the Democrats are championing it, or at most, they're basically being like, just do it by process, please, sir.
It's fucking pathetic, dude.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking crazy. Just with no other details, someone who's a legal permanent resident getting disappeared with no fucking information. That's it. We don't need to know anything fucking else. That's insane, and that should fucking scare everybody, dude.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous,
Such
dude.
fucking pussies, man.
Yeah.
We're so fucked. God damn. At least I get to go on my fucking tour bus and watch the Family Guy Freaking Sweet collection on DVD.
Yeah.
That'll help me out. That'll help me chill on my way to Fresno.
Are you out?
I'll give you 10 more minutes, man.
I pissed you off into...
you actually got me to care, and I'm pissed off now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude.
I was in a nice, not really paying attention to the news mode. I had forgotten how bad the world was. I was having fun doing stand-up comedy, and now I'm like, damn. By the time this tour is over, they might fucking deport Eldest for being a white Albanian Muslim.
Yeah. You think they're not coming after the Greeks? Just
No,
wait, bro.
we're too smart. We're
Just
too
you
fucking
wait.
We're
dude.
too fucking smart,
You think
dude.
your Christianity will be a shield for you? Just wait until
I'm a baptized Greek Orthodox Christian. I've renounced Satan.
Just wait until they fucking
Not us,
until they
dude.
come after
We're
the
too
Christians.
sharp.
Yeah.
We're too fucking sharp.
They're gonna say the Greek Orthodox Church is actually fake.
How dare you, man?
Yeah.
How dare you? All right, I gotta piss and get the fuck out of here.
All right.
Thanks, buddy. Good to see you. I'll be back next week, probably.
Everybody. What are you plugging? You got a show. You got some shows still?
Yeah, I have a ton of shows. The tour has just started. This is our second full week. I'm going all over the place. We have Vegas this weekend. We have Fresno, Bakersfield, Phoenix, and then next weekend, I don't fucking know where I'm going. Denver. We have a couple tickets for Denver left. And then, yeah, Oklahoma City, Nashville. Go to my website, stavi.biz. Chicago, Toronto, Montreal, a ton of them. Thank you, guys. You know, don't. Yeah, you know what? I won't say anything that might get the stream in trouble, but you know, I'm feeling a little feisty after this news. But
yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks, buddy.
All right. Stavros Halkias, everybody. Let's Start a Cult is now also on Hulu. That's right. All right. You need help with the, hold on, I'll help you with the fucking door. Noise gate is top notch. Yeah, you already know, baby. All right, back to full cam. Please address the rat man calling vandalism terrorism, please. I already did. It's ridiculous. Hold on. Let me, yeah, I had to kiss him goodbye. All right. Getting back to the Colombia protests and the immigration arrest that took place, the ridiculous arrest that took place right now.
Immigration arrest of a former student activist at one of the country's elite universities is causing an uproar. A judge has ordered that Mahmoud Khalid should stay in the U.S. until a court hearing tomorrow. Khalil is a Palestinian from Syria with a green card, allowing him to live in the United States. He's accused.
What? It's all muted? You're still muted? Dog, I think you're muted. My man accidentally, wait, I'm silly. My Twitch was muted. That's so funny. Oh, that's hilarious, dude.
Of anti-Semitic activity in last year's student-led protests that paralyzed the Columbia University campus.
I gotta pee.
Lilia Luciano has more.
Where is Mahmoud Khalil now?
Protests erupted in New York City Monday after last weekend's arrest of Columbia University activist Mahmoud Khalil.
Our movement is very, very large.
Khalil, who was a graduate student at the School of International and Public Affairs, was a prominent voice among the pro-Palestinian protests on campus last year. He had been briefly suspended for his role in the demonstrations before the school reversed its decision. Trump administration officials have said Khalil was arrested in support of the president's executive order tying his participation in the protest, which demanded that the university divest from Israel and called for the end of the war in Gaza with alleged anti-Semitism and support for Hamas.
Any resident alien who commits a crime is eligible for deportation.
But Khalil's attorneys say their client was wrongfully detained, saying federal agents incorrectly thought he was in the U.S. on a student visa, then arrested him anyway after learning he was a lawful permanent resident and were preparing to deport him until a judge temporarily blocked the order. Ramzi Qasim is a member of Khalil's legal team.
The Department of State and the Secretary of State do not have the power to revoke green cards. Only an immigration court can do that. Mr. Khalil has committed no crime.
Fellow protesters who know him deny Khalil did anything wrong. How did you meet him?
Being in the encampment, I met him several times, and he's just a very sweet guy, soft-spoken. I see him equally supporting Palestinian students, Arab students, Jewish students.
And student protesters told us Khalil's arrest has already had a chilling effect on free speech.
We've been really over-monitoring ourselves and our speech right now. Trying our best to just make sure it's not hurting any of our peers who are immigrants in any capacity.
According to ICE's detainee locating system, Khalil is being held at a detention facility in Louisiana. His lawyers, who say it's very unusual for him to be moved to another state, have filed a motion for him to be returned to New York.
Yeah, for the record, they did move him to another state exclusively because they were judge shopping and they knew that the Louisiana judge would be easier on the erroneous claims being made. That's why they sent him down to Louisiana, for the record. The entire purpose of this process is to create a chilling effect on speech. That's it. That's it. They want to stop you from protesting against Israel. They can't, but they will try to do everything in their power and erode the constitutional protections in the process to try to stop people from saying Israel is bad or Israel's in the wrong. We see smaller versions of this in the deplatforming efforts against all pro-Palestinian content creators from people who shamelessly defend Israel. I'll obviously be covering that in a second. Noah Samson, the YouTubers who backed the genocide, is his latest video, which I think covers all this stuff in a very decent way. But the denaturalization is like the last step of this process, where I feel like the first step of the process is one, lying, consistently smearing anti-Zionist activists and claiming falsely that they are anti-Semitic. Okay, and then the second part of the process is to then go after some of the easier targets, like people that have less legal protections overall, something that can tie along with the agenda of the administration that's coming in. For example, immigration. So then you go after student activists that are on a student visa. Asman was going hard and demanding everyone to support this deportation and keep saying it's because he supports a terrorist org. Yeah, Asmongold is a fucking idiot who doesn't understand the genuine consequences of this. This is a direct violation of First Amendment, of the First Amendment. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Asmongold thinks a real violation of the First Amendment and free speech rules is when video game titties are 3 pixels smaller. Okay, I'm sorry if you're getting your nose from this person. You're a fucking moron. All right, that is one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard from any human being. The idea that we should deport people that have offended the sensibilities of the apartheid state, a fucking whole ass foreign nation, is ridiculous. No one, and I mean no one, who stands and defends this policy that the Trump administration is trying to implement and will most likely fail to implement can ever turn around and say that they're fucking pro free speech ever again. We already knew that nobody was really for free speech, but this is the most obvious instance of a violation of these principles. It's not when video game titties are smaller. It's when the federal government tries to implement criminal penalties for you exercising your fucking speech. That is a real violation. Doing it at the behest of Israel is also incredibly insane.
New York. His wife, a U.S. citizen who is 8 months pregnant, said in a statement that she wants him free, so he is, quote, holding my hand in the delivery room as we welcome our first child into this world. Gail.
Lilia, thank you.
More protests are expected today over the Trump administration's attempt to deport a pro-Palestinian activist. Mahmoud Khalid is accused of anti-Semitic activity for his role in helping lead demonstrations at Columbia University last year. ICE agents took him into custody over the weekend, and a federal judge blocked his deportation, at least for now, with a court hearing set for tomorrow. CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano joins me here in Studio 55. Good to see you. So he has a green card. What is the Trump administration saying about trying to revoke it?
Well, first, the Trump administration has said that they revoked his green card. I talked to attorneys, including one of his attorneys, who say that DHS does not have the authority to do that, that there needs to be a process, that there needs to be a court hearing, and that's in part what's leading to this hearing tomorrow. His attorneys are also very concerned about the fact that he was moved from New York to Louisiana. I asked what he used to.
Are you referring to revoking a green card as denaturalization? No, denaturalization is the process in which someone who either had a green card and became a naturalized citizen, or someone who was a natural-born U.S. citizen loses their citizenship status. A green card is technically not denaturalization. The revoking of a green card is technically not denaturalization because you are not a naturalized citizen. The point of a green card is that you will eventually become a naturalized citizen, and you will be able to vote and things of that nature. There's a couple additional protections that you get as a naturalized U.S. citizen. Okay, are you scared, Hasan? No, I'm not fucking scared. I'm not. And stop asking me if I'm fucking scared, okay? This is not about me. You have to understand. Like, me withstanding anti-Semitic smears, like smears that I'm anti-Semitic or pro-terrorism or whatever, is not the same as someone with very little legal protections being deported for being made into like the first victim of this fucking fascist administration. There's a long way to go until they go to a fucking rich Twitch streamer. All right. It's not, I don't find it appropriate to talk about my own situation. No. And I'm not fucking scared. Everyone can suck my dick. If I was afraid, I wouldn't be talking about Israel all the goddamn time. If I was afraid, I wouldn't be talking shit about this administration. There's a lot more money to fucking make sitting around and talking about how apolitical and how centrist I am, and then glaze everything that the Trump administration is doing. Plenty of people do exactly that. Okay? You were born here. What is the chat saying? Yeah, there's also that too. Yeah. Even if there was more threats being made that against me that I don't voluntarily reveal to you, because that's just background noise, that still has not shaken my confidence and has not changed my commentary. Okay? And it's not from, this platform in general. I'm not talking about being potentially deplatformed.
Suspect that explains that, and they said that it happened immediately after he filed a petition for a release, given that he is a green card holder, given that he has not been charged or convicted with any crimes, and they feel like that might have been retaliatory or perhaps seeking a more friendly jurisdiction. So far, the Department of Homeland Security has talked about his activities, or called his activities, as aligned to Hamas, which of course is designed a terrorist organization. So what they're saying is his activities on campus. I have been trying to find, and there have been many publications of and videos of his activities, and I haven't, heard or seen. And
even if he did, like, that's what's also fucking insane. Even if he was like, Hamas is awesome and I love those guys, you think it's appropriate to fucking revoke the green card of a legal permanent resident? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? What are we talking about? That's ridiculous. It's completely fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. And I'll tell you the inverse of this that is not happening. You know who is unironically running around with a green card, harassing students and actually violating the law openly in broad daylight? Shy fucking Davide. That motherfucker has a green card too. He's an Israeli citizen with a green card. Okay? And he also happened to have all of his wishes be addressed by the Department of Homeland Security. Shy David is a green card holder. He has actually openly and actively violated the law. He has harassed a bunch of women of color, students. Is he getting fucking deported? No. Get the fuck out of here. You got a serial stalker and harasser who is routinely trying to dox people and routinely going after students as a person with power inside of this goddamn, oh my God, it's not that big of a deal, holy. Wait, what? It's not that big of a deal that the Trump administration... Wait, first of all, from the fact that you just said holy, I suspect that you are a dumbass fucking Bonercelli sex pestiny orbiter, okay? Oh, holy, it's not that big of a deal. I thought you guys hated Donald Trump. Now you like Donald Trump because he's going after fucking... I unban you. You can respond to it. Now you like Donald Trump because he's going after fucking student activists that are pro-Palestine? Is that what's going on? What happened? What happened to your fucking political convictions? You think this administration is not eventually going to come after your fucking loser ass too? Refresh and ban. That was the most easy rage bait ever. Sick, dude. That's crazy. Man. Your favorite content creator had to hire Prince Andrew and Danny Masterson's lawyers to go after credible accusers that have been victimized by him. And you're over here in here fucking going, I just did la rage bait, not realizing that, like, this shit will inevitably come back to you as well, okay? If you think this is a good thing, you are out of your fucking mind. If you think that this is not going to inevitably impact you, you are the dumbest person on the fucking planet. La rage bait. I shit my pants and now everyone says I'm stinky. What a funny rage bait that I engaged in. I've made a fool of myself. Like, we're over here talking about a fascist administration blackbagging someone for the crime of protesting against a foreign nation, and you're over here being like, no, it's la rage bait time. The Reddit meme. Ugh. Anyway, Trump administration actively is going to be setting up fucking death camps, and these guys will still be trying to get an own on their sex pest content creators, like least favorite content creator. We did it. I'm on my way to the death camps right now, but at least I epically owned this person. Anyway, here's a funny thing that happened. Donald Trump literally doing a QVC ad for Tesla. It has the Tesla pricing on his fucking notes, dude. How crazy. There is zero tolerance for acts of vandalism against Tesla. Ro Khanna, quote, retweeted, end wokeness. Oh my God, the Democrats are, I can't imagine how much lower they can be than the position that they're in currently. There is zero tolerance for acts of vandalism against Tesla. Spraying the words Nazi cars or lighting fire to a dealership and charges is wrong, period. All Democrats should condemn it. Like, what you choose to focus your time and effort on matters, okay? Like, obviously, my expectation is not for a Democratic congressperson to be like, it's awesome to burn Teslas. Like, obviously, they're not going to say that. But there's no reason for you to take ownership over this and then, go out to be like, oh, it's really messed up. Like, yeah, we get it, dude. It's obviously fucking illegal. Like, why are you even spending any time talking about this? For what it's worth, some of those photos aren't even from the United States. That account isn't really a level actor. Yeah, this is what the Democrats should be doing. Ugly ass truck. I hate this. They have nothing. They have nothing to... They have no dog in this. They just have no dog in them. They have no interest in fighting back. There's nothing. They just constantly turn around and get owned by the stupid ass. They constantly turn around and get owned by the dumbest people on the fucking planet, the Republican Party, as they actively make things worse for everyone.
Asked people who protested with him, colleagues, any addresses to support Hamas or any kind of crime where they show that he's tied to Hamas. We're still waiting to hear from the government what exactly it is that they're alleging, because if it is just the act of protesting, what I've heard from multiple faculty members and students is that this was actually a person who wasn't leading the protest, but was actually a negotiator between the administration.
As in, he was the guy that the administration talked to. Obviously, the administration knows better than anybody else. If they had any reasonable grounds to, like, kick him out of the school, they would have fucking taken it. They specifically went after someone with a completely clear reputation, okay? That is deliberate. It is just as deliberate as, like, the ADL, for example, not spending any fucking time on the likes of Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian, but coming after someone like myself. The reason why they do that is because that is the person that they're actually afraid of the most. A person that is not anti-Semitic, but anti-Zionist. That's it. And the reason why they're doing this is because, listen, we're taking out dudes from this country and revoking their citizenship even if they haven't done anything anti-Semitic, which still would have been ridiculous if he had done something anti-Semitic, and having them revoke their citizenship is psychotic, okay? Deportation is an inherently violent act. The crime has to match the violence that they are subjected to. The punishment has to fit the crime. You can't just be like, I don't like what you're saying, you're done. That's fucking Nazi shit.
And the student protesters. And so it seems like his role was actually in trying to keep the peace, not inflaming the discourse.
So on one hand, the Constitution of the United States under the First Amendment protects freedom of speech, even for people who protest the government's actions. But in the past, there have been instances of cases that have gone to the Supreme Court where prosecutors, federal prosecutors, have argued that people who are, for example, communists, or people who are anarchists and who are not American citizens, but who are here legally in the country, have been deported over those activities. But as you state,
yeah, that's also insane, by the way. The fuck do you mean? By the way, not for Nazis. He's not wrong. It is in the law. If you have taken a citizenship test or whatever, or if you've actually filed any fucking forms for immigration paperwork, yes, the American government still to this goddamn day, it's way before the Patriot Act, by the way, the American government still to this day will ask you if you have ever maintained any sympathies towards communism. Yeah. It's a McCarthyist remnant. It's a McCarthyist relic. Communist Control Act of 1954. For those of you who don't fucking know, this is why I always say freedom of speech only goes in one direction. Yeah. The Communist Control Act is an American law signed by President Dwight Eisenhower that outlaws the Communist Party of the United States and criminalizes membership in or support of the party of the or communist action organizations, defines evidence to be considered by a jury in determining participation in the activities, planning actions, objectives, and purposes of such organizations. If you want to understand why the American people are so fucking reactionary and so insanely fucking anti-communist, this is the reason. The government has been against communism in ways that they would never be against Nazis in perpetuity. Okay? Yeah. Emma Goldman was a Lithuanian-born anarchist revolutionary, political activist, and writer. She played a pivotal role in the development of anarchist political philosophy in North America and Europe in the first half of the 20th century. Here, where is it? Sexuality, state, capitalism, and labor. As the events preceding World War II began to unfold in Europe, Goldman reiterated her position to wars waged by governments. Much as I loathe Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, Franco, she wrote, I would not support a war against them of the democracies in which last analysis, typical anarchist, by the way. Where the fuck? Sacco and Vanzetti is another example. Yeah. Goldman found it difficult to acclimate to the German leftist community in Berlin. Communists despised their outspokenness about Soviet repression. Typical anarchist. But where the fuck is it? Yeah, deportation hearing in October 27, 1919. Goldman refused to answer questions about her beliefs on the grounds that her American citizenship invalidated any attempt to deport her under the Anarchist Exclusion Act, which could be enforced only against non-citizens of the U.S. She presented a written statement instead. Today, so-called aliens are deported. Tomorrow, Native Americans will be banished. Already, some patrioteers are suggesting that Native American sons to whom democracy is a sacred ideal should be exiled. Goldman and Berkman were released from prison during the United States Red Scare of 1919 to 1920, when public anxiety about wartime pro-German activities had expanded into the pervasive fear of Bolshevism and the prospect of an imminent radical revolution. Now, I don't agree with all of her perspectives. She is an anarchist, after all. Having said that, I think like deportation is fucking insane. Understand that America has always had an anti-communist, anti-Bolshevik attitude. America has always been actively and openly anti-communist, anti-anarchist. But in the second Red Scare era, this came down. The Communist Control Act of 1954. Created during the period of the second Red Scare, the act was one of many bills drafted with the intention of protecting the American government from the threat allegedly posed by international communists. During this time, some argued that the pursuit of subversive aims, even by peaceful means, should have been outlawed. Thus, many opposed communism because of its explicitly declared and historically demonstrable goal to undermine liberal democracy. In the words of Ernest von Den Haag, there was no place in democracy for those who want to abolish it, even with a peaceful vote. The Communist Control Act was originally proposed as an amendment to the Internal Security Act of 1950, which is sought to combat the spread of communism in labor unions. Apart from its secondary focus, which it's still to this day illegal. It is still to this day illegal for a labor union leader to be a out and about communist. Apart from its secondary focus, which concentrated on the illegality of communist front organizations, i.e. labor unions, the bill was drafted with the intention of tackling the root of pro-communist sentiment in the United States, the Communist Party. In its second section, the CCA of 1954 portrayed the Communist Party as an agency of a hostile foreign power. The party was described as an instrumentality of a conspiracy to overthrow the government and as a clear present and continuing danger to the security of the United States. Incredible stuff. The act made membership of the Communist Party a criminal act and stipulated that all party members would be sanctioned with up to $10,000 in fines or imprisonment for 5 years or both if they failed to register with the U.S. Attorney General as such. Additionally, according to the third section, the Communist Party would be deprived of the rights, privileges, and immunities of a legal body. Do U.S. citizens not learn about McCarthyism? I actually don't know if they do. I don't know. But if you're wondering why even leftists, even card-carrying leftists who consider themselves to be radicals, for example, oftentimes have incredibly reactionary takes, this is the reason why. Because American politics has always been insanely anti-communist. If you are an anti-capitalist of any sort, you are an enemy, okay? That is the way that it's always been presented, and political persecution has happened consistently against any kind of revolutionary figure in this nation. The first Red Scare, the one no one remembers, created J. Edgar Hoover when Attorney General Palmer rounded up and deported every immigrant they could tie to leftism. Like Nixon, Palmer used it to violently separate leftists and black Americans. 1919 was the nadir of U.S. relations. If you want to understand why America doesn't have any sort of like revolutionary sentiment or any sort of class consciousness, it is because of the consistent attacks against any sort of display of communism in this fucking country. Okay? First, they make it illegal. Then you slowly but surely stamp it out over many, many years. And at a certain point, you don't even have to actively use this law that exists because people do it. People do it themselves. On that note, let's get to the YouTubers who backed the genocide by Noah Samson, who made a wonderful video. There's a bunch of TOS in it. I am going to hold on. Let me see. What else? Does anyone have all the TOS notes from the video? Let's get started.
And want to help me make more of them and faster? Consider joining my Patreon. Thanks. About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber YouTube channel H3H3 Productions released a video called Content Nuke Hasan Piker. In this video, the host, YouTuber Ethan Klein, alleges that the political streamer Hasan Piker is an extremist that supports terrorism and terrorist groups.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
Promotes anti-Semitism and is radicalizing his viewers to do the same. He accuses Hasan of being a rape denialist and goes on to accuse him of prolonging what he calls the Israel-Palestine conflict with his radical views.
This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hasan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely.
In this video, Ethan also...
Yeah, no, it's people like me that prolong the conflict, for sure.
Criticizes Twitch, the platform that Hasan streams on, accusing the company of having a systemic problem of anti-Semitism. He cites the company's open support of Hasan, its sponsorship of a live event that Ethan claims was anti-Semitic.
I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
And its alleged discrimination against Jews through a recent ban on new account signups from Israel. So I'm going to tip my hand a bit here and say at the outset that this video is quite possibly the worst video I've ever seen. It's plagued with factual errors, misrepresentations, contradictions, and overt pro-Israel Bush-era U.S. State Department propaganda. For a more thorough breakdown of all of this video's problems, I'd recommend the YouTube channel Bad Empanada. He's gone point by point with these and debunked them, many of them months prior to the release of Ethan's video. Hasan himself has also responded to most of these claims also months ago. I will leave these videos linked below in a playlist. Given the existence of these...
Like, one should ask themselves, like, how I had the foresight to be able to debunk stuff that came out in a video months prior to the video coming out. How was I able to do that? Can I see the future? Is that what's going on here? That I'm capable of seeing the fucking future? Like, I knew what the new contents were going to look like? This is a question that has been on my mind. Like, how do defenders of Ethan Klein at this stage not realize that? Did they watch the video addressing? Did they watch the video of mine addressing Ethan Klein's content nuke 3 months or 4 months before the content nuke ever came out? Because if they did, they would recognize that a lot of the stuff that he is pointing to in his content nuke, which I like to call content puke, were addressed already. Did Ethan not know that they were addressed already? Did he do any research on the matter? Does he care about the truth? Does he care about my actual perspective? Or was his goal to simply tar and feather and viciously smear a very vocal advocate for Palestinian emancipation?
These dozens of other responses. I'm not here to repeat their arguments. You can just go watch them. No, the real reason I'm talking about Ethan's video today is less about what he says in it and more about what he doesn't say, the things he chooses to leave out. Save for a passing mention of an outdated, vastly underestimated death toll of Palestinians in Gaza, Ethan omits the
I sent that video to my girlfriend's brother, and he said he didn't address most of the points and said you just spent most of the time saying you weren't anti-Semitic. Okay, well, that's insane.
Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give any specifics about what Israel is doing there. And this is an issue for a few reasons, but mainly all of the points he raises are directly tied to the Gaza genocide. The main targets of this video are some of the only groups in the world that have violently resisted Israel's genocide, and the few figures in independent media that are willing to tell the Palestinian side of the story. By leaving out the broader context, Ethan is able to present a false perception to these millions of viewers about the motivations behind the people his video attacks. He's able to frame them as mindless, terrorist-supporting, America-hating anti-Semites, and not what they really are, which is anti-genocide people that are against genocide. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms like atrocity propaganda. There are also more subtle ways like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts through things like burying the lead and lies by omission. All of these tactics are present in Ethan's video and the wider online smear campaign that motivated it, but it's that last thing that I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by by omission. The way Ethan's video is framed seems to imply that Israel's genocide in Gaza is not actually a genocide. He never explicitly uses the term himself, but it's presented as just another thing that's happening in the Middle East that's sad, but ultimately the product of a war. That there are deaths on both sides, and that all we need to have peace is rational dialogue between these two sides. This could not be further from the truth, and to better understand this, we need to talk about Gaza. Thus far, I've been using the term genocide in reference to Israel's actions in Gaza, but it seems like a lot of the people using it on social media here have a general lack of understanding of the gravity of what that term actually means. Genocide isn't just bad thing that's happening where people are dying. No, that's not what it is. It's a Holocaust. The US-Israeli Holocaust. That's what it should be called. Israel is using everything in its power to eradicate Palestinians from the planet. The fact that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide isn't controversial, not among the experts at least. This is the near universal consensus among top human rights groups and humanitarian organizations operating on the ground in Gaza that Israel is committing genocide, countless war crimes, and crimes against humanity. There is the Amnesty International report, a 300-page report that accused Israel of genocide in Gaza. There was the Human Rights Watch report accusing Israel of crimes against humanity and genocide in Gaza, specifically through the intentional deprivation of access to clean drinking water. The United Nations, Euromed Monitor, Doctors Without Borders, the International Committee of the Red Cross, Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem, various Holocaust scholars, they're all saying the same thing.
I get this sucks and he's unhinged, but I'm getting really tired of this constant talk. Like, we all get it. We understand your opinion on this. Why not just go back to ignoring his crazy ass like you've done for months? I want news, not HasanAbi's updates personally. If you think that this video is entirely about my enemies and an update for it, I think you're missing the major point here. Okay? Noah's video is not about drama. Noah's video is about genocide, about an ongoing genocide, and how supposedly quote-unquote independent media outlets, okay, supposedly independent content creators who sometimes masquerade as apolitical or centrist have actually carried water for the continuation of this and have actively diluted their audience by lying or by omitting key details. Okay, the reason why I'm talking about this also is because this current fucking administration is now moving to deport legal permanent residents and students on student visas by using the fucking same exact smears that these supposedly apolitical, centrist, or even liberal pro-Palestinian content creators are using against people like myself. Okay? It's the exact same method that they're using. They're just saying every student that is against genocide, against apartheid, is actually secretly a vicious anti-Semite and that they must be deported from this country. It is directly related to issues that I'm talking about.
Last year, the International Court of Justice ruled that the case for Israel's genocide in Gaza is plausible. It was a preliminary hearing, and the final rulings on cases of genocide typically take multiple years, but the ICJ issued several provisional measures to prevent the possibility of a genocide taking place, provisional measures which Israel has failed to follow completely. And then there was, of course, the International Criminal Court, who issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who are now wanted international war criminals. Towards the start of his video, Ethan mentions a death toll figure of 40,000 Palestinian people.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have...
40,000 people have been killed. Okay? It's not just Israelis that get killed. Palestinians also get killed. Palestinians have not simply died. Okay? They get murdered. And the number is not 40,000. It's much higher than that.
Have been complete.
This is an important distinction. It's not simply just drama, okay? It is an important distinction because this verbiage, utilizing terms such as this, are important to, like, whether the person using that statement is aware of it or not doesn't even matter. Passive language of this sort is an attempt to pacify the audience that's listening. Okay, if it wasn't so successful, the New York Times would not consistently utilize it.
Completely flattened during this war.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone, with further projections that include indirect deaths in the hundreds of thousands, potentially over 10% of the population of Gaza. Ethan's brief and false citation leaves a lot of other things unmentioned, like how the vast majority of these deaths have been Palestinian civilians, including over 15,000 children. The United Nations described Gaza as a graveyard for children just months into the genocide, and after that, Israel only ramped up its child killing. Ethan does not mention that over 1,200 families have been completely erased from the Gaza civil registry, meaning that every single member of their bloodline has been killed. Nor does he mention that the mass slaughter of these innocent civilians has been intentional. Israel has a long history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. This dates back to the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of over 700,000 Palestinians from their land in 1948, which included the massacre of thousands of civilians. And it's also evident in all of Israel's many previous violent incursions into Gaza specifically. During Operation Cast Lead, starting in late 2008 to 2009, Israel slaughtered about 1,400 Palestinian people. 300 of those were children. During this widespread massacre, Israel ordered people to shelter in schools, so-called humanitarian safe zones, then proceeded to bomb the schools and kill people by the dozens. This practice has continued at an even larger scale in the latest escalation in Gaza.
Firas, my brother Firas, he screams. The
There's
pain
TOS
is
here.
overwhelming as corpses lie by his feet. These are the moments just after an Israeli strike on a school, sheltering thousands of displaced Palestinians.
There's a little baby and his face
During
is
the
bloody.
2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful, Israel fired on the peaceful crowds with sniper rifles, injuring thousands and killing hundreds. The UN reports concluded that Israeli snipers were intentionally targeting children, medics, pregnant women, and disabled people. Israeli snipers later publicly, gleefully recounted their experiences of hunting
42 knees in one day. The IDF said, we know exactly where every single bullet landed after this. They tweeted it out. And then when people were like, what the fuck? So you're saying you deliberately kneecapped Palestinian children who were engaging in an active peaceful protest? They deleted the tweet.
Palestinians for sport, bragging about the number of kneecaps they could shatter. This trend has continued in Israel's latest escalation since October 7th to an extreme degree. IDF snipers are intentionally targeting children for execution by shooting them in the skull and in the heart. Healthcare workers have testified to seeing Israeli drones hovering outside of hospitals, picking off children. That's where they're shooting them and injuring them and then circling back to execute them.
What I think I found particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down.
Please take your time. We're incredibly grateful.
So the drones would come down and pick off civilians, children, and we had description after description. This is not, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day, operating on children who would say, I was lying on the ground after a bomb had dropped, and this quadcopter.
No one is coming after America for killing 400,000. 2 million civilians in the Middle East, blah, blah, war crimes, okay. Why start with Israel? Because you got caught. Embarrassing, right? Only a matter of time. Hell yeah, you're fueling the fire. You spend all day keeping this narrow view and punishing people. Do you think I'm in support of the American invasion of Iraq or Afghanistan? Are you fucking stupid? Are you insane?
Helicopter came down and hovered over me. That's a clearly,
like that viewpoint is so fucking stupid, by the way. It literally is just like, so what if Israel does a little bit of genocide? America gets to do it all the time is an insane way to fucking argue your position. You know what I mean? Saying blah blah war crimes, absolutely psychotic.
A deliberate act, and it was a persistent act, persistent targeting of civilians day after day. We had 1 or 2 mass casualty incidents every day. And that meant 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 seriously injured.
Just hunting Palestinian children for sport. It's pure terrorism. The Israelis also have a history of murdering Palestinian civilians by running them over with bulldozers and tanks. Recall the story of the killing of Kamal Zair from April of 2002. Israeli tanks shot and killed him and then proceeded to run him over. He was 57 years old, wheelchair-bound, and waving a white flag. Another prominent case of this was Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was murdered by an Israeli bulldozer while protesting the destruction of Palestinian homes in Gaza. Israelis, for years after her murder, celebrated the day by making pancakes with Rachel Corrie's face painted into them. In the latest escalation, individual Israeli soldiers have admitted to committing these atrocities by the hundreds. The only reason we have these admissions is because Western outlets have written articles with concerns over how the mass murdering affects these soldiers' mental health.
Literally, it's like that's the only time you get the coverage of like some of the more heinous acts that like IDF bulldozers have engaged in Gaza, because of how it hurt their feelings, and how one of the Israeli occupying force soldiers actually killed himself because he couldn't deal with it. He couldn't eat meat any longer because it reminded him of the fucking bodies of the Palestinian children that he rode over with his fucking bulldozer.
Element to the case that Israel is committing genocide is its continuous intentional deprivation of the basic necessities for life for Palestinians in Gaza. They've been using starvation as a weapon of war, a war crime, and a crime against humanity. Most recently, Israel's response to the quote-unquote ceasefire in Gaza is to continue this mass starvation while explicitly stating it as a matter of policy. They have blocked humanitarian aid throughout the genocide in violation of international law, the ceasefire orders, and the ICJ's provisional measures against genocide. The pretext they've fabricated for this policy of intentional starvation is that Hamas is looting these aid trucks. They have provided no evidence for this claim. What we do have evidence for is that Israel has protected and supported criminal gangs with ties to ISIS in areas that Israel has full control over, and these groups have been looting aid trucks. Israel is intentionally depriving Palestinians in Gaza of access to clean water. Oxfam reported that Israel has destroyed over 1,000 miles of water and sanitation networks, leaving less than 7% of pre-war water levels in Rafah and North Gaza. Israel has also partially or entirely destroyed over 80% of water and sanitation infrastructure in Gaza, including all 6 of its mainline wastewater treatment plants. Brutal, violent attacks on the healthcare system are another aspect of the genocide. They've damaged or destroyed every single hospital in Gaza and murdered countless medical workers, doctors, nurses, rescue workers, and healthcare staff. They've kidnapped doctors and held them without charge, where they've been tortured. Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, Gaza's leading orthopedic surgeon, was kidnapped by Israeli soldiers, brought to an Israeli prison, and then reportedly raped to death. The latest UN reports have concluded that over 90% of the buildings in Gaza have been severely damaged or completely destroyed. If you watch any of the footage coming out of Gaza, this is made quite clear. Israel's destruction includes every single school, hospital, mosque, cultural center, church, residential areas. Everything has been bombed. It's estimated that it will take a minimum of 15 years to remove the debris and unexploded ordinances from the Gaza Strip. That's just removing it, by the way, not rebuilding. In September, the UN released an estimate that because of Israel's illegal and inhumane blockade around Gaza, which regularly limits the transfer of things like concrete into the Strip, fully rebuilding Gaza will take 350 years. Gaza is about 25 miles long and 5 miles wide. It is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. It is in this area that Israel has dropped equivalent to that of multiple nuclear weapons. Israel has done this with full knowledge that over half the population of Gaza is children. So no, this isn't just a case where 40,000 people died. A lot more than that happened. One of the most tragic elements of the Gaza genocide is that, as crucial as it may be for the factual record and eventually holding the perpetrators accountable, merely recounting these statistics does not afford Palestinians the dignity of humanity. They are simply reduced to numbers, to tens of thousands of names on a registry, as if they aren't human beings with dreams, hopes, hobbies, interests, and love for the people around them. If you've had this feeling as well, I want to recommend a book. It's called If I Must Die. It's written by renowned Palestinian poet, author, and teacher Dr. Rafat Al-Arir. It's full of stories and poetry and history about life, or rather survival, in Gaza during occupation and genocide. It is beautifully written and humanizing beyond anything you'll ever get from most coverage of Gaza, especially in the West. I have a friend from Gaza. His name's Ahmed Sarsour, and he's a very talented poet. We got in contact on social media, and when I read his work, it moved me in a very similar way to the way Dr. Rafat's words have. Ahmed has a sister, Rania. She is a mother and a gynecologist from Gaza and is seeking help after being displaced in February of last year. She and her children were forced to flee their home, and her life was further devastated when her home and her family members' homes were destroyed. She gave birth to her baby, Rose, in a hospital without proper care and no anesthetic, and now faces a dire situation with limited resources. I've linked your fundraiser in the description. Support if you can. The funds raised will go towards essentials like diapers, baby formula, medicine, basic living items, rent, and travel expenses for relocation. Another friend of mine, Ahmed Matar, is a 27-year-old inventor inventor from Gaza. He makes these brilliant videos showing the process of constructing creative inventions to use in order to survive in Gaza. After the so-called ceasefire was implemented, Ahmed and his family returned to their home in the north only to find that it had been looted, vandalized, and destroyed by the occupation forces. Support his campaign if you can. I will leave these fundraisers as well as a link to Dr. Al-Arir's book in the description. The book is devastating, though, especially considering the fate of its author. Dr. Rifat was killed by Israel in a targeted assassination in December of 2023. He was killed alongside his brother Salah, with his son Muhammad and his sister Asma and 3 of her children. This came after having over 30 members of his and his wife's family slaughtered by Israel over the course of their lives. What these numbers also fail to communicate is the weight and depth the effects of this crime has had and will continue to have for generations. To speak only of the children of Gaza, they will forever hold the wounds and trauma caused by Israel's genocide in their minds and hearts. It was reported that when asked, over half of the children in Gaza expressed a desire to die. Many of them already held such wounds, though, of course, but in terms of sheer scale and intensity, what we're seeing now is incomprehensible except to those experiencing it. Throughout these 17 months of genocide, the international community has left the people of Gaza to languish and die. If there's anything we've learned about Israel in the past 100 years, it's that there is no crime they can commit that won't go unpunished, up to and including genocide. In the latest escalation, again, the world has watched this happen and done nothing. And some have, of course, actively made this genocide possible. Most notably, that would be the United States government. The US and the Biden administration is fully complicit in this genocide. They've repeatedly sent billions of dollars in weapons shipments and provided military and diplomatic support. Over 80% of the killing machinery that has been used to slaughter Palestinians in Gaza has been provided by the United States government. They've also provided rhetorical and diplomatic support by whitewashing Israel's crimes against humanity, laundering Israeli atrocity propaganda, and denying and dismissing genocide allegations. That last one should come as no surprise, given that a genocide ruling against Israel does also implicate the United States in the crime of aiding and abetting genocide, since they sent the bombs that made it possible. The ICC is already being urged to investigate Joe Biden and Antony Blinken for their role in perpetrating this very crime. These actions have shown the U.S. to be acting in violation of both domestic and international laws by sending weapons to a regime that is actively and intentionally blocking access to humanitarian aid against a civilian population that they are occupying, and ignoring the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and Gallant. This is just another plot on the long chart of the US and Israel's position as rogue states in the international community. There's a comment I saw on Ethan Klein's video. It read, "I feel like a lot of people can't separate Israelis and the Israeli government, and the same with the other side. Like you are allowed to hate on the people who actually kill people and not hate the innocent adults and children that are being killed from both sides." This is a popular framing among liberals and liberal outlets, that we should separate the Israeli people from the actions of their government. While there are some examples from the past where this may be true, such as the case of the American public's attitudes towards the end of the Vietnam War, which diverged from their government, the same cannot be said in the case of Israel. The vast majority of the Israeli public supports this genocide. Months into the genocide, polling showed that over 95% of Jews...
Which, by the way, I have actively shown that there are, albeit a very small number, but still a number of Israelis who are themselves anti-Zionist. So to say that about someone like myself is especially ridiculous. That's another reason why this is fucking insane. I've also, of course, talked about this quite a bit as well, in terms of the active championing of the ongoing genocide in Gaza by the Israeli voting public. Having said that, there are still a small number of, I guess, very unique to Israeli society, but still a small number of Israelis who are themselves anti-Zionist. So coming after me with that assertion is even more idiotic.
Jewish Israelis supported the IDF's actions, with a majority of those indicating that the IDF was not using enough force in Gaza. The force in question there being, genocide. They wanted more. It wasn't enough, apparently. 17 months later, and nothing has really changed. Just weeks ago, polling indicated that the Trump administration's plan to facilitate the ethnic cleansing of Gazans was supported by over 80% of Israelis. This headline refers to Israelis as a whole, but that 80% support statistic is actually only the perspective of Jewish Israelis. A majority of Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, or Arab Israelis, as the Israeli government tries to call them, considers this ethnic cleansing plan to be immoral. When it comes to Jewish Israelis, however, that number drops to just 3%. This should come as no surprise, given Israel's history. A country that exists on the logic of ethnic supremacy and colonization requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society. Another way to get a handle on the seemingly ubiquitous genocidal fervor among Israelis is by just talking to them.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but there are always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is a natural result.
חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה.
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם. צר.
אבל ילדים אבל, נגיד.
הילדים מסכנים, אין ספק, אבל הם לא יגדלו להיות ילדים חפים מפשע, לצערי.
Most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying, you know?
But
I never want it. But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst.
בפשע נהרגו בעזה.
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי. אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי בשלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין עם מי לדבר. כולם שם מחבלים. לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
There is no such thing as Palestinians. There are Arabs who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy.
Saying that with what I assume is the most Long Island accent obviously adds an additional layer to the irony that Palestinians could flee to other Arab nations. Meanwhile, the nation that you are currently inside of the borders of was invented through settler colonialism 76 fucking years ago. And it's very obvious to me that you certainly have somewhere else to go to. They don't.
The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
These people know that they're on camera and that these remarks will be posted on the internet or shared on the mainstream news. This is normal to them. This is normal in their society, which is a testament to the fact that their society is not normal. It's typically bad form to cite street interviews as being some meaningful indicator of widespread attitudes. But again, with Israel, it's just different. Not just because these attitudes align perfectly with the wider Israeli polling data, but also because it's almost impossible to find anyone in Israel saying anything else. The amount of truly anti-Zionist Israelis living in Israel numbers in the hundreds. This figure is according to anti-Zionist Israelis themselves. They are alone.
Everyone around us are completely genocidal maniacs.
I know they're in the hundreds because all 100 of them are in this fucking community.
Everyone around you. And I don't mean it metaphorically. It's not metaphorically. It's literally everybody. It will be your family. It will be your teachers. It will be your colleagues. Everyone around you. So you're alone. Even if we will gather all of those anti-Zionists together from Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or Haifa or whatever, it will not be more than, 500?
There's no tangible internal opposition within the country. The Israeli left is a myth. This is reflected once more in the openly genocidal sentiment we see on social media from IDF terrorists who have been willingly, gleefully, posting their own war crimes on the internet for everyone to see for...
So much so that the Israeli fucking occupying force had to give out a directive to stop posting your war crimes because it's gonna, it's going to cause you to get repercussions from foreign nations when you're visiting.
A year and a half.
They go into the homes of Palestinians, and they're often clearly staying there, and they just smash them up, and they film themselves smashing them up. They also delight in going through women's underwear drawers, and this is a sort of recurring obsession. You have to see Israeli soldier videos in the context of the broader output of Israeli society.
If you gave me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow, I would press it in a second. I would press it right now. Give me that button and press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
There's an Israeli song called This Was My Home. And what they would do is dress up as caricatures of obviously what they perceive Palestinians to be, being sung mockingly to people who no longer have homes. We're not looking at...
There's also Arab face. Aside from blackface, which they also do, they do Arab face too.
Some sort of obscure subculture within Israeli society. This is mainstream Israeli society.
People have been keeping tabs on this. There are a number of archives documenting the names and crimes of these Israeli terrorists. One of the most thorough of these databases was created by a historian, Lee Mordecai. It's called Bearing Witness to the Israel-Gaza War. It is presently over 120 pages long with extremely detailed footnotes. There's that one tweet that's like, hitting translate from Hebrew on Twitter is like discovering a lost page from Mein Kampf. This holds up pretty well. Here, let's try it on this tweet. The survivors of the 2025 Holocaust are proof that every trace of the murderous mutations in Gaza must be erased, from delivery rooms to the last elderly person in Gaza. 100% dead in Gaza. That there is Barashi Kinneret, the host of a mainstream Israeli news channel. One more example that I found particularly striking was the Right to Rape protests. A group of Israeli prison guards were placed under investigation after security camera footage leaked showing them gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. The Israeli public reacted in uproar, not because of what they were alleged to have done, but because they were potentially going to be punished for it. Protests were held outside.
Yeah, they did a pro-rape January 6th.
Of the prison, attended by top Israeli officials. Mainstream Israeli news channels brought on one of the alleged rapist soldiers for interviews, supporting him and his right to kill and rape Palestinian hostages. Again, this wasn't some extremist fluke. It was reflected in broader polling of the Israeli.
Why are we watching this trash? Is that who you just said? Are you okay? Does it hurt your fucking feelings? Dude doesn't know history. This all happened before the murder. Brandon caused the bird flu. I feel like I recognize his name. What is the trash here? Like covering the atrocities that Israel has done. Why are you fucking calling it trash? What's the purpose?
Public. According to a poll taken around that time, 65% of Israeli Jews oppose criminal prosecution for soldiers suspected of raping Palestinian detainees. And 47% of Jewish Israelis answered that Israel does not need to abide by international law and maintain moral values in the war. Simply put, it's a genocidal society, top to bottom. Perhaps the most complicit party to enabling this genocide, aside from the material support of Western governments, is the Western media. As previously mentioned, this support largely takes two forms: the more overt kinds, like spreading misinformation and explicit Israeli state and IDF propaganda, and the other, more subtle, yet significantly more frequent and effective, is that of manufacturing consent. Reporting on Palestinians has some clear differences in coverage, language, and framing when compared with other groups. In the first 100 days after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 262 children were killed. In the first 100 days of Israel's assault on Gaza, more than 10,000 children were killed. The true number is likely much higher, but mentions of child deaths and related terms were 33.4% higher for Ukraine than for Gaza. During this time frame, CNN mentioned child victims of the war 2,446 times for Ukraine versus 2,110 times for Gaza, and MSNBC mentioned child victims of the Ukraine war 1,775 times versus 1,522 times for Gaza. This means that for each child death from Ukraine, children received the equivalent of 16.1 mentions on air, whereas children in Gaza received the equivalent of 0.36 mentions. MSNBC did not run a single segment in the first 100 days that focused specifically and exclusively on the plight of children in Gaza. MSNBC ran over a dozen segments focusing specifically on the plight of Ukrainian children during the first 100 days of that conflict. Emotive language was barely ever used to describe the killing of Palestinians. This comes despite the vastly higher death toll over the same period. On CNN and MSNBC, the words war crime and genocide genocide were mentioned 17 times more in the context of Ukraine than in the context of Gaza. Ukrainian victims were labeled as subject to war crimes or genocide 1,790 times compared to just 104 mentions for Palestinians. And we still see this now, obviously. During the hostage exchanges as a result of the latest so-called ceasefire, for example, you may notice that Palestinians detained without charges in Israeli jails, of which there are thousands, they are referred to as prisoners, whereas the IDF soldiers, that is, actual militants that were captured by Hamas on October 7th, are referred to as hostages. One of the greatest tweets of all time that I've ever seen described the capture of an IDF terrorist during October 7th as him being kidnapped from a tank. Kidnapped from a tank.
Kidnapped from a tank, dude. Kidnapped from a fucking tank. This is incredible work. New things are happening in linguistics, in the field of language. This poor boy, this poor young boy was kidnapped from a tank. And yes, the person that we banned previously for saying, why are we watching this trash, says that they're Palestinian. It's okay. Stop arguing with that person, okay? I didn't mean to disregard the vid. I just have seen these clips so many times. I guess I shouldn't assume others have. Love who y'all think I'm diminishing the suffering of others. Just curious what brought in this particular video, but that's okay. My bad. I'm Palestinian. I would never diminish this at all. Yes, the reason why we're watching this is because it's a new video that came out. Genocide denial and advocacy for genocide takes on many different forms, okay? The obvious forms in mainstream media is something that I've covered quite frequently. Noah Sampson, friend of the show's video, actually features a different side of independent media that also engages in a defense of these sorts of heinous actions. Of course, most of the video, however, given how much the internet and the marketplace is flooded with lies by omission, saying both sides have a lot to both sides have suffered tremendous repercussions and whatnot, because that is what is flooding the marketplace, that the video spends a good deal of time actively, accurately, in great detail explaining a multitude of different war crimes that the Israeli occupying forces engaged in the process of dishing out this genocide on top of the Palestinian civilian population that it holds captive as a belligerent occupier in direct violation of all international rules. Okay? That is the reason why it heavily focuses on the things that Israel is doing, so that people that come into this video thinking, oh, it's another drama video, will actually leave the video with more knowledge. This is incredibly important to do because I suspect that the second half of this video is going to feature how people are failing to mention any number of different things that he just mentioned in an either deliberate attempt to obfuscate or because they're fucking stupid. Is one or the other. Either you are lying by omission because you're a bad person and you're a genocide supporter, or you're just a dumbass.
Kidnapped from a tank. Coverage has been focused almost exclusively on the condition of these IDF quote-unquote hostages, rarely making mention of Israel's contribution to their condition, like how they starve out the population of Gaza, which obviously affects all of the people in Gaza, including the Israeli hostages in Gaza, or the fact that they rain airstrikes on them all day, every day for 16 months straight. Is that good for your health? Is that healthy? The same cannot be said of coverage of the Palestinian hostages. Despite emerging from these Israeli jails with clear evidence of extreme physical abuse, images of the Palestinian hostages are rarely, if ever, shown. The assumption is just granted. It's relied on that they're terrorists, criminals, and whatever else. So whatever happens to them, that's just what happens in jail. The Western media lies in other subtle ways, like burying the lead in stories and deceptively framing headlines. This is especially apparent in coverage of things like ceasefire negotiations. These outlets have consistently framed the lack of agreement to terms as being Hamas's fault, that they won't agree to Israel's terms, but they interestingly decide to use only one definition of the ceasefire agreement, which is Israel's definition, that being one which is only temporary, with no guarantees that the genocide will end after these temporary pauses. They're not really ceasefires, but in order to frame Hamas as disagreeing with them, that's what they have to call them. The ceasefire that ended up being agreed upon in January was the exact same ceasefire that Hamas had agreed to over 6 months prior. Israel continually sabotaged these negotiations, but if you read any of these mainstream outlets, you wouldn't know that, not until the very end of these articles, at least. The latest reporting on these negotiations continued this trend of misleading coverage, such as this story from early February. The majority of the article, headline included, frames Hamas as the instigator to a potential ceasefire failure. However, both independent observers and Israeli officials themselves acknowledged that it was actually Israel who had already broken the terms of the ceasefire agreement immediately after it was implemented. To anyone with a brain and eyes, this would be apparent given the evidence we have of these violations, but because these outlets didn't show their readers that and also prioritize the input of party committing genocide, this citation here is crucial for its readers. They need to see this to understand what's happening. But the New York Times waited to mention it until 9 paragraphs in, like basically the end of the article. This is a textbook example of bearing the lead, but it also goes beyond that into just a lie, right? The entire article is framed in precisely the opposite way of what this confirmed fact revealed. If the Times weren't running cover for a genocide, the headline of this article would read, "Israel violates ceasefire, confirmed by Israeli officials." Probably the most insane example of this sort of thing is the following headline, once again from the New York Times. Lebanon ceasefire appears to hold despite Israeli strike. If Israel struck, they violated the ceasefire. The ceasefire did not hold. Israel violated it. It's just absurd. The genocide is referred to almost exclusively as the Israel-Hamas war. Like the Nazi Holocaust, Israel's genocide in Gaza has been conducted under the pretext of war, but the genocide aspect, of which there is, again, broad consensus has taken place, is omitted from this framing. Every single article that mentions this so-called war should be immediately citing the expert consensus that it really is not just a war, that it's a genocide. That doesn't happen, though. Trump recently made a number of statements explicitly supporting U.S. assistance to the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, including land development by U.S. companies. One tool I found helpful to compare these differences in this sort of coverage is Ground News, who are also the sponsor of today's video. The coverage from right-wing outlets, such as Red State, frames the comments as explicitly positive. Trump and Netanyahu unveiling a bold plan for Gaza and peace. On Ground News, this outlet has a low factuality tag, which means that they often omit key details. Some liberal to left-leaning outlets like New York Magazine, an outlet with a high factuality label indicating they typically rely on well-researched reporting, did explicitly call Trump's proposed plan a case of ethnic cleansing. Other left-leaning outlets centered the extreme nature of his language in the headlines, such as The Intercept, with an article titled "Trump, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip," or the proposed plan's effect on Palestinians, like Middle East Eye, with their article headlined "We'll Own It. Trump wants to make Gaza a holiday hub without Palestinians." Ground News is an app and website that lets you compare media coverage across political biases while calculating each source's reliability so you can see how framing shapes public perception from sources around the world. Without understanding the different biases behind the news you read, you might not realize how skewed the narrative is. Unlike other platforms, Ground News is independent and nonpartisan, so they have no stake in promoting any agenda, just the facts and how those facts are presented. It's not always about how a story is spun, but equally important, as we've seen, is the information that other platforms choose to leave out. Liberal outrage over this story has been almost entirely focused on Trump's comments, but ignores the bigger picture, the fact that it was the Biden administration who made this ethnic cleansing plan possible by facilitating the total annihilation of Gaza, and that it was the Biden administration that proposed this ethnic cleansing plan in the first place. And yet, there's only one source that leads with this crucial piece of context. Ground News made it easy to find this story and have it compared with all the rest. Ground News specifically created their blind spot feed to highlight the stories only picked up by certain politically slanted outlets so you can see the world as it is, not through the partisan narratives these outlets want you to. These are just a few of the ways that Ground News helps me research stories, stay informed, and understand the way information is being presented is just as important as the information itself. I highly recommend checking it out. For a limited time, you can get the same all-access Vantage plan I use for 40% off. It's just $5 a month for a platform that actually encourages you to think for yourself. Go to ground.news/Noah or scan this QR code to sign up today. Thanks again to Ground News for supporting the channel. Now let's get back to the video. When Israelis and top Israeli officials participated in the right to rape protests we talked about earlier, protesting the Israeli right to rape and murder Palestinian hostages, these events were summarized by the New York Times as unrest. They were framed around the protests' effect on the party that
Interesting. Just unrest.
that was doing the protest. That is, again, the right to rape protest, and not on the fact that Israeli guards raped a Palestinian hostage, it was captured on video, and that the case was clear-cut enough that they actually called for an investigation for once, unlike 99% of previous cases of the IDF abusing, raping, torturing, and murdering Palestinians. In this article, the guards' actions against the Palestinian hostage are described vaguely and passively as just abuse, and it is not revealed until the very end of the article that the abuse took the form of the guards raping the man with an object. The follow-up story on the prosecution of these soldiers uses this same disgusting...
I need you to understand something, by the way. That's called burying the lead. An outlet like the New York Times knows exactly what it's doing when it actually covers the truth, like the kernel of truth at the heart of this argument, all the way in the last fucking paragraph. Just so you understand. That right there is a deliberate attempt to also misinform the public. There's no other type of story. Like, if it's a bit of a annoying cliche to say this, but like, if there was a pro-rape riot in Russia, do you think the New York Times would cover it with those terms? Where Russians in annexed territory were actively raping their Ukrainian prisoners, and then the Russian government was like, oh, in the interest of avoiding war crimes investigations by an international authority, we must use the principle of complementarity as a deflecting mechanism, as a shield, right? Because that was the underlying reason as to why Israel wanted to even prosecute these rapist concentration guards, because they knew that there was a war crime tribunal that was being put together, and in that process, they just wanted to say like, oh, well, we actually prosecuted ourselves, so you can't prosecute us on this, because the ICC only has jurisdiction if the country that they are potentially putting in the legal crosshairs is actively not investigating these issues. That is complementarity. The ICC does not have jurisdiction if the country can maintain its democratic, maintaining its aesthetic democratic process. Okay, because then they could just simply say, no, we actually did prosecute ourselves. You're wrong. You don't need to prosecute us. But Israeli society did not allow that to happen either.
Framing. Rape with an object is whitewashed in the headline and most of the article as simply just being abuse. This is yet another case of the framing of false neutrality, as this quote-unquote divide between the Israeli right and the Israeli left in this article doesn't actually exist. In reality, all that divide means is that the Israeli right are pro-rape and murder of Palestinian detainees, and the Israeli left thinks it makes their country look bad. There's no real debate going on here. A personal favorite of mine for its sheer absurdity was an article from the New York Times called "It Can Be Lonely to Have Middle-of-the-Road Opinions on the Middle East," which focused on college students that were seeking space for nuanced perspectives on the Israel-Hamas war. The perspective presented in this article is one-sided. They talk about extremism in student movements, but the only example they give for this point is that of the extremist Palestinian activists. The New York Times calls it a war with no reference to the numerous credible allegations of genocide. It's harder to justify having a conversation about nuanced opinions of genocide, so they just call it a war. There's no nuance in genocide. There's nothing progressive about genocide. This tendency to falsely frame a genocide with neutrality will often slip into outright endorsement. Recall Israel's pager terrorist attack in Lebanon when they detonated over 1,000 pagers rigged with explosive. This was a widespread mass terrorist attack that indiscriminately targeted civilians and left hundreds dead and permanently injured and disfigured, including a number of children.
أول شيء أنا كنت إنه قاعد عم بلعب على التليفون وهي إنه فجرت الساعة 3 إنه قبل ما أنا أحملها عم بلعب على التليفون هيك صارت ترن غريبة أنا إنه قمت حملتها حطيت لي إيرور وسهم إنه عشان أكبس أوكي والضوء صار يغبش على الآخر يعني عشان نقربها على عيوننا أنا قربت عشان شوف شو فيه بس فقعت ما عرفت شيء.
Among those murdered was Fatima Abdullah, a 9-year-old girl. At her funeral, as well as other funerals with large crowds of people, Israel detonated more of these explosives.
Yep. That's terrorism, by the way. There is no, that's the former, there were former CIA heads that actively came out and were like, this is terrorism. This is going to have devastating consequences for everybody the fact that we're not doing anything about this is completely and utterly insane. That's what it is. That's the most moral army. And people celebrated this shit. At the time, I couldn't believe it. All these supposed fucking liberal Zionists unironically were celebrating this, saying it's a brilliant tactic. Saying, oh, well, you don't want us to bomb indiscriminately. But when we do terrorism, also, again, which is basically a more complex version of bombing indiscriminately, because you have no notion of who you are bombing when you do this, as evidenced by the children, the child victims, and the many healthcare professionals that were killed in this process. If you know someone like Boner Box or whatever who made jokes about this and tried to defend it, understand that their position on this is not of one of pro-Palestinian emancipation. They're just actively trying to defend Israel to the best of their fucking ability, and probably not doing a very good job at it, because it's virtually impossible to defend Israel if you have access to all of the information. Do you understand? Bro, are you trying to make up for October 7th? What? Make up for October 7th? Dude, I don't know how to fucking have conversations with people who think that I did October 7th at this point. It's like, dude, you are such a fucking horrifyingly racist monster. You're just like, yo, Hasan, are you trying to make up for October 7th? Like, I was there, dude. Like, I did it. Fuck you, dude.
Despite this being a child-killing and maiming indiscriminate terrorist attack in violation of international law, in Western liberal media it was presented as a cool James Bond-style operation. It was described using words like ambitious, sophisticated, and daring.
The Israeli spy agency Mossad launched one of the most daring and sophisticated deceptions in the history of counterintelligence.
An extraordinary act of espionage, an example of Israel's technological prowess. According to the New York Times, the attack restored the aura of Israel's intelligence agencies. Before covering the attack, these outlets always, of course, make sure to mention Hezbollah's U.S. designation as a terrorist organization. Don't worry, guys. They were just terrorists. Nothing to see here. We got the bad guys. They were bad. We are good. Mission accomplished. And of course, as we've touched on a couple times, lying by omission. That's another thing. With every previous example, you see it. The Israeli hostages receive wall-to-wall coverage, with no mention of the fact that the majority of the deaths of these hostages were a product of the Israeli military through airstrikes or firing on hostages while they were waving white flags, or that on October 7th, Israel issued the Hannibal Directive, killing likely many hundreds of its own civilians as a matter of official policy. One of the really effective propaganda strategies that results from these lies by omissions comes in the case of genocide allegations. Western outlets rarely, if ever, actually mention the numerous allegations of genocide levied against Israel. The few times that they do, they're often brief, unspecific, and accompanied with equivocation or lengthy citations of Israel's defense against the allegations. When the New York Times covered the Amnesty International genocide report, the subheading immediately backtracks into running cover for Israel. Israel rejected the charge, the first of its kind by a major human rights organization, saying it was based on lies. The Times went on to spend more of the article sharing the IDF's defense against the allegations than any of the findings from the actual report. Amnesty International gave us 300 pages of facts about genocide. Israel says that they're just lies. I guess we'll never know what happened here. That's not journalism, that's propaganda. When Human Rights Watch released their report accusing Israel of committing crimes against humanity and genocide through its deliberate deprivation of access to clean drinking water, readers of the New York Times wouldn't have heard about that because the New York Times just didn't report it. That's one of the top human rights organizations in the world, accusing the #1 ally of the most powerful country in the world of the crime of all crimes. And they just forgot? No, they didn't forget. The editorial staff at the New York Times knows that they've helped this. They know that they are complicit in this. So any chance they get to just sort of forget to mention something as consequential as a genocide allegation from the leading human rights group in the world, they'll do it. Of course they will. This tracks with the BBC's repeated genocide denial, evident in repeated instances of reporters condemning or correcting guests for using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in Gaza.
Israel would deny that a genocide is taking place, saying that it is defending its right to exist. Its very existence, indeed, they would say, is under threat. So there are obviously two sides to this.
This whole issue of right of self-determination.
Yeah, you know who else would say that? Nazi Germany. And they did. That's precisely what Nazi Germany also did, you know, while they were doing the Holocaust. That's what they were saying, was that they were restoring the glory of creating a homeland for the folkish Germans. It was complete and utter bullshit then, And it's complete and utter bullshit now when Israel says it while they're doing a genocide.
Self-defense has allowed Israel to inflict the mass murder and mass destruction, what the ICJ now describe as plausible genocide. This is not an act of
you know what I'm going to have to say. I'm going to say Israel denies that. They say that they were in pursuit of Hamas terrorists who hid behind their own people.
Like, what a fucking silly, cowardly way to get out of this conversation. I'm going to have to say it. I'm sorry. Oh, got it. Okay. Sick.
This is a genocide happening in front of our eyes.
We have, that word is, as you know, incredibly emotive, and the Israelis, as you know, will be saying that they are targeting Hamas only, that they don't target civilians.
Well, that's simply not the truth, unfortunately.
Planned, military incursions.
Yes, but it's not the truth, unfortunately.
Civilians are dying.
Civilians are dying, and the way that the bombs are getting dropped, I don't believe are in a targeted way. Nothing from what I'm hearing on the ground suggests that the bombs have been dropped in a targeted way. Our social media manager, all 5 houses around him got blown up. They estimate 100 people were killed in them. Yesterday, his house was the last one remaining in the neighborhood. They leveled an entire neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy.
And I do need to make that qualification, of course, that that it is always denied by the Israelis that genocide is taking place. They say these are strategic planned strikes in Gaza and that they are targeting the militant group Hamas.
But I'm here to let the world know that that's not the case.
Kareem, you've been able to have your say. This is
you,
what the Israelis will always say in response to that.
This effort to whitewash and run cover for the genocide has been intentional, of course, and we have the proof. It's been confirmed with direct evidence and testimony, with internal newsroom memos from not only the BBC, but the New York Times as well. And the last thing to talk about is just atrocity propaganda. One of the primary justifications for the genocide in Gaza is that members of Hamas are not just militants, but that they are monsters, pure evil motivated by nothing more than the sadistic hatred of Jews. This narrative has been fueled by...
This, by the way, is a classic colonial propaganda tool, okay? Wherever a colonial power has interest in domination, they will say their enemies are barbaric monsters who do not value human life, while they engage in atrocities that are infinitely more barbaric than anything they claim their enemies are doing. That is precisely what Israel did with the rape, with the war porn and the atrocity narratives that they greatly highlighted. There were atrocities that took place on October 7, make no mistake. But the claim, without any evidence whatsoever, that the Hamas were rapist savages that were simply interested in kidnapping people exclusively because of anti-Semitic purpose or to do rapes to them, no evidence whatsoever has come out. That was deliberate. That right there was 100%. That right there was 100% atrocity propaganda, specifically the 40 beheaded babies. The fact that Joe Biden came out and said that he saw personally a beheaded child, that he months later continued and said that, along with the lies, and said that he knew that babies were lit on fire with kerosene. Bullshit. The only evidence for sexual assault came from one victim, sorry, and that was not on October 7. It was a hostage. That's it. And it's completely unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable that happened. Okay? Make no mistake. Having said that, this does not justify genocide, a statement that I mentioned time and time again. If you think that rape, even if rapes occurred like by the dozens, by the thousands, if you think that it's appropriate to genocide an entire population for that, you are a fucking monster. This is not how you deal with acts of violence against victims, okay? This is precisely the reason why I don't advocate to nuke Israel, despite the fact that they have been raping Palestinians to death in concentration camps. That would be fucking insane if I advocated for that. So ask people where they're getting this information from when they say mass rapes took place, mass rapes in the hands of Hamas took place. Where is this information coming from? Because the reality of the matter is Israel refused to cooperate with international auditors and international investigators after October 7. They refused. They refused to offer justice to the victims of October 7. Just so you understand, that's what's so fucking annoying about this. There was never any evidence whatsoever that there was purposefully directed mass rapes that were directed by Hamas. Not even a fraction. There were no 40 beheaded babies. There were no babies placed in ovens. None of that. But they kept going with it over and over and over again. And the reason for why they did that is the exact same reason why during the segregation era in the Jim Crow South, white people would routinely lie about black people also running around and doing rape. There is a million examples of this. What was so gross about Ethan's disgusting Hasbara video was also him clipping something. Well, he didn't do it himself. He got it from fucking Destiny. Let's be real. It's the same fucking 1p video that we've seen a million times over that even Richie Torres posted about. It was a conversation. It was a debate that I was having with someone saying, Hasan, why don't you deny the rapes? At the time, I was telling him that the reason why I don't deny the likelihood of rapes happening is because sexual violence is a constant in conflict like this. And also on top of that, the fact that once the Gaza wall came down, there were criminal elements that also infiltrated Israel proper. So I'm not going to offhandedly and immediately discount rapes potentially occurring in that situation. It is likely that it happened. Having said that, however, there was no evidence and there has yet to be any singular hard evidence of rapes taking place on October 7. Here's the sexual assaults are a routine part of. Here is the video that they cynically use too. Atrocities. Or no, this isn't the video. There's another one. There's another one that they use. And what's so disgusting about it is that I then follow up by saying that even if there were rapes that took place, it does not change the dynamic for me one bit, because I don't think genocide is appropriate as a retaliation. That is psychotic. If your argument is that genocide is appropriate because hypothetical rapes occurred, or even if hard evidence exists and rapes occurred on this day by the thousands, if you think that genocide is appropriate as a retaliation to that, you are a fucking psychopath. That's it. You are a Nazi. It's an insane Nazi argument. A lot of people cannot comprehend that a captive civilian population is not a monolithic force. Okay? This is the exact same principle behind criminals. Undocumented migrants are doing crimes. And then people turning around and saying, that's why we have to do mass deportation. You think that 20 million people, your numbers, not mine, 20 million people coming from all different parts of the world are all actually a parasitic force here to do violent rapes? Are you out of your fucking mind? It's just pure virile hatred. It's racism. That's it. What's obviously crazy is that in the past, Ethan actually understood my position. There's videos of him before making the content puke where he actually agrees with my position. He understands what I'm saying, exactly what I'm saying. But that didn't stop him from using it cynically in his video. Now, the question in that process is, was he being bad faith or is he a fucking moron? Why not both? During war, it can happen, and it has happened time and time again, which is why there is a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. This is a position that I've maintained since October 7th. There were plenty of atrocities that occurred on October 7th, okay, that are akin to acts of terror, because on October 7th, it wasn't just. There is no evidence of rapes happening. Is that maybe it happened, but there's still no evidence? Like, what is related for that disclaimer still? No, I am saying that there is, at this stage, no evidence. No evidence whatsoever. And the only evidence was secondhand, third-hand fucking accounts that, guess what, were immediately undermined by the hard data. The clip that they always use out of context is this one, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from. He now says that saying Hosber is an anti-Semitism dog whistle because it's propaganda in Hebrew. Yeah, I mean, he's a fucking moron, dude. I just stop telling me what Ethan is saying. Yes, it's no different than telling me what Asmongold's opinion is, okay? Yeah, he's a fucking stupid person. I don't know what to tell you. He's desperate to, like, hold on to anything. Michael fucking Rappaport ass. Okay, that's it. There's no redeemable quality at that point. Newsflash, fork found in the kitchen.
Stories of horrors that supposedly took place on October 7th. Hamas burned babies in ovens.
They burnt babies alive.
They put children and burned them to death.
They cut the breasts off of women.
400 women shot in the genitals, their breasts cut off as terrorists played with their bloody breasts like a football.
They cut.
Yeah. And there's videos of me like laughing at that shit or other versions of this. And people will cynically use that as a way to be like, Hasan laughs at sexual assault. No, I'm laughing at the fucking insane propaganda that this monster is fantasizing about that very clearly did not fucking happen. Okay? That's it. Because what he's doing, what Rabbi Shmuley is doing there in the background of an ongoing genocide is imagining psychotic things, okay, hallucinating things that didn't happen, and then using that hallucination, getting mad about his own hallucination, getting mad at his own imagination to justify a genocide. It is fucking insane.
Cut off the breasts of women and throw them around.
They beheaded 40 babies.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
They behead children.
They cut the fetus out of the womb of a pregnant woman. They committed a campaign of systematized mass rape.
There is no justification for collective rape.
What happened on October 7th was mass, systematic, planned rape and genital mutilation of women.
All of these claims are false, complete fabrications, full stop. No credible evidence has been provided for any of them. Many were shown to be deliberately fabricated, and despite this, they were spread far and wide and ultimately used as rhetorical justification to continue the genocidal onslaught in Gaza. The first major place this narrative broke was Screams Without Words, a front-page New York Times story in late December of 2023. This story came as Israel's actions in Gaza were starting to receive widespread condemnation from the international community. The story was thoroughly debunked. The person who wrote it discredited as being a genocidal Zionist with no history of reporting and self-admitting that the New York Times pushed for this story to come to the public despite the lack of credible evidence. The New York Times podcast, The Daily, shelved the episode due to a lack of credible evidence, but the New York Times never retracted the story, which is because they had no real pressure to do so. The false narrative had already prevailed, and that narrative was consistent with the status quo of the American empire, for whom they are running cover. In July of last year, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu repeated some of these lies in front of Congress. He received a standing ovation. 3 weeks later, the White House approved a $20 billion military aid package to Israel. They explicitly cited Netanyahu's visit as one of their motivations for doing so. Atrocity propaganda has consequences. So with that context out of the way about the Gaza genocide and its support from the West and within Israel, the broader media system that allowed it to happen, let's now return to Ethan's video. In the content nuke, you can find just about every type of what we just looked at in terms of manufacturing consent. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. He shares the Hamas mass rape hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western.
Yeah, not only does he do that, but then he also he's calling you a terrorist on live again. Yeah, dude. None of that is going to make people look at him like a fucking normal human being, okay? Everyone can see what the fuck is going on. People in his immediate circle can see what the fuck is going on. His fan base can ask themselves over and over again, why is it that we have the most unlikely allies? Why is it that, like, it's people like Keemstar or Joey Salads or the Quartering that's defending Ethan? Why is no one else defending Ethan? Why are no liberal progressives defending Ethan? On that position, at that point, if you are a member of his audience, okay, you have two options: to reconsider what Ethan is saying thus far and potentially realize that maybe, just fucking maybe, he's been lying to you, okay, and everyone else can see it, and even if they don't say anything about it, that's because they're worried about the fucking fan base coming after them, okay, in vicious ways. Or maybe you're just right-wing now, and you're going to be right-wing, okay? Yeah. Ethan Klein is promoting Joey Salads wore a Nazi armband to a Trump rally claiming it was a prank, and Quartering defends Hitler. Ethan Klein wants to deplatform pro-Palestinians who are not anti-Semitic on the basis of being anti-Semitic, falsely claiming that they're anti-Semitic, while simultaneously fucking hyping up actual anti-Semites. And at no point does anybody go in his fan base go, hold up. Why is it that it's like Asmongold, Destiny, Dan Saltman, Destiny's second in command, Elon Musk, all of these people that are seemingly on the side, Joey Salads, Quartering, Keemstar, why is it that it is people like this that are defending Ethan Klein? Perhaps we might be on the wrong side of this. There's never been a fucking moment where I've defended the likes of the obvious Holocaust denier, anti-Semite, what's his face from Fresh and Fit, the federal agent one, okay? I'm not running around cozying up to fucking dipshits like this because I think it's heinous. I think it's heinous to fucking be an anti-Semite and a Holocaust denier. I think it's disgusting. You have an agenda. Your agenda is to undermine Jewish people, make Jewish people feel less safe. And you're using a genocide as a fucking backdrop to this. It is psychotic. Ethan Klein allies are Elon Musk, Keemstar, Asmongold, Destiny, The Quartering, The ADL, Tim Pool, Ian Miles Chong, Brianna Wu, Libs of TikTok, Sneeko, XUC, Richie Torres, Nelk Boys, Dan Saltman, Drew Pavlov, Lolly VTubers, Lonerbox, Steiny, Joey Salas, Daniel Silva, Yoav Gallant, Sloptubers, Mudahar, Willie Mac Show, Nicholas DeOrio. At some point, you got to be like, wait a minute. What the fuck's going on here? What the fuck is happening? And this is not for Ethan. He obviously is not going to recognize it. But for members of his audience, like, I know at a certain point, you got to be asking yourself, like, why the fuck is it that all of the worst villains are the only people that are speaking out in defense of Ethan's, like, insane defense of Israel and his constant fucking smears against pro-Palestinian content creators? Why is it?
Media, the U.S. government, and the Israeli government to justify a genocide. He cites the same sources that these parties cite when they go on stage to legitimize more military killing machinery shipments to Israel.
And October 7, last year, Hamas committed horrific acts of sexual violence. Cheryl, I thank you for all your work to bring to light the horrors of this issue and for your film about what happened on October 7.
In his video, Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah or the...
Yeah, he said that every single person that died in the fucking civil war in Syria was through bombing campaigns that Hezbollah had, implying that Hezbollah actually had fucking, like, fighter jets that were dropping bombs on Syria. Like, they killed everybody in Syria. That was all Hezbollah. What a psychotic, like, what? You didn't even scratch the surface. Like, you didn't even dignify your fucking audience with, like, basic information. That's insane. Like, how do you put that out there after months and months of, like, putting together a fucking video? He did it today too, and AB fact checked them. AB disputed Ethan Klein's claim that Hezbollah has killed far more Muslims than the IDF. Ethan won't believe it. He claims he's done extensive research and Hezbollah killed 500,000 Syrians.
I'm not trying to have a back and forth, but I think it's fair to say the IDF has definitely killed more
than Hezbollah.
I mean, if you want to
hold on. You think the IDF killed more Muslims than Hezbollah?
Are you talking about who you think is responsible, or just killed in general?
As a group,
I thought you said.
I said Hezbollah's killed a shit more load of Arabs than the IDF has. You're saying that's not true?
Yes, it's not true. It is false. It is objectively a falsehood. What the fuck are you saying? Why is nobody in his fucking audience going, yeah, man, I don't think that's correct, actually? Like, is no one Googling anything at this point? What the fuck is happening?
Because Hezbollah is credited with about 500,000 deaths.
Time without an OVO. All the lies of mass sexual abuse have the effect of undermining real testimonies like the one Amit Susana gave last year, let alone thousands of Palestinian testimonies from the horrific Israeli prison system. It's the colonial hierarchy of information. The first storytellers are always the colonizing military. Then defectors from the power are heard, i.e. BTS local call. At the very bottom of the list are native inhabitants who by design are already under the rubble. Speaking of the one of the 12 anti-Zionist Israeli Jews in the chat, Time without an OVO is back. We were just talking about the number of anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. Anyway, yeah, anti-Zionist Jewish Israelis living in Israel. Not OVO. Tom without an OWO.
In Syria.
Let's ask our friend ChatGPT.
I've looked into this pretty extensively. Hezbollah is significantly.
Yeah. No, totally.
Are you reading something contradictory, AB?
Yeah, I mean, ChatGPT says overall, due to the scale of frequency of IDF operations over decades, they have likely caused more Muslim casualties than.
Like, what are we talking about? It's not even a likelihood. What do they mean? You can't attribute the entirety of the death toll of the Syrian civil war to fucking Hezbollah. What the hell? What are you talking about? They had Russian air forces bombing fucking cities, dude. What are you talking about? You think Hezbollah has fucking airplanes? If Hezbollah had airplanes, I doubt they would be fucking using it in Syria. They would be using it in Tel Aviv, okay? Tel Aviv. The fuck?
Hezbollah.
No shot. Hold on. What was the question you asked it?
Hezbollah versus IDF, who has killed more Muslims?
Ask if it's including the Syrian civil war. I mean, that makes no sense. I've literally fact-checked this a million times.
No, he hasn't. There is 0% chance he's fact-checked this. As a matter of fact, people have fact-checked his statement. Like Bad Empanada fact-checked his statement. There is 0% chance that he has not encountered a single fucking person, even on accident. I have fact-checked his statements. I fact-checked his statements while he was covering me live, as a matter of fact. So there is no world in which he is completely oblivious to this reality, okay? There is no way. He has to be fucking omitting this detail deliberately.
I feel like.
I mean, they both suck. They're both fucking terrible.
No, what do you mean? They both suck is like such a fucking cop-out. Ethan made a erroneous claim. He made a ridiculous claim. He said Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than the IDF. This claim is untrue. It is categorically untrue. Okay? You can't turn around and be like, oh, both sides are pretty shitty, I think. That's ridiculous. What the fuck?
Yep.
That's that, you know?
Killing is horrible.
It doesn't really matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Of course it fucking matters. You can't say it doesn't matter. Yeah, once you realize that you're wrong, you're like, oh, okay. He used this table as evidence in his video, and literally at the top, it says all the following totals include civilians, rebels, and government forces at the top. Ridiculous. How is anybody not reading this if they're progressive? How is anybody not seeing the real problem is black on black violence that nobody talks about? Because that's what he's doing here. He's literally going, nobody talks about black on black violence, by the way. Like, that's it. That's what he's doing. But instead, he's like, oh, but it's Muslim on Muslim violence. There's a real fucking problem here. Oh, my God.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean,
if we trust ChatGPT on this one, I don't know. It says that since 1984 IDF, the number ranges from approximately 91,000.
It's funny they use ChatGPT as a true source. If they just type, is Hassan Piker anti-Semitic? ChatGPT says, I'm not aware of any credible evidence or consensus among reputable sources indicating that Hassan Piker is anti-Semitic. In Piker's case, he has consistently repudiated anti-Semitism and hate speech in general. Yeah. Hezbollah involvement in the civil war has been substantial since the beginning of the armed insurgency phase. God, the fucking Syrian civil war is so insane in terms of like the belligerence. Jesus Christ. It's wild because like with the exception of a couple militancies, almost all of it is either directly or indirectly funded by the United States of America, either by way of Turkey and NATO training and NATO forces, or directly funded by America, by the CIA. He checked it a million times. He knows Hassan is anti-Semitic. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me finish this fucking video. How does this end?
To over 115.
Well, listen. Yeah, and Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much.
What? Oh, did he fucking button? No.
Well, listen. Yeah, and
approximately 91,000 to over 115.
Hezbollah in Syria killed double the amount of 91,000, as in 180,000, 182,000 minimum. He's saying that Hezbollah killed 182,000 people in Syria minimum. Holy fuck. Oh. What Ethan means by research and fact-checking is that he saw the false talking point on Destiny's subreddit, then took a screenshot of the wiki page on the Syrian civil war. It's difficult to believe that a grown man can be this invested in a subject he knows nothing about. You'd think if you're going to spend this much time talking about something, then you would at least do some basic research. Ethan has been fact-checked many times on this false understanding of the Syrian civil war casualties, but he still very confidently repeats this nonsense. It's so important. It is also important to note that for many who don't know, there were many factions fighting in Syria, and many were part of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, or adjacent groups. Some of the groups Hezbollah fought are currently carrying out mass killings of minorities with nobody to defend them. Ugh, Jesus Christ, dude. Also, even if the argument is true, by the way, which it obviously isn't, but even if it was true, it still doesn't justify Israel doing a genocide in Gaza. That's what's so fucking insane about the false argument that he's presenting. The only way that these arguments actually work is if your fucking brain is broken by war on terrorism and the remnants of war on terrorism, Islamophobic propaganda. That's it. You look at a situation and you're like, well, they're all the same, right? Like, I know, because he literally goes, well, they're bad guys. They're terrorists. They're bad guys. Everyone's a bad guy. Hasan likes bad guys. It's Keemstar level political commentary. It's so fucking stupid.
In order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery, when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover. He spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine.
Yeah, that was what fucking pissed me off. Like, that was one of the most annoying and very obvious falsehoods that he just slammed in the middle of that. 1 million Jews were forcibly and systematically expelled from surrounding Arab regions. So technically, more Jews were harmed during the Nakba is a fucking insane thing to say. None of those countries are Palestinian. Those aren't Palestinians. Okay? It wasn't Palestinians that did that to them. Okay? And even then, you're also wrong on the facts of that situation as well. They weren't systematically expelled in the same way that Plan Dalit was executed by the initial Zionist brigades. Oof.
Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report he claims proves the Hamas mass rapes allegation.
There's a UN report that concludes it happened,
which the report itself denies. He spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of the US-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero credible evidence. He makes a number of transparently false anti-Semitism accusations, like his claim that Israel's ban on new account signups from Israel was anti-Semitic.
Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered this.
Yeah, also, how was he not embarrassed to fucking post about Dan Saltman and his goddamn content nuke? Like, that's the other side of this. This is Destiny's fucking co-host. Like, he literally took, he most likely deleted a lot of Destiny mentions from his content nuke. I suspect that's why it got pushed back another fucking, another week after it came out that Destiny was filming people, sometimes with consent and sometimes without consent, when he was engaging in sexual acts with them, and then unconsensually distributing that pornographic material to other people that he was trying to fuck, which is a gross thing that he was doing. Okay? This is his co-host, who has also been actively doxing former members of their community that have been calling out Destiny, and you fucking posted him on your content nuke. Like, you gave him props. It's crazy. Well, I guess you had to give props to the guys a little bit, considering you fucking plagiarized their whole operation, their smear operation.
The Israel ban. When he was sent the code proving the block happened.
In reality,
it literally says right here, disabling signups by email from Palestine and Israel IP addresses. Like, it says Palestine and Israel right here in his own fucking video.
The ban also affected millions of non-Jews living in Israel and Palestinians in...
And yes, it's not that Israelis were... Or specifically, because he says this is anti-Semitic because Jews were being stopped from signing up. No, they forgot to fucking turn on email signups from Palestine and Israel. They use the same ISPs, okay? Just for the record, just so people understand. People can still sign up on their fucking phones. And Dan Saltman literally lied. Bloomberg reported on Dan Saltman lying about this. He sent tens of thousands of botted emails to every single advertiser, leaving him legally liable if Twitch wanted to do so, legally liable for slander, for operating a mass brigading, a fairly sophisticated mass brigading and slanderous operation where they basically lied to every single news outlet that would entertain what they had to say, which no one did, obviously. And the only one that actually entertained it was Bloomberg to cover it and be like, this is fucking ridiculous. But they lied. They said falsely, which they recognize after the fact. There's video evidence of this as well, where Twitch had purposefully blocked Israelis or suspended Israeli accounts, blocked them from joining the platform.
Palestine, as shown in the evidence he himself cites. The IP ban went into effect in both. Like all these Western liberal outlets.
Like, there's a video of him. Where is it? Someone send me the fucking clip. There's a video of Dan Saltman and Destiny talking side by side about how, like, the Bloomberg reporting. Also, the fact that he has me playing Marvel Rivals in the background is so funny. It's just so obsessed. It's so fucking obsessed. It's so wrong. I don't know. It's just it's frustrating. Oh, here, yeah, this is the one.
To the editor, and I said this.
Here.
I sent this to the editor, and I said this was incorrect, and that I've never said this.
Okay. You're sure that your emails don't have the...
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
The emails accused Twitch of suspending all Israeli accounts for a year, a claim the company debunked on a recent post on X. Dan claims he never said that. Then they went back and realized that they had sent tens of thousands of emails to advertisers, to the dumbasses like fucking Richie Torres and everybody else, that Twitch had suspended all Israeli accounts for a year. This was a lie. Here is Dan Saltman and Destiny figuring out that it was a lie. Let's take a look.
You can go to the site and click the button. It's been the same. Why would I ever say that they suspended Israeli users? I know that's not true. No one would ever say that. So what they're saying right here, I feel like it's just slander, right? Well, no, libel. Libel is written. I've never said this, and they're saying that I have said this. You're furiously tapping over there.
I'm just checking the email. Double checking.
I did. Listen, I sent an email to the editor, and I said I demanded a retraction or a correction on it. If they don't, fuck it. I will sue them.
Oh, no, wait, hold on.
What's that? Chicken Big Mac.
Forget it. Delete this part of the bud.
Okay. Why?
Because it's your fucking dumb email does say that.
No way.
Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year without public acknowledgement or explanation.
Suspended creation. All right, well, never mind then.
The level of research that these guys put into their slander operations are obviously minimal, right? They're not particularly intelligent people. They have created a sophisticated network of mass slander, mass botting, things of that nature. But what is really interesting about it is that you don't have to have a particularly sophisticated or a real interest in like actually manipulating the truth in a way that suits your purpose. You can just fucking straight up lie like this, okay? And media outlets will go long and hard to try and verify those claims, find out that they're not correct at all. And even after that, other fucking morons like Ethan will still defend people like Dan Saltman in their fucking content nuke and use idiotic things that they posted in the fucking content nuke. The worst part is people think this is research and get 1-2 punch when Asman and other people spread it as if it's true. Exactly. Is he defending him or using a point he made? He's literally handing it to him right here. He's saying the initial investigation made by Dan Saltman. If your primary researcher that you're using as a primary source is actively and openly fucking lying about this issue, then they're not a credible source. Surely Asmongold will watch this video. Yeah, okay. I will gift 500 gifted subs in Asmongold's chat if he sits through this entire video. He doesn't need the money, obviously, but that's how much I know he will never fucking in a million years watch this. I'm betting 500 gifted subs in Asmongold's chat that he will never watch the YouTubers who back the genocide. It goes against his previous fucking claims. He hinted he's going to sue Noah for this. Yeah, good luck. Mr. Litigation. That's the other sad state of affairs here. He His claim to fame was, you know, having a landmark decision that set the precedent for fucking fair use and protection for content creators. And now he is actively trying to undermine all that goodwill that he had cultivated years prior by trying to sue anyone and everyone for being like, dude, what you're saying is wrong. It's so weird. It's such a fucking weird thing to do.
In both. Like all these Western liberal outlets, Ethan just takes the State Department line of thinking when it comes to terrorism, which his video is ostensibly a crusade against. By his own definition of terrorism, both the US and Israel are the largest terrorist organizations in the world. Given their history of killing millions of innocent civilians across the globe, his focus is not on them, though, rather the groups that they consider to be terrorists, aka, you know, the bad guys. He actually uses those exact words. He says they're the bad guys.
They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU. These guys are clearly the bad guys.
The entire video is kind of a lie by omission, simply because of everything we just went over. How none of it is a factor, how none of the people viewing the video that are unfamiliar with what's happening would ever come away with his video knowing the full picture, knowing some of the very...
His lawyer telling him about Article 230 and him throwing a fit like a child was quite edifying. Has Ethan always been like this, or has he gotten more radical throughout the war and backlash he's received for his hot takes? I think... I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Ethan's work beyond like the couple things before Leftovers. And during Leftovers, I know that he like hated Ryan Kavanaugh or whatever. And I'm sure, I mean, and I think like a lot of the people that he shit on were objectively not very good people. And perhaps that is the reason why, even if he went above and beyond and certainly was like engaging in some kind of fucking harassment campaign, like I didn't even think about it because, you know, he's going after like a fucking billionaire like Ryan Kavanaugh or, you know, people like Keemstar and shit like that. And then obviously when he turned his crosshairs over to people that were pro-Palestinian, I started realizing that he was just using such underhanded tactics. I can't speak on whether or not he was using underhanded tactics against those other people, and I'm not going to say that. But god damn, dude, it is very obvious that he's just like actively disinterested in the truth. He avoids it like the fucking plague. Two things he avoids like the plague are obviously accountability, like any sort of open-mindedness to like maybe what I'm saying is the reason why people were correctly pegging me as a Zionist, and also avoiding the truth.
Very valid reasons why someone like Hasan might be critical of Israeli atrocity propaganda, or might support groups like the Houthis for their heroic actions in the Red Sea against a genocidal regime. The biggest issue, I think, is that Ethan manages to do all of this while still calling himself a stalwart ally to the Palestinians.
Yeah, that part is fucking also gross.
And I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
This is what makes liberal Zionism so insidious. He is using humanistic appeals to things like peace and safety, but doing so in a way that distracts from the actual source of the problem. The problem is Zionism and the genocidal Israeli state. That is what's causing these problems. And people that might otherwise be able to understand if presented with the facts of the situation are simply led astray by people like Ethan, where a more right-wing Zionist...
Yeah, he's a stalwart supporter of Palestinians. That's why almost all of his commentary on the issue, okay, revolves around doing the shittiest forms of liberal Zionist propaganda at the behest of Israel, talking about how it's a multicultural society and yada, yada, yada. And also simultaneously fucking attacking every single pro-Palestinian voice he can. Every single one. Ethan Klein gets to dictate how you protest against Israel. Nobody else, okay? If you are even marginally different in your opinion than Ethan Klein, when you are defending Palestinians, you are a rabid anti-Semite. What a ridiculous worldview to craft around. Like, you have to unironically be super disinterested in politics across the board to look at what he's saying and go, yeah, that makes sense to me.
might put off the average liberal with extremist claims and overtly genocidal language, a liberal Zionist draws you in with the facade of empathy. He wants to appear empathetic, as if he cares for these people, as if he doesn't ascribe to a genocidal ideology. So, in order to do that, he has to lie, and roping in otherwise progressive people into a death cult. Aside from this video being a nonsensical genocidal propaganda piece, it's also entirely unoriginal. The video is a culmination of a months-long campaign against Hasan and all these other creators and Twitch, the company, to smear them as terrorists and anti-Semites and get people, in trouble. The campaign began as a response to
What is this? Ethan Klein thinks Hasbara... Wait. Sorry, Matt Lieb and Daniel Mate. I thought your podcast about dismantling Israeli propaganda used to justify genocide, but scholar of anti-Semitism Ethan Klein has informed me that Bat Hasbara is code for lying Jews and you're just interested in shitting on Israelis. Okay, big mistake from Ethan is going after the likes of Matt Lieb. You want to know why? Because his audience obviously is not very well educated. So when he starts talking about how these Jews are also anti-Semitic, his audience that is not very educated and doesn't fully understand everything is probably going to be like, wait a minute, what? You're saying now Jews are also, these aren't Arabs, okay? These aren't Muslims. Whoa, hold on. These are other Jewish people that you're now calling anti-Semitic.
Here is, I just want to show you the beginning of this. By the way, Bad Hasbara, he has a podcast where he just solely shits on Israelis. That's what Bad Hasbara is. It's like a meme. Hasbara in Hebrew means propaganda. And it's like a weird slur that people started picking up, calling just like Hasbara means like a lying Jew.
Ethan has said twice now that he wants Matt Lieb fired from Good Mythical Morning over Bad Hasbara. Ethan loves Good Mythical Morning, so he's just butthurt. Matt don't like him. A slur. Hasbara is a slur. It quite literally is actively defined by the Israeli state as what they want people in the Western world to do, specifically Zionist Jews in the Western world to do. This is not a fucking conspiracy. This is just like a part of the Western propaganda that Israel utilizes. Everything's a fucking slur, man. Holy shit.
It's becoming that.
Guy with a 40-plus clip N-word compilation, Hasbara is a slur. Yeah. Dude, he is unironically turning into Destiny. It's so funny. Because another guy who has a fucking... I assume Destiny probably has a 8-minute long N-word compilation as well. Maybe not as long as Ethan's. I think Ethan's is 8 minutes long. Destiny also loved inventing slurs like, oh, Gusano is a slur, or cracker is the real slur. Like, oh my lord. Yeah, it's actually a slur. Good stuff.
The suspension of the live streamer Asmongold. Asmongold made some comments that explicitly justified Israel's genocide of Palestine.
Holy fuck, this has 37,000 likes. I swear to fucking God, I can see Hasan in my carpet. Ethan Klein POV. How the fuck does this have 37,000 likes? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is supposed to be like a fucking incredibly niche joke. The fact that this has 37,000 likes means that this is not a niche joke at all. Like, everyone is aware of the delusions. Taylor Lorenz posted it on Instagram. I'm moots with Simon. They're freaking out about it. That's funny. Wait, I don't see it. I don't see it either. I think it's just like there's like a little bit of a pattern here. But this means is broken containment. And he thinks people are on his side. I don't think he thinks people are on his side. I think he also secretly recognizes that the people that are on his side are people that he shit on for most of his career. And that probably hurts his feelings even more. That's why he actively lashes out against like people who are not sufficiently pro Ethan. Yeah, he recognizes that his mania is something that most people are trying to avoid. If he has such firmly held convictions and is armed to the fucking gills with knowledge on this issue, he shouldn't cowardly run away from debating me on this matter. It's very odd that he does. It's very, very odd. He should have an open and shut fucking case. And yet, instead, he just keeps stubbing his toe and being like, Hasan is responsible for this.
And he's in Gaza.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. They come from an inferior culture. I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Following his suspension for these comments, a community of large content creators, most notably the live streamer Destiny, along with his fan base, rushed to Asmongold's defense, whitewashing and justifying his comments.
Meanwhile, Asmongold gets a 15-day ban for having a spicy take on the war.
So you have someone like Asmongold who breathes the wrong direction, says the wrong thing, and instantly gets banned.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islam.
Yeah, why do these guys always extend the maximum amount of charitability to people like fucking Asmongold? And weirdly enough, Muda is a Muslim himself, which is also crazy because he's also literally openly complained about his own fan base that he has cultivated coming after him with vicious statements. He was not talking about extremists, bro. He said it's, their inferior culture and their genocide is valid.
Islamic religion, extremists in the Islamic religion.
The case of Asmongold's suspension from Twitch was then weaponized against these pro-Palestine voices, most notably Hasan, in an effort to get him deplatformed. To do this, they compiled a number of short clips taken from Hasan's live streams, using them to accuse Hasan of things like supporting and promoting terrorism, allegedly denying October 7th sexual violence, and making anti-Semitic statements. Each one of the clips and their associated accusations can be...
Yeah, I think they had to delete all this shit because Bloomberg wrote an article and they had to literally delete so much of their fucking posts about me on the subreddit. I don't know if it's back at this point, but they were worried that they were going to lose their subreddit because they were so openly, nakedly fucking brigading in their Discord servers and on their fucking subreddits. Look at this. Look at this. Hasan might have Bernie Sanders on Monday. You know what to do. Send emails to his staff with the most obvious terrorist clips. Hezbollah, what? Hamas rapes. Made hostages hate America. Ethan speaks on the Houthis terrorists Hasan interviewed.
Terrorism.
Let's look at some of these choice fucking subreddit
October
posts.
7th sexual violence.
By the way, just want to point something out here, okay? Snark subreddits are unhealthy. This is a well-established position of mine. I've talked about this before. It's infinitely better not to hyper-focus on people that you fucking despise. What's interesting about this dynamic is that I know this because Destiny's community is a snark community for me. And now Ethan has done the exact same thing. He uses his fucking vast community, even though its numbers are diminishing every single fucking day, as a snark community against myself.
And making...
Which is why... all of his cries about like why certain subreddits won't get taken down are ridiculous. Like he's like, oh, I'm going to go after that Faumwa subreddit because I think that there's a vast Hamas conspiracy that like Hamas is running the drama subreddit of Faumwa. I'm going to sue everyone. I'm going to hit them with litigation so that I can fucking find out who they are and then actively tell everyone that they are being anti-Semitic. Falsely smear them as anti-Semites for the crime of what? Fucking complaining about being banned from his community as long fucking fans who had a disagreement with his opinion on Israel.
Anti-Semitic statements. Each one of the clips.
I think it's morally okay to target Hasan's sponsors and advertisers on Twitch. This is the thing, okay? This is the thing I want to mention to you, okay? This is the thing I want to mention to you. This kind of shit back in the day was seen as a no-go zone, okay? When a content creator and used his community in this way, every other content creator would be like, oh, you're trying to fuck up the bag. You're trying to fuck up the bag. You're going to ruin it for everybody else. This is going to have major consequences for everyone. What's really interesting about this process, okay, from the Destiny subreddit is that they very quickly realized I don't really have a lot of sponsors or advertisers. That is precisely why they went after the entire platform. That is precisely why they tried to take Twitch, an Amazon subsidiary, down in its entirety, or at least forced Twitch to fucking ban me. Okay? And Ethan went along with it because if I had fucking sponsors, if I actively had like long-term sponsors, they'd go after them like G Fuel or whatever the fuck, right? The type of sponsors that everybody gets sponsored by. But because the bulk of my support comes from you, and because of that, I don't like ever feel the need to get sponsors in general, and I do it every now and then, and I deny most sponsors that come to me with the opportunity, then I accept them for the most part. Yes, you are my sponsors. You. That's why they actively try to separate you from me by smearing me over and over again to be like, he's not progressive. He's transphobic. He's homophobic. He's anti-black. He's not sufficiently pro-Palestinian. I guess they don't really say that because they're too fucking horny to say everyone who's pro-Palestine is actually, a racist terrorist. Epstein himself shat on who? Keffels for the no bad taxes, only bad targets nonsense in his manifesto back in the day, but these days their community proudly repeats that line. Yeah, but that's it. It's my subscribers that help me maintain my editorial independence regardless, okay? And they know that, which is why they try to get me fucking banned. And it didn't work, and they fucking lost their goddamn minds when it didn't work. Holy shit, dude. Thank you, Cutie McBitty, for the 10 gifted subs. Vil Morgar, thank you for the 10 gifted. D Machine Clutter, thank you for the 5 gifted. W Comrade. Are we ever going to have a shareholder day? Bitch, every day is a shareholder day. Every time you guys yell at me over minor issues and micromanage me, that is a shareholder meeting. Anyway.
Clips and their associated accusations.
Yeah, like imagine fucking going to Bernie Sanders, which also didn't work, by the way. It literally didn't work. Like they were like, oh yeah, let's go tell Bernie Sanders that the guy he's about to talk to is a vicious anti-Semite. Yeah, guess what, dude? What happened? I interviewed Bernie. He said he really loves my work. How'd that turn out?
Can be traced back.
Remember when USC invited me to go speak on campus and they got 27,000 emails? 27,000 emails that had the same exact fucking terminology in it, where they were like, don't bring this person onto campus. He's a rabid anti-Semite who also has been banned off Twitch for racism. What kind of racism? Oh, that's right, anti-white racism, because I said cracker. The professor herself said it. 27,000 emails they sent to USC. Didn't fucking work. But when it doesn't work, they just double down. They become QAnon conspiracists. They think I control the media. You know what I mean? It's fucking insane.
Back to prominent.
Yeah, when I went on Podjon, they emailed the Podjons, emailed the CEO and random fucking producers at the Podjons. Hassan, before he became a terrorist sympathizer.
On Destiny's sub.
Something weird with Twitch and not letting you create new accounts in Israel.
Some of the clips were sourced.
Just confirmed. Israeli IPs are indeed banned from Twitch. Twitch is banned on Israel. Featured on mainstream Israeli television channel.
On from well over a year ago. These clips were initially hosted on a website created by a member of the campaign called HamasPiker.com. Soon after, another website was created. Dan Clancy.
HamasPiker.com, by the way, was created on October 10th, 2023. Think about how fucking insane that is. October 10th, October 14th, 2023. As in a week after October 7, these guys were like, ooh, and it was also an IP tracker, I think, as well. Time to fucking use as an opportunity to shit on Hassan. It is fucking crazy.
ClancySucks.com, a reference to the CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy. Another goal of this campaign was to get him fired from the company. This site also hosts all of these clips with their associated allegations: anti-Semitism, terrorist promotion, and rape denial. Eventually, several major YouTubers in the usually apolitical commentary.
Yeah, well, what happened? I thought these guys were apolitical. Turns out maybe they weren't. Also, interestingly enough, apparently this is what Ethan's response was to this video. Instead of watching the video, he said, God, these bread tubers are such pathetic fucking rats. When the fuck did I ever support a genocide? ? I criticize your idol Hassan and you all resort to straight up character assassination and horrific lies. By the way, character assassination and horrific lies should be the fucking subtitle of the content nuke. Should be called the context nuke. You fucking nuked context. That's what you nuked. It's always projection, bro. It's always fucking projection. Watch the video, Ethan. Watch the video. Watch the video live on your stream, okay? A campaign which resulted in the CPS call and harassment like I've never experienced in my 15 years of YouTube. Fuck you and fuck your movement. Socialism deserve better. What is the idea that like the CPS call is also attributed to like Noah Sampson or myself is also fucking insane. I would never in a million years think that that is an appropriate thing to do. It is a fucking morally repugnant thing to do, to fucking falsely call CPS on someone, okay? You're out of your fucking mind. Ridiculous. I swear to God, dude, someone could be a fucking straight up neo-Nazi, okay, who hates Ethan because he's Jewish, and he would still be like, this person who is a neo-Nazi who fucking also hates me, right, is actually a Hassan fan. Yeah, I'm the first time people fucking hated Ethan online, guys, famously. even though I spent probably the entire year telling my audience to get over it and stop talking about Ethan and how it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things what he has to say about Israel and Palestine. And there was a fucking active genocide going on. If anything, Ethan has probably pushed people to start liking me more because of the way that he fucking behaves. Or at the very least, cause people who have their own personal opinions on Israel doing a genocide in Gaza to go, wait a minute, let me actually take a look. I feel like this Hasan guy, people fucking... If Ethan is talking about him like this, and I don't agree with Ethan, and I know that Ethan is wrong on this Israel stuff, maybe this Hasan guy isn't fucking actually the asshole that I thought he was. Maybe other people were smearing him too. So thank you, Ethan. Your context puke probably is the reason why I have fucking 38,000 people in here. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. It fucking nuked my career. Thank you. That's the other side of this cultish thinking, is that the more the intended effect doesn't happen, the more you lean into like insane conspiracies. I stubbed my toe. It must be Hasan and his anti-Semitic tendencies that caused me to stub my fucking toe. It's crazy. It's a crazy attitude to have. So welcome to the other side. He did poison the well by bringing up Nazis, bomb threatening him to prime his audience into hating you. This chat, Denim, Trisha, Ian, Anisa, Snarkers, Reddit CEOs, Twitch CEOs, Sam Cedar, the CPS caseworker. Wait, that's the other thing I understand. He knows that I get fucking bomb threats from Nazis too. What the fuck? There was a point in time when Ethan wasn't aligning himself with a lot of these people that are now defending him, where he knew very well what those people were doing to me. We actually bonded on our mutual experiences from these very same communities and the fandom from these very same communities that were actively also fucking coming after my family and whatnot. The reason why I don't talk about this stuff, by the way, openly, as opposed to Ethan here, is because the reality of the matter is there is very little prosecution that comes out of this, okay? There's very little you can do. I have a lot of experience in this field, but the reason why I don't talk about it is because nothing ever fucking happens, okay? Most of the people that are on the criminal justice side of this issue are old fucks that don't understand the cutting edge of internet live streaming, the parasocial nature of fandoms, and how some fucking rabid stalkers will go to insane lengths to ruin your fucking life. And because, and this is a reality that every single streamer knows, every single live streamer knows, regardless of which platform you're on, okay? That's why I talked about this when Valkyrie and Cinna, unfortunately, were victimized in broad daylight while they were live by a fucking rabid, psychopathic stalker alongside Emeru, who said that they were going to kill them, right? I told you that it's the tip of the iceberg. What you saw is the tip of the iceberg. Every streamer has experienced this, no matter how big or small, but they don't talk about it. The reason why they don't talk about it is because, one, there's not really any sort of serious prosecution that comes out of it, and two, it only creates copycats. Just so you know. As a victim, he has every right to talk about it publicly if he chooses to do so, but just make no mistake, this doesn't mean that this doesn't happen to fucking other content creators, okay? Maybe not the CPS call thing, but, you know, bomb threats, doxing, swatting, things of that nature.
Sphere made videos that signal boosted these allegations to millions of viewers. Most of these videos used the same clips, many of them directly citing this smear campaign's website.
There's a website known as DanClancySucks.com.
Or there's also a website that's been created called DanClancySucks.com that goes over it all.
Another website, Advertise on Twitch, shows a collection of ads playing before the dishonestly framed clips we've looked at, and the contact information of the companies is provided. It auto-loads a preset email with just one click, allowing participants...
Yeah, by the way, I don't even have fucking ads. I don't run ads. They would literally go so far as to like show ads that people that I was hosting were running. Isn't that crazy?
In the campaign to mass.
Yeah, I understand you may have encountered messages like this before, but I'm reaching out with genuine concern. Why are you advertising on Twitch in proximity to extreme content? Recently, your ads have appeared alongside disturbing content that includes discussions minimizing the reality of October 7th attacks in Israel, promoting anti-Semitic rhetoric. Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year. A fucking lie! They sent straight up lies to every single news outlet. They mass emailed every single news outlet. Isn't that fucking nuts? Isn't that fucking insane? They actively unmasked and doxed Twitch staff in the process. That's what they did. One must ask the question why these guys can get away with doing all of this shit. This is what was happening on the background when I was trying to cover the fucking election. I know for a fact people on my team got emails from them. Yeah, yeah. It's also kind of funny because like the only ones that actually bit the bait were, you know, dish rags like the New York Post or fucking Fox News, for the record. Does it not scare you, not about yourself or what these idiots are saying, but that is now normal for more than 50% of everyone online is a dumb hog? Like, imagine spending this much effort. Imagine spending this much time and effort and coming after me. Yeah, the only people that bid on this fucking dumb fuck bullshit was Richie Torres, AIPAC's own attack dog, its #1 defender, okay? Israel's #1 defender, Richie Torres, from the poorest district in the country, by the way. And New York Post, which is a fucking right-wing dish rag, and Fox News. They should have been spending all this time and effort doing something positive, you know what I mean? Like, instead of actively trying to deplatform the largest progressive content creator. How fucking psychotic. I worked in a congressional office last winter and would get calls about this Lamau. It hasn't stopped, by the way. If you think these efforts are done, Dan Saltman is apparently actively trying to get Tom Cotton to pull me in front of Congress to also smear me as an anti-Semite. Remember, these guys are liberals, by the way, but they want Tom Cotton. That's who Ethan has aligned himself with. That's who Ethan used in his context puke, his context nuke. Like, think about that. That would be peak television. I don't want to fucking do that, man.
Spam these companies.
Here's a video of your ad sponsoring Jew-hating content. I realize that messages like these often go unread or receive a standard response. However, I wanted to reach out directly. If I continue to see Oral-B ads on Twitch, the impression left is that such association with harmful content is acceptable to your company. Here are examples of content that is not banned on Twitch and ads have appeared by in the past.
With the related smears. There were several motivations behind this campaign. There were direct material incentives. On YouTube for the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept. Hassan Piker is bad, and he's dumb, and bad and a terrorist, probably. We can call this the HasanAbi dunk video industrial complex. It's common for YouTubers during low view months to join in on the fun and make these types of videos.
Yeah, anytime someone's like career is waning, because people have presented me as the avatar for all things social justice warrior related, or all things that is like liberal, or all things fucking left, depending on what that person's particular perspective is, doesn't really matter. What their ideological background doesn't really matter. That's all they fucking do is like Hassan fucking bad. That's how you know rent is due. It's not just on YouTube, obviously. There's also, the Twitter version of this. All those fucking psychotic stake-funded accounts that rip clips from other people. They do that every now and then too. They hit that like classic, I'll get like 30K likes on this easy. That's it. There's a major reason why, well, there's two reasons why this hasn't really stopped me from, continuing to do what I do and to reach levels of success that I hadn't reached prior. One, because I have a fucking real ideological conviction, and many people that actually do come here realize, oh, when this person is not framed in a negative way, I realized that maybe I was duped, okay? I was maybe being played, and I think that this person is a bad person, but it turns out I was lied to about his actual intentions, his actual worldview, okay? The other reason also is that virtually all of these people lose their minds in the process of doing the fuck Hassan nonsense, and then inevitably they out themselves as horrifying monsters one way or another.
Taking short clips from Hassan's thousands of hours of live streaming to misrepresent what he's saying, usually parroting the exact same talking points they're getting from the same YouTubers in the same community. They're watching each other's videos and making each other's videos.
It's all recycled. It's all literally recycled shit from Destiny subreddit too, which I'm so glad that Ethan also joined in on the fun there.
Like a perpetual cycle of dumb guy slop. It's interesting to see YouTubers that typically cover TikTok drama and gaming content randomly giving their opinions on genocide and geopolitics, but that's the result of such an ecosystem. It's not about the politics, it's about making money by attacking a guy they don't like because the guy in question happens to be a political content creator. They have to try to do politics. It's really funny to watch, honestly. It's also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, you know, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him and his arguments, de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side. You know, anti-genocide.
Yeah. It's a great way to not really say anything and not really openly, you know, admit your position while simultaneously taking a position. Oh, I do like, you know, I do like the Palestinians, but this Hassan guy fucking sucks. He sucks. You can't say that I'm like, you know, anti-trans. I just think Hassan sucks. And there are a lot of people who watch these fucking dumbass drama slop tubers. It's a easily consumable form of content. So they get their nose from those guys, and instead of making up their own goddamn minds, they just go, all right, well, I've seen this. I've seen this everywhere, so I guess it must be true.
Is pro-genocide. It's quite the precarious predicament they've placed themselves in. Do they realize it? No. Do they care? Probably not. But that's what's happening. You know, that's what they're doing. The success of Ethan's video, which garnered over 3 million views in its first month, is a testament to the algorithmic viability of Hassan bad content. Get in front of a politically illiterate.
This part I don't agree with, because Ethan's last content nuke was on Keemstar. And all of his fucking videos, all of his videos on that channel 4 years prior, when's the last time he ever fucking posted on that channel, had a shit ton more views than the fucking content nuke. I think Ethan thought that content nuke was going to change the game. It was going to get 10 million views, or maybe even 8 million views like the Keemstar video did. And he thought that he thought that the internet would treat me like they're currently treating him, either be totally quiet about their involvement with anything related to me, or just actively come out against me, be like, oh my God, it turns out this Hassan guy was bad all along. Okay. And when that didn't happen, he lost his fucking mind. He literally thought that like mainstream media would cover it. Why the fuck would they do that, dude? The very same people that actually gave you the information, the fucking 2 hours worth of clips out of context, they already tried this in a more sophisticated way than you could ever imagine, by, you know, presenting themselves as concerned citizens randomly by sending this shit to every outlet that would listen, to every outlet that would watch. And of course it wasn't going to work. I'm a fan of Nagla and Terrorizer, but I'm saddened to see they jumped on this train and are slowly spreading their focus on attitude to the Vanas crew. I feel like you just made those names up. There is no, what are you saying? What is any of this? What is the words that you are, what? Nagla and the Terrorizer and the Vanas crew? What is that? No, those are actual streamers. No, those are real people. Those are old gaming YouTubers. What? Why would gaming YouTubers be like, fuck Hassan? Yeah. Every time someone comes in here and says some shit, this is what I think. It's on Tubu. It's literally on Hebe. It's on Pooty with the ads. It's literally on Dippy. You can probably find it on Weeno. Dude, it's on Gumpy. It's a Phoebo original. It's on Poob. You can watch it on Poob. You can go to Poob. That's what I think. Every time someone comes in here and is just like, you don't understand, dude. Pooty Poo said this about you on Scourgeberg. I'm like, what the fuck? Listen, I'm sure these guys aren't obscure at all. I just don't know because I'm 33 fucking years old, okay? And I don't watch a lot of YouTube. That's the thing. I'm 33. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, and I watch zero Twitch. This is precisely the reason why I have no fucking clue what you guys are saying, okay? I'm not, like, undermining their success or popularity. I'm sure they're fucking awesome. Calm down, Gen X, Mark Maron. What is this?
Really do in response to this is try to go after other people that are near Caseytron, right? And I don't want to sink to that level. Like, I don't want to go, trust me, I've already gotten some things of people going like, hey, I know Hassan's a part of this talent agency and has like this sponsor and like these people who support Twitch. We should email. And I'm like, no, don't, stop.
Oh man,
please.
After the election, we'll start looking at all that, okay?
It's just.
These guys hate each other now, by the way, because this guy victimized one of this guy's friends. So now this guy has actively been campaigning against Sexpestiny for doing sex pest shit. But make no mistake, you know, I suspect that he probably still has a lot of resentment towards me for existing, I think.
Just, yeah.
Yeah.
Literate American audience and call a pro-Palestine influencer a terrorist.
Promoting hateful terrorist music videos.
Terrorist propaganda videos.
Terrorist propaganda video.
Collect.
That's the other side of this. That's like so fucking stupid. Terrorist propaganda videos is a video of the Ansar Allah movement talking about Saudi Arabia doing a genocide to them. Like, I watch all matter of terrorist propaganda videos. I watch American military videos. I've watched Israeli military videos on this fucking broadcast. Back in the day, we used to have a fucking tier list of who makes the best videos. We watched ISIS videos on this fucking broadcast, okay? The notion that all of these are across the board the same is obviously ridiculous, but they are using terrorist propaganda videos to just basically say, oh, don't look into any of this, okay? Do not look into any of this. Just know that he's a bad Muslim guy who loves bad Muslims. Yeah, IRA. I fucking used to play IRA Come Out, Ye Black and Tans at the top of the hour, every hour, dude. That's a terrorist propaganda video. That's a terrorist propaganda song. This right here at the top of the fucking hour. Every hour back in the day, I used to play this song, okay? And I would tell you, at the top of the hour, every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. A supporter of all things. A supporter of all fighters against colonialism. A supporter of all fighters against empire. Like the fucking IRA. I did, like, that's what I mean. It's just like, one of the funnier parts about this also was that they try to do this with a North Korean song too.
That you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed. Come out, sugar like and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Major on like Hathaway from the green and lovely lanes of Calashandra. Come tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2.
Like the Zulus did,
spears and bows and arrows.
How bravely you faced
One with your 16-pounder gun.
and you frightened them down
Natives to the marrow.
Come out, sugar like and tans,
Come out and fight me like a man.
Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
The IRA Major run like hell away.
From the green and lovely lanes of Calashandra.
Anyway, the existence of the Irish and the Scottish negates the need for the British. I agree. So, you know, it's more so about like where you shift your attention and priorities to. It's obviously like a little bit harder for people to be like, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing like pro-IRA propaganda because they're white. Also, I can't wait to fucking link up with Kneecap when they're out here in the US. It's going to happen when they come out to the United States. Just for the record, yeah, Kneecap will be on this stream, baby. Don't you fucking worry about it. Let's continue. I'm an Irish Republican patriot.
Big fat AdSense check. That's how it goes. And Ethan knew it would do well too and made sure to get a sponsor for the video.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video.
Which was a VPN company that happens to be owned by an Israeli billionaire with a history of funding and supporting the IDF. He's not a Zionist though, apparently. Apparently he's not a Zionist and he's pro-Palestine.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
A few years ago, Destiny was banned from Twitch. Since then, he has repeatedly attempted to be reinstated on the platform, and the latest attempt by using the campaign was probably the closest he's ever been in terms of putting pressure on the platform.
We're tired of your site changing the rules every week. Nobody knows what's going on. Get your shit together, unban Destiny, and fucking make a site that people actually want to go to.
Dedicated the last like 2 weeks of my life basically to Steve's cause.
You're talking about the Twitch thing?
That's the guy that Ethan had on his video, by the way. Hey guys, hey, he's not linked up with these dudes, even though it came out that he was directly emailing Dan Saltman, by the way.
Yeah, destroying Twitch.
Some of the motivations for the campaign are political in nature, though, obviously. You know, Hassan Piker is one of the most prominent pro-Palestine voices on YouTube, and this campaign has been orchestrated by Zionists. The website that started this campaign, HamasPiker.com, doubled as a donation page for a prominent Zionist organization. Since learning about the existence of Israel on October 7th of 2023, Destiny has positioned himself as its #1 cheerleader, showing up to debates to defend the genocidal apartheid state using Zionist talking points and denying that a genocide is taking place. On the Lex Friedman Israel-Palestine debate, Destiny justified Israel's slaughter of 4 Palestinian children in the Gaza beach bombings using talking points plucked directly from IDF spokespeople.
Those kids weren't just on the beaches as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You could Google it.
With all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's
I think this probably, like, this was amazing because it was such a visible debate where this fucking sex pest was so thoroughly undermined by an interlocutor that knew so much more than he did, by 2 interlocutors, really, that even his own debate partner was just fucking laughing at him. Like, what an incredible moment. Because, like, up until this moment, I don't think a lot of people knew him as anything but, like, the guy who autistically dunks on some of the stupidest fucking right-wingers you've ever seen, right? Clips like that would go viral all the time. I think people just basically knew him as that guy. This debate, on the other hand, changed that dynamic, where people found out what he was about.
Terrifying.
I left Finkelstein's iconic response in there because he is 100% correct. The events of that day were witnessed by dozens of journalists. There is no real dispute as to what happened, except from, of course, the party that slaughtered the children, which is Israel, and in turn, its propagandists, like Destiny.
A group of boys.
Hold on, sorry.
Cousins playing on the beach.
There's a
now,
TOS here.
Were running for their lives. Until seconds later, another shell hit. Israel claimed it was firing on Hamas militants at the port, but the dead were 4 young boys.
He's also explicitly called for the genocide of Palestinians.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but, like, I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but, like, that's about where I'm at.
It's this guy and his community who are
it's
the source for every one of the arguments that Ethan makes in his
Hassan,
video.
before
Do
we became a
stalwart
terrorist, besides something weird on Twitch?
advocates for Palestinians normally collaborate with advocates for Palestinian genocide?
Hassan's favorite terrorist group is having a Luffy moment. They're killing civilians.
No, they do not, in my opinion. Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, the other main driver behind this campaign and the one spearheading the creation of these smear websites, is also a Zionist. Saltman promoted pro-Israel organizations like the ADL and stopped anti-Semitism, and Zionist politicians like Richie Torres, who...
Also, the other side of this story, this conquest to tackle anti-Semitism, is that it's conducted by people who have said, like, a shit ton of actually anti-Semitic things. Like Destiny himself in private logs, or not even in private logs, but like public logs on DG has been talked about saying like genocide the Jews and shit like that. Dan Saltman has said a bunch of horrifying things as well about Jewish people in general. Dan Saltman himself is Jewish. Ethan Klein himself has actively said awful shit about Orthodox Jews. Like, he tried to make it seem as though I wasn't calling the KKK inbred, and that I was actually calling a bunch of young, industrious Jewish folk in Israel that weren't fucking actively burning aid going into Gaza, but instead I was calling all Jews inbred. That's what he kept saying over and over again. Okay? Meanwhile, I obviously wasn't directing this at all Jewish people or whatever the fuck. I was talking about these specific rabid terrorists that Ethan also called charity workers, which was fucking ridiculous. Nice, benign dudes who are doing charity. Okay? Insane. But that's not, there's so much more that he has done and said that is infinitely, infinitely more anti-Semitic than the claims that he's even making against me without any sort of evidence whatsoever. The evidence is just a clip copy. Yes. There's videos of you calling Ahmaud Arbery's killers inbred. You've called extreme fundamentalists conservatives inbreds for years and years. Exactly. What's the difference here? Yeah. Here is Dan, Hark Dan Saltman. Evolution explains why Jews are so powerful and blacks are not. The only Jews to escape the Holocaust were the smartest of the smart. So the only ones left by definition are the creme de la creme. Now take blacks. The only ones we have in America for the most parts are dumb of the dumb who got caught from the slavers. So it's evolution at work. That's the guy that Ethan posted about and took notes from in his context nuke. That's the guy who he prominently featured in his context nuke. When you argue with us SJW. Now these logs are from 10 years ago. You might be saying, oh, I'm sure Dan Saltman doesn't have this kind of opinion now. Yes, he does. He 100 million% does, okay? He says shit like this and more on a daily fucking basis.
Who shared and boosted the campaign, he consistently weaponizes Zionist talking points, like asserting that any reference to Zionism is actually just coded anti-Semitic.
Yeah. I mean, he literally fucking retweeted like Sam Hyde and other neo-Nazis recently because they were dunking on me. Sam Hyde defenders. I don't know. Call me crazy. I don't think this guy gives a fuck about anti-Semitism.
Semitic language, the implication there being, of course.
Yeah. He's also talking about like Elon Musk, like retweeting Elon Musk and shit.
Any reference to Zionism is
yeah. He's
actually just
he's
coded
claiming that anyone that says fucking Zionist is actually using it as a substitute for Jew. First of all, in this fucking day and age, when anti-Semitism is literally seen as a benefit, okay, by right-wing content creators, why the fuck would anybody hide their anti-Semitic tendencies?
Semitic language, the implication there being, of course, that criticizing Israel and Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. That's a very common Zionist tactic. It's like the Zionist tactic, in the West at least. Perhaps the most significant motivation, though, and indicative of the sort of unserious nature of this campaign, is just spite. These people all seem to have deep personal vendettas against Hasan and these other creators that should give one pause when considering the seriousness of the campaign that they're running.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe.
Destiny has for almost 5 years just obsessively talked about Hasan on his channel. He's made video after video about him. The frequency of these videos increased after Destiny was banned from Twitch. In the span of time since then, he has uploaded almost 80 videos about Hasan out of a total of like 450 videos. So that's at least
Jesus
1/5 of his working life.
That is fucking crazy. 80 videos that directly mention me in the fucking title or thumbnail. Holy fuck! These motherfuckers have the audacity to say I'm rent-free, bro. What the fuck? Bro, my own parents don't love me and think about me this much. Holy fuck, dude. Hasan loses it after getting called out beyond irresponsible. 621,000 views. This is literally about IDF bombing a hospital in Gaza, by the way. They bombed every hospital in Gaza! All that remains from this commentary is the fucking ad revenue that he generated. That was the only interest he had in fucking Israel-Palestine, was to find an opportunity to be like, fuck Hasan. And people willingly went along with it. That's why so many people fucking left this community after October 7, only to return later to be like, okay, my bad. Quietly coming back to be like, okay, maybe you were kind of right, because I'm fucking finally realizing that maybe the things you said about Israel is not incorrect. What is this? You don't know the half of it? If you only knew how he mentions you daily? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is a way to track, like, search Hasan, upload date descending. This is virtually every video that he's mentioned me in. Holy fuck. How many times a day is he mentioning me? RIP Hasan, chilling and streaming. This guy should be fucking worrying about his own sex charges, okay? His sex pest charges. Hasan's illiberal. Reddit Hamas network exposed, and Dean told Hasan is illiberal. Fucking obsessed, dude. Holy fuck. There's 1,500 clips found from channels. Destiny's channel, Last Night on Destiny, Destiny clips, Taliban headquarters highlights, and Taliban headquarters. 1,500 clips. Did you call out Asman's hypocrisy in calling for a politics tag to be added on Twitch, claiming that he himself should be affected by it, then talking politics nonstop every day? Asmongold doesn't use the tag. I'm shocked, because they tried, after that tag was implemented, people tried to fucking get me banned actively, except I always have the politics tag on. I'm surprised that Asmon doesn't always have the politics tag on. That is literally a fucking bannable offense for the record. I doubt that he doesn't use the politics tag. That would be shocking. Why do you spread hate? Yes, dude. I'm spreading hate. My hatred? Don't do genocide. If you think don't do genocide is spreading hate, then maybe you are the hateful person.
Life spent talking about Hasan. In contrast, in the same span of time, Hasan has uploaded over 1,200 videos, and he's talked about Destiny a total of 5 times.
All of which came after the Israel shit. Oh my God. It feels good to finally see someone fucking actively show this disparity. And it's not just me being like, am I going crazy? Like, this man does not stop talking about me.
4 of them have come in the last few months while covering Destiny's role in this smear campaign and the credible allegations of sex crimes against him. So that's less than 1% of his coverage. This isn't an internet beef. Hasan has a stalker. With Ethan, I feel like I can kind of spot the moment that he started going into this direction, which was the moment that people started calling him racist for saying racist stuff. It was one argument he made where he compared Jewish Voice for Peace anti-Zionist activists to capos.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis. That
Ethan,
were
don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos. Like, that's...
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices it's not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
The chat started calling him a Zionist freak because that's a Zionist freak thing to say. And then since then, he's sort of constructed an entire...
Which was really interesting because at the time, I thought genuinely that he was actually stepping on a fucking landmine, which you can see in the conversation that we're having. Okay? I was like, oh, dude, come on. You're pro-Palestinian. Why the fuck are you saying this? Like, obviously, people that don't understand that you're pro-Palestinian are going to think, if this is their first introduction to you, that you are a fucking Zionist freak. Because that's what Zionist freaks say. Like, it's just like you are so freakishly pro-Israel at that point that, like, that is what people are going to think about you, okay? That's what people are going to think about you. Why are you doing this? That was the conversation that I was having. And then for a fucking year, I literally told my chat over and over again, like, stop going after Ethan. It doesn't matter. Remember back in 2021 where he posted that thing about Israel, like far before October 7. Meanwhile, in that process, unbeknownst to me, he literally was fucking running around saying way worse shit. Only after did he actively join the battle alongside Sex Pestany and Dan Saltman and try to get me fucking deplatformed. And also actively went after other smaller pro-Palestinian content creators as well and actively get them fucking deplatformed successfully, that I go, okay, this is completely unacceptable.
Mind prison around the idea that he's not racist and anyone calling him racist is actually the real racists. Because Hasan's community is politically oriented and is able to spot the racist rhetoric in question, that means they're all extremists and Hasan is leading them, so he's an extremist. And that Hasan and them are all the problem and that he's a perfect angel, which is the direction he's taken, it seems like.
It's also funny because, like, he simultaneously took this position where it was like, oh, if you say someone is a Zionist and they're Jewish, you're actually just, you know, saying that they're a Jew, right? You're being anti-Semitic. But then he would also turn around and be like, 90% of Jews are Zionists. So if you actually criticize Zionism, which is a fascist political ideology built around ethno-religious supremacy and is the underpinning of a settler colonial genocidal apartheid state, okay, which was born out of the ethnic displacement of 750,000 Palestinians, for the record, then if you criticize that ideology, that means you hate Jews. Which one is it? What is it?
Like,
my only crime is wanting a two-state solution.
Yeah, don't spouse Zionist discourse, then shrug. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. He's actually so racist, Lamau. He's so Islamophobic, Lamau. It was correct. They were right. Why did you put this in your fucking nuke? That's what's so crazy. At the time, I literally was trying to explain to Ethan, like, I was like, Ethan, Frogan is a fucking fan of yours. Like, how do you not understand that this person who's like village is fucking possibly being bombed, which later, obviously, when Israel did invade Lebanon, it did happen. But like, at the time, I'm like, yeah, this person is looking at you as a fan of yours, as a former fan of yours, and is cannot comprehend the words that are coming out of your mouth. Yeah, I like that he made this entire video to be like, look at how wrong these people are for calling me a Zionist, while simultaneously you made a fucking video defending Israel.
Instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it.
Israelis are so afraid of genocide, they're genociding Palestinians to expand their borders. Never again, unless it's those dirty Arabs. Like, that's
why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist.
And now he's just totally gone off the rails.
Yeah, Frogan was right. Like, the fuck do you mean?
He spends most of his time cowering in fear behind Instagram stories that people can't respond to. Every single one of the uploads on his personal YouTube channel in the last number of months have been targeted towards Hasan. He spent most of his...
My favorite is the why does nobody care one. It's such a perfect reaction.
Live podcast talking about Hasan and calling him a terrorist and whatnot.
What is this? Bro, I have not seen a single one of his fucking Instagram stories. I didn't know he was posting about me this much. Oh my God. Every day? Every single day? No.
There was that one Instagram story where Ethan Klein was having to evacuate due to the wildfires or something, and he managed to make the post about Hasan and about how Hasan probably thinks it's awesome that his house might burn down while his family is in the background trying to evacuate the wildfires. Just wild. Ethan Klein has repeatedly denied any association.
And then he tried to turn around and fucking criticize me for going and personally evacuating my two friends, Caroline and Will. Okay. I remember that too. That was also hilarious, where he was simultaneously shitting on Caroline while also seemingly defending Caroline by saying Hasan is laughing in their fucking face. Hasan is laughing in their fucking face.
With this campaign and Destiny or his community. That may have something to do with the recent credible allegations that Destiny is a sex criminal, but this is false. Ethan has been caught on his live podcast browsing the Destiny subreddit for arguments.
Yeah, Destiny mods urgently ask for clips of Hasan discouraging people from voting. Okay, within minutes, folks, I need to find some clips of Hasan discouraging people from voting. Give me what you can. And they couldn't find it because there is no fucking clip of me urging people not to vote. I've never been an anti-vote guy.
Arguments to use to attack Hasan.
Yeah. Destiny's mod requests examples of Hasan discouraging people from voting again at 4:06.
Hasan leaked Discord logs show Dan Saltman admitting to exchanging emails with Ethan and the H3 team personally during the campaign. And even if there wasn't evidence of direct communication, the far more important connection is that Ethan is saying the exact same things, using the same out-of-context clips that everyone else used to call Hasan a terrorist or whatever. It's been a group effort. That's just what it is. So just a few final thoughts here. Zionism is Nazism. It's an ethnic supremacist, expansionist, colonial ideology. You can't have Zionism without genocide and ethnic cleansing. That's the end goal of the project. It's what it is. Palestinians are there, and for the Zionist project to be complete, they have to go. Starve them out, bomb them, destroy everything they need to live. Those are the methods. Those are what they're employing as we speak. And like Nazism, Zionism cannot be defeated through reform or debate. It must be destroyed from the outside.
How long do these freaks start trying to make AI videos of you because they can't find real videos of doing the shit they say? Doesn't Ethan use like a AI voice of me already? So it's not long. It's been happening. Someone told me. I don't know if it's actually... I think that they've been doing that. I know Destiny did one. He did the cringiest AI rap battle where he physically rap battled against an AI version of me. That's a real thing. How the fuck does nobody realize that that is the most insane thing you can do? Like, that is not mental wellness. That is a picture of losing your fucking mind. He used an AI voice of you saying shit in the nuke. No, I'm not going to show you. I'm going to spare you the AI rap battle video because I don't want you to all die from cringe.
Outside through efforts made by the Palestinian people, the Palestinian resistance, and coalitions of allies. As history has shown, the downfall of these kinds of racist ideologies is possible, but Zionists cannot be a part of this process. They're Zionists. They uphold Zionism by spreading Zionist propaganda and spending all their time and effort attacking anti-Zionists, even as those anti-Zionists are actively fighting against a genocide that Zionism is the ideological pretext for. In the case of liberal Zionists like Ethan Klein, using his weird personal Zionist crash out as a jumping off point to educate people about the ideology that he adheres to is a great use of time, I think. And Bad Empanada has done a fantastic job job with that. His videos have reached pretty wide audiences and exposed them to the reality and history of the genocidal Zionist project. That's a really good thing. That's a really important thing that he's doing, and I think many of you can probably also help out with that. Most of you have smartphones and cameras and TikTok, so go ahead. Start posting about it. Spread the word. Aside from being a morally good thing to do, it's also becoming sustainable. You know, it's algorithmically viable. The Ethan Klein crash out industrial complex is booming, and we can harness it as a propaganda machine to expose Zionism for the genocidal ideology that it is. You may have the feeling, as I often have, that the history books will look back upon these times and those who supported the Gaza genocide with shame and horror. The only problem with that.
By the way, Today shouted out Boner Box as the one people who should be Today shouted out Boner Box as the one who people should be watching, and this is what Boner Box said recently.
Guys can literally get proven wrong in the most obvious fucking way, and they will still just chug on like nothing happened. Like, how obviously wrong was it that that story about the Al-Ali hospital? The idea that...
How obviously wrong was it? The fuck? The fake misfired rocket video was debunked. Israel literally also tried to use the same exact thing at El Shifa a week later. It was debunked again.
Israel airstruck. And
it's so crazy that this man is still talking about Al-Ahli Hospital when every fucking hospital is in rubble, okay? Who the fuck is this for? I don't understand it. Like, who still at this day and age has not made up their minds? Like, either people are just like, yes, I'm pro-Israel. I think everything that Israel is doing is for valid security concerns or whatever. Or people are just like, yeah, no, Israel is a fucking apartheid on a good day and doing genocide every other fucking day. Like, who is looking at this and going, yeah, remember that time when Israel fucking lied about the Al-Ahli hospital that I'm going to act like wasn't a lie at all? Like, how are you still holding on to that? It's like debating the details of the Night of the Long Knives in 1946. Yeah, just exactly. And being like, you don't understand. Not all the victims were Jewish or some shit. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck kind of insane attitude is this? Literally.
And flattened a hospital, killing 500 people, which is what Bana Banada said about it when it happened. And even after a year of every investigation, left, right, center disagreeing with you, and still just going to... how do you know Israel didn't bomb it? Like, yeah, they don't care. There's no point. These guys.
What do you? That's crazy. Israel allies and Five Eyes repeated their false story. No evidence of a misfire rocket has ever been produced. The bombing was focused on the courtyard of the hospital where hundreds of families were sleeping. There are videos of body parts being picked up off the lawn. After the misfire rocket video was debunked, propaganda switched to claiming the explosion was too small to be Israeli, as if they only dropped bunker busters. Nonsense. Here's the Shifa story where Israel was caught trying the same lie again. I just don't understand why you would try to be so fucking bad faith, you know? No, I unbanned this person. Don't ban him again. That triggered me. Oh man, that's crazy you're saying that when you got offended by something I wasn't even directed at you. Have fun with that. You suck, not gonna lie. I'm unbanning Tony. I think Tony's got some good ideas.
That is that these people feel no shame. They're here to make money and to convince themselves that they aren't evil. And the way they do that is by lying, by spreading liberal Zionist propaganda. It's profitable and it's easy and it's acceptable. You're allowed to say that you think all Palestinians should die.
I'm pro-genocide.
And still get invited to Jubilee as a resident liberal. You're allowed to do it and run your quirky, epic, silly podcast and make hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that because the Western media ecosystem encourages it. There will be no justice for the Palestinian people if all we do is watch content about what's happening. Consumption is not politics. There will be no justice for the victims of this genocide unless we all actively fight for it. From the position that most of the viewers of this video have, that's by using the resources and time to continue to speak out, preserve the record of what's actually happened in Gaza, name the perpetrators, and highlight and boost the voices that understand these facts more than anyone in the world. That is, the Palestinian people. Don't stop sharing their stories or contributing to direct aid. I'll leave a document below with some Palestinian voices and outlets that you should follow and campaigns to contribute to. In If I Must Die, Rifat El-Arir tells the story of Yasser Ashur, a young Palestinian survivor of Operation Cast Lead, Israel's late 2008 onslaught in Gaza. During Cast Lead, Israel bombed a UN school, which was also designated a safe zone, killing 44 civilians. Ashur was 14 at the time of the attack, and Israel killed 5 of his classmates and friends. Ever since the massacre, Ashur has tried to honor the memories of his classmates by exposing Israeli crimes. I run a few Twitter accounts with tens of thousands of followers. He said, "The battle for justice for Palestine over social media is crucial, and we have to win it. We don't have Israel's billions, but we have the power of the truth." And that's what we have. We have the truth. October 7th blew the lid off the genocidal Israeli project. October 7th is the reason you're here watching this video today. Israel's response to it has radicalized a generation of people by exposing the Israeli state and its backers in the West for what they are: depraved, ethnic supremacist, genocidal lunatics. That's the truth. We have all these tools to speak the truth, and now's the time to do that. So just do it. I don't know. Don't stop fighting for it. Free Palestine.
Great video. Fucking fantastic video. No notes. It is such an obvious imbalance. Anyone with eyes and like a semblance of consciousness can see that reality.
If you like my videos
themselves.
and want to help me make
yeah, go show support to Noah. Share this video far and wide. Noah is a wonderful content creator, as you guys know. He doesn't often make YouTube videos, but when he does, they're fucking bangers. Great job, Noah. Plot twist: Noah is a chatter that wanted to put this shit to rest once and for all. Oh, Philly D showed your statements in a new video. Yeah, this is Ethan Klein says snark Redditors call CPS on his kids. We'll talk about that. Philip DeFranco put me in his video
this year that we've largely kind of stepped away from things that could be deemed drama in the community. Or there's so many things in the world right now being torn down, set on fire. We've really tried to pivot and focus on most of those things. But this, it's not drama. It rises above. Right? And so for those unfamiliar, Ethan Klein is a longtime YouTube creator, very big podcaster. And while the story is heavily centered on a video that he posted yesterday, the actual story goes back a little bit further than that. Because Ethan first said that CPS, Child Protective Services, visited his house during an H3 podcast episode on Friday, explaining
An anonymous call went into them on the 3rd, saying that they were somebody that works at the house, and they wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses.
With Ethan then going on to say that a CPS agent had to visit their house, talk to both he and his wife Ela, look around the home, see the kids, and the agent eventually needs to return to interview the kids because of the call. Right? And then after
that's insane, by the way. I don't know how the fuck, like, what I don't understand what the fuck CPS is even thinking that they would do a follow-up investigation as though there's any sort of fucking veracity. Like, guys, I know a lot of you have opinions on Ethan Klein, okay? And regardless of what he has, like, admitted on clips on YouTube or whatever the fuck, he is a multi-millionaire with fucking nannies and maids and shit. Like, no, I don't think his fucking children are running around and rolling around in dog shit and getting diseases, okay? Like, get the fuck out of here. I think it's I think it's a completely erroneous CPS call. And number two, I think it's also completely ridiculous to call CPS in general. I would never in a million years entertain this shit. And I said as such when I even found out, about it, when someone in chat, someone in chat fucking said it. I don't understand how the fuck CPS would actually conduct an investigation. Like, I don't think that there is any world where separating Ethan Klein from his children would be better for his children. That is psychotic. I don't believe that. Brother, he literally said it. Like, what are people supposed to think? I mean, you can't, dude, come on. Don't behave in the same way that fucking Ethan's drones behave. You can't understand the full scope of a situation involving parents off of what you have deemed off of clips on a fucking podcast. Even if he's voluntarily revealing this shit, you don't know if he's embellishing it because he wants to be funny and not really thinking about what that might look like to people that are watching. Please, I'm being serious. Don't do that. Like, that's you're no better than the H3 production subreddit if you behave like that. Okay? I don't know why CPS would take an anonymous call seriously and come back and do an actual investigation. I don't even know if this actually happened, for the record. I don't know anything. I have no idea of knowing what the fuck actually happened.
After that, he went into more detail on that incident, the context around it, and what he believes is the root issue in a video that he posted yesterday titled, "This is so fucked up."
Not only have they called CPS on us, now they're starting to try to call in a 5150.
What is this? Hasan needs to fake his death and join WITSEC, and someone needs to 5150 Ethan and put him in a room. What the fuck?
To get me committed. It's really gone on too far, and at this point, I'm ready to take no prisoners, take the gloves off, and call out everybody who needs to be called out. The thing is, once you target my children...
Oh, yeah, he had the gloves on beforehand. The fuck?
Then a line's been crossed.
Because you don't know how CPS works, I still think it's crazy. One, chatter saying you can't do anonymous CPS reports are wrong, especially in LA. Two, is likely department policy to do a follow-up interview. Yeah, I don't know the full details of Child Protective Services and how they operate, okay? But please, this goes beyond swatting and bomb threats, which Ethan and virtually every content creator, myself included, have dealt with regular fucking frequency. Whether we voluntarily reveal that information or not doesn't matter. I'm going to always hit a fucking no-low plea here, okay? I will not confirm nor deny whether or not I have to deal with those sorts of things. Having said that, however, it is a constant in the background of every other streamer's lives. Most content creators, unfortunately, have to deal with this shit, and there's no real legal protections against that sort of thing. And most content creators don't actually talk about it because it just creates more copycats and people doing that sort of shit. CPS is a step, I think, way too far beyond that. It's already too far in terms of like swatting and doxing. You're putting people's lives in jeopardy, but it is completely ridiculous to do such a thing.
It cannot be walked back.
With Ethan noting that while he held nothing against a CPS agent who visited their house because he was just doing his job, he still found the whole ordeal to be invasive and overwhelming.
He's called the pediatrician that takes care of the kids. He talked to them, pretty much sifted through every angle of our life having to do with our kids, and an extremely violating, insulting, unbelievable.
Ethan says CPS told him it's someone you know who reported it. Wait, really? I'm a CPS social worker. I want to stress that it's a normal part of the process follow-up. I'm not going to say if someone online did it, but it's also very possible the doctors themselves probably reported, considering the baby had Giardia. May seem like a little odd. Did his baby even have Giardia? Is that true? Or did Ethan just like kind of say that as a joke or whatever? I don't know any of these details. I don't want to know any of these details. I don't really, like, I think this stuff is, my position on this is just completely that it is like, it is ridiculous that he got the CPS called on him. That's what I think. I'm not entertaining any of this shit. I don't, like, I think it's silly to entertain any of this shit. The kid didn't, the dog did. Yeah.
Way. You can't believe that you, as somebody who has done nothing wrong, has taken care of your kids, to be subject to this forcible and...
Dude, you're literally talking shit without knowing details. Are you kind of an out-of-touch take on CPS, though? You're literally talking shit without knowing the details? Brother, I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. You don't know the details. I don't know the details either. I'm saying that I don't know the fucking details. You don't either. If you're trying to pick apart the fucking details off of what Ethan has said, either embellishing or jokingly on the podcast, like clips that you saw from his podcast, you're not going to understand the full scope of the situation. Okay? That's crazy. That's it. And don't send me fucking clips, okay? Don't send me clips to be like, see, here he is admitting that his child had Giardia or whatever. Like, that's wild. Don't do that.
Investigation because of some freaks online.
And as far as who did this, he said that his digging brought him to Snark subreddits. With the first one being dubbed H3 Snark, though it looks like it's now moved over to a new page called H3H3_Productions. And for those that don't know, a Snark page or subreddit is essentially devoted to criticizing or making fun of that topic, right? There are general Snark pages for calling out influencers, ones about not liking certain...
Don't entertain this. Anything you say will be spun against you. That clip of you condemning the likely fraudulent CPS call when you first heard it was used by the usual actors to shit on you for not condemning it enough, saying you made it about yourself or something. Do not entertain any of this. Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't care. Like, oh my God. Are you telling me that people are going to fucking yell at me regardless of what my position is while not understanding what my position is, or saying I'm not sufficiently condemning it, or they want me to falsely take ownership over it? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm still going to fucking, I'm still going to say what I'm saying, what my suspicion is in this
celebrities,
situation.
And it goes on. And so an H3 Snark page would be anti-H3, anti-Ethan and Hila, and Ethan doesn't think that Reddit's doing enough about this overall problem. But also, he thinks that major creators are allowing them to thrive.
The problem is that this subreddit, this community, is being legitimized by creators such as Hasan, such as Denims, such as Mike from PA, and all these leftist commentators who think they can get one up on me by sicking and and participating and legitimizing the most crazed psychopaths on the internet.
Right, with Ethan specifically accusing Hasan and other creators of, at the very least, minimizing what the subreddit has done, and at one point appearing to suggest that Hasan's fans were responsible for the CPS call and other targeted harassment towards him. And that, as Hasan and Ethan have been at odds for a long time now. They're former friends, former podcast hosts, and there are a lot of recent tensions that are tied to their opposing views around the war in Gaza. Their relationship and the fallout, it's long and storied. But going back to Ethan's video, he then went on into more context as to why the CPS call specifically accused him of letting his kids eat feces off the floor, and he showed a stream from the beginning of the month where a creator by the name of Denims reacted to a creator by the name of Bad Empanada.
The house is just like covered.
Meanwhile, you had no idea of any of this at all. Yeah, I don't. But it doesn't stop people from speculating that I'm actually secretly coordinating all of this. I'm entangled in a deep, dark conspiracy. It's just like, bro, you can get scared of your own shadow at this point and be like, nope, that was Hasan. Hasan is the reason why I'm afraid. Like, get the fuck out of here.
In dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it.
How is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit.
With Ethan also pointing out that the chat was encouraging CPS to be called, but also Ethan said that the idea that his kids eat feces, it's been taken out of context from a story that he told around a month ago. Right, and that because he previously talked about how his dog had an infection that caused it to have.
Bonerbox was talking about how you install Reddit mods and a bunch of subs the other day. Bro, what? No, you're fucking joking. Like, see, look, this person's just said, I filed another report at your command, sir. This person is obviously fucking joking, okay? Is it a subject that is not a laughing matter? I agree. I don't think it's a subject that's a laughing matter. But this person is not making fun of the subject itself, but rather how silly the claims are that I'm somehow involved in this. Now, you can take that and screenshot it and post it on the fucking H3H production subreddit, which has become a Hasan snark subreddit, ironically enough. And you can have, I don't know, maybe 1,000 upvotes talking about how Hasan's community is actually actively doing this, actively making fun of it, making light of a situation. This is how it works. This is why I also say, like, it's hard to get a full assessment of any kind of situation off of clips that you've seen of a podcast, you know? It's just why I'm saying, like, a lot of this gets lost in translation. A lot of the context gets lost. I'll bet money Hasan doesn't even know who's on Reddit. Okay, calm down. I mean, you're not wrong, but chill out, okay?
Have diarrhea, and then their baby, who's crawling around the house all the time, also started having diarrhea. So they assumed that the baby might have caught the dog's infection, right? Not from eating the dog's poop, but from constantly touching or licking any surface that the dog and its shedding fur came into contact with. So there, you had Ethan saying that it turned out that the baby didn't actually have the same infection as the dog.
Phil not pointing out that Ethan runs a snark Reddit and podcast and YouTube channel is insane bias. No, it's not. Come on, dude. Philip DeFranco is a fucking YouTuber. He's not gonna call while he's talking about Ethan Klein in the most sympathetic light for understandable reasons, because he is a victim in this process. At least with all readily available information, it is reasonable to make the assertion that like the CPS call was not exactly appropriate. In that situation, he's not going to turn around and be like, yeah, Ethan Klein has been running a snark subreddit against Hasan. Like, that's like insane expectation that you guys have. Come on.
Just some general baby diarrhea, but that's also where the whole notion started, with Ethan adding.
And that's why they called CPS. Because my 10-month-old baby, who's just starting to eat solid food, had diarrhea.
In the video, we then see Ethan go on to post a story from the creator, Bad Empanada, where he claimed he was behind the CPS call and then accused Hasan of supporting him and other streamers who feed into this snark. In there, accusing other creators like Denims of being insensitive about how serious the CPS call was, and pointing to a moment where Denims said it wouldn't impact his kids because they're so young.
Create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. There's a wide variation across across methods, cohorts. The average age of adults' earliest memories is
what? Oh no! I'm watching other content creators fall in this trap. I fall into this trap all the fucking time. The trap of responding to a chatter, and then I suspect. Look, I don't know anything about what Denim said on this matter. Okay, but I'm willing to bet that Denim's probably also said calling CPS on Ethan is not appropriate. I'm sure. Like, But if the only takeaway is carefully clipped shit that makes it seem like she is in defense of calling CPS, and that's the only thing that gets posted on LSF, that's the only thing that gets posted on Ethan's subreddit, that's the only thing that gets posted on Destiny's subreddit, then that's the only takeaway that someone like Philip DeFranco is going to have from this process. Most people don't scratch the surface beyond the information that is packaged neatly for them that goes along with a certain bias. The only way to avoid this kind of thing is to just not even respond to a chatter and then actively try to defend your position, because then Ethan will use it in his video to make it seem like you fucking might as well have called CPS on him, you know? She said it multiple times. She even said to direct any anger you have at calling political representatives. Yep. Yeah, there's no reason to engage with this shit. No, I hate this shit. There's an entire economy of streamers representing the left, but dragging out useless drama content like this, knowing you are going to tank the flag that comes from it, and they know what comes from it, they know they need to grow up. I mean, they can cover whatever the fuck they want. I'm not going to tell them not to cover something. I don't have any control over them. They are adults in their own, okay? Like, calling CPS was good, though. Okay, dude. Calm down. Oh, yeah. But... yeah, that's just how it goes. I know that's how it goes.
Is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming.
It is pretty funny that like I somehow get mentioned in this when like I fucking have no knowledge of these events that transpired, no interest in entertaining the claims being made, like absolutely ridiculous, and I'm actively anti-calling CPS on YouTubers, unless they're like fucking family tubers that are very clearly abusing their children on camera. You know what I mean? It's just like, how the fuck am I getting involved in this? How am I mentioned in this at all? Ugh, God.
Memories at 3.
You literally just read out of your mouth that the average adult starts forming memories at 3. What is happening? Her defense for sending the CPS to break up our family and to interrogate our 3 and 5-year-old is that, don't worry, kids don't remember stuff.
But then from that, Ethan goes on to focus on how he thinks that snark pages at large have just gone too far. He's saying that they knowingly spread false rumors, accusing the mods of doxing it.
Yeah, you know what I was doing at that time, dude? You know what I was doing at that time? I was covering fucking Trump's tariffs, okay? Because I don't think, Ethan doing whatever the fuck is all that relevant. And in terms of, once again, the CPS being called on him, I think it's completely unacceptable. That's my position. Holy fuck. I don't think you're like actively defending the Palestinian cause by doing such things. I don't even think anyone in this community did it anyway. I think it's like a fucking... I think that's a silly ass way to like get me involved in this conversation so that I say something and then they can be like, see? Even he had to call out his own community. It's like, no, it's not my fucking community that did this. I will never entertain that shit. Okay, get the fuck out of here. We got adults in here. Yeah, motherfuckers are more worried about egg prices and the tariffs and what that's doing to their 401ks rather than, tackling the minutia of Ethan's commentary on a day-to-day fucking basis. The only time I ever talk about Ethan is when I'm addressing a very clear, very active, ongoing smear campaign that he's engaging in, where he has lied in such an obvious fucking way in an attempt to also turn around and desperately brigade some podcast that I've been a part of or whatever. That's the only time I ever fucking bring this shit up. Or Hasbara.
His office and adding.
Has Reddit done anything, despite us complaining, making noise, reaching out for the past 2 years about this snark community?
With him going on to say that not only has Reddit not helped, but he believes they're protecting these snark groups. And that in part because he's tried to get these pages taken down, but that's resulted in no long-term success. And this is other major creators have been able to get them removed for harassment. So he thinks there's a double standard, with him also explaining.
This is one of my favorite examples. We made a subreddit called Snark to make fun of snark subreddits in general. And the community was actually starting to pick up steam and become pretty active. Well, it was removed. Why was it removed?
Wait, what? What? You made a snark subreddit? Oh, what the bro, get off Reddit, dog. What are you doing? I already had this exact experience a long ass fucking time ago with LSF and with Destiny's subreddit, which still are active vectors of hate. Okay? LSF, Livestream Fails, used to be a blossoming community where everyone could gather and figure out what the fuck was going on Twitch. Then LSF was brigaded all the time, consistently, and then literally exchanged ownership into the hands of someone who was petitioned to be Sex Destiny's Orbiter of the Year, Stale 2000, who used to work at Twitch and became an active and prominent member of Destiny's community, and also simultaneously became the mod of LSF as an Orbiter. He still is very active in Destiny's community. They openly say all the fucking time that they're manipulating LSF with regular frequency. Sometimes Destiny's community yells at Stale 2000 for not, whipping the fucking the LSF community in Destiny's favor because too many people know about his sex crimes now. You now get banned if you mention Epstein's sex crimes at all for 28 days. That's hilarious. All they're going to do is basically melt the entirety of the subreddit user base at that point. What exactly does it mean when you have ownership of the subreddit? They did like a hostile takeover. Basically, he became the main moderator of LSF. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this shit up is because you can either try to actively go to war with a subreddit, but people have a shit ton of time on their hands. And those people who have a shit ton of time on their hands are always going to win that battle of attrition. Or you can just stop looking at these things. Stale said, I don't want to be an influencer. I want to have influence. Oh my God. They still pushing the sex past? Destiny questions Elon Musk's intelligence. 0 upvotes, 31 comments. Wow, what an amazing clip. Guess we can't all be as smart as someone sending non-consensual sex tapes to a Discord kitten they never met in person. Is this the guy famous for recording a Grindr hookup without consent? He can't go anywhere without people obviously bringing up his sex crimes. Okay? He just can't go anywhere without it. So they can try and actively delete comments, naysayers, people who bring up his sex pest behavior all day, every day. But it doesn't fucking matter. I've been sending you the link of E admitting to creating a snark subreddit about you. Ethan literally said, we created a subreddit. Supposedly it was not him. What is this? Oh, yeah, I saw this. I'm going to talk about this in a second. What? Ethan
have to imagine that they are actively participating in it. Because why, when somebody makes a Hasan Piker snark, it gets banned immediately for harassment.
What?
That I have to imagine that they are actively participating in it. Because why, when somebody makes a Hasan Piker snark, it gets banned immediately for harassment.
I don't know what to say about it. I know that there were some Hasan snark pages that were created. I think it was Dan Saltman and Destiny's community that made them, but because they obviously violated the rules of Reddit, I think they got taken down. That's what they constantly bring up because they were like openly trying to brigade, like they were using the subreddit to fucking do mass clips. I don't know if Ethan was involved in that alongside Dan Saltman, or if he accidentally said that, but he meant like, Destiny made the subreddit, but he accidentally said we. Yeah. What is this? Literally this? What the fuck is this?
Reddit, where you decentralize and everyone.
Well, there's a new subreddit, by the way. If you guys haven't subscribed to this.
So, no, there's not.
There is a new subreddit. It's reddit.com/r/Hasan Piker.
Isn't that his?
That isn't.
Is that not his?
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is Hasan subreddit. Yeah.
Hasan's friends supporting a death threat against Ethan Klein. Hasan claims to get a warning for showing Houthi propaganda video on Nick. Complains about Twitch's hyper-rigid rules to a very nervous-looking miskiff. What?
Wait, how?
Did you get it somehow?
Not me, but some intrepid people that
This
got
is
hired.
old Reddit. This is old Reddit.
Is that his actual one?
No.
No, his is Hasan_Piker.
Okay.
Oh.
Who has this? They've had this
I'll tell you what
forever.
happened is that someone saw how insane that he got. This was just a redirect for a long time. Someone saw how.
It was Didigi's community that created them. They were banned because the mods violated the no contacting advertiser rule for their own sub. Yeah, that's what I heard about that. All of this happening without my knowledge, by the way, which is even funnier. Like they're actively making stuff. They're actively making stuff and then failing on their own. And then like it's like that meme of the fucking person that gets on a bicycle and then stabs the fucking tire of the bicycle and then goes, how could someone else do this to me? That's what they're doing. Like they're just shadow boxing and constantly punching themselves in the fucking face. oh, dude, this much investment, it cannot be good for your soul, dude.
Insane that he got, and they're like, you know what? I don't want to be involved with this, but they gave it over to someone else, and then that person was like, hey, listen, I'm gonna start using it. Like, fucking awesome, go for it.
Oh my god.
So how does Hasan fit into this broader picture?
Hasan is.
You don't want him
gun.
banned, right?
I don't care about Hasan. Well, Hasan is the gun. Dan Clancy's the man shooting the gun. Do you blame the gun or do you blame the man?
True. Well, it's a sentient.
You want to ban guns?
It's a sentient gun. It's a sentient gun.
Oh, sentient.
The gun's choosing to shoot.
Okay.
It's just being held up. Do you?
And who's
being supported?
What about?
Why do you focus on all this gossip? Bro, what are you talking about? This is literally someone talking about creating a snark subreddit against me. And then Ethan used that as an example where he accidentally said that he was involved in the creation of this snark subreddit against me. And he's using that in his video where he's saying Hasan was able to take out his own snark subreddits. I didn't. Like, why wouldn't you, Chatter? If this was about me, it would be on my fridge. Like, what am I supposed to do? Bro, I love gossip. I think he probably said we in that clip on accident. Like, I don't think he actually created it, but maybe he did. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know what level of mania he's fucking operating on.
Move for harassment.
With Ethan then claiming that the community is reopened.
But I don't know why he would actually actively create a snark subreddit for me when he uses his relatively active subreddit as a snark subreddit for me. There's like posts on there talking about like what clothes I wear, how shitty I look, like every little thing that I do, they've decided they're against now. Even if like it corresponded to their worldview prior, they've completely dropped that. No more politics. It's just their only expression of politics is now anti-Hasan. Yeah, they talk about how my glasses are fake, dude. What the fuck? So I don't know why he would ever create a snark subreddit specifically dedicated to me when he's just using his own subreddit for that purpose anyway. Even with the Noah vid, none of them watch, just talking shit. Yeah.
But the new moderator was also a moderator for one of the H3 snark pages. And with that, arguing that these platforms are protecting people who go after it.
So here we are, where it's acceptable to call child protective services on people as an act of political protest on a website, Reddit, in which they do not care. They protect it. They enable it.
I saw a clip calling you racist for saying Korean men are pretty sexist. Holy moly. That's not going to get a lot of mileage in the girly pop nation. Let me tell you. Okay. Girly Pop Nation knows what the fuck is going on with the gender wars in Korea. I was wrong about the gender wars in Korea. I thought it wasn't that significant. I didn't realize how bad the problem truly was. This doesn't mean every single Korean man is a fucking I was gonna say racist. Every single Korean man is a sexist pig or whatever. But god damn, dude, shit is busted out there. We're moving in that direction as well. Don't get me wrong, but. Anyway.
At what point has this gone too far? And how much worse can it get before something is done about it?
Right, as far
in response to the Giardia and CPS situation, they made a compilation of Kaya pooping / peeing in the house when she was a puppy being potty trained. They're fucking crazy. Shut the fuck up. What? Okay. That seems pretty crazy. I kind of want to watch the compilations now to relive Kaya's fucking glory days. Look at her ass now, just sleeping. They're unhinged. They clip the piss maxing. Yeah. Notice how there are pads on the ground. Compilation of Hasan talking about his dog pooping and peeing inside of his house. 1K upvotes. Love this. It's almost as if this is a normal aspect of dog / animal ownership. Who knew? But also, Ethan and Hila never said that their dogs poo or pee inside the house. I've never said, what the fuck? The only time I made an inference was when I said my dog is trained. That's it. And his dogs are objectively not. That's it. Why the fuck does this have 1,000 upvotes? Because Kai is very
you
cute.
Could lead by example. Maybe she needs to see her dog dad poop outside. There's also mine. Goblin technique. Yeah, no. Kai decided, oh, it's time to fucking piss.
Oh, look at how fucking cute she is, dude. Look at that. Look at that little nugget. She was so tiny. I cannot believe that is the same dog.
literally all over the house. I will be pissing everywhere, looking directly at you. I'm falling asleep after a long night of pissing all over the fucking house, and then came back and then pissed in the middle of the living room. And I said, no, stop it. And then she turned around and did not proceed to stop it. She still had so much piss left in her. She started running away and pissing at the same time. Just running and fucking piss maxing, dude. And she thought that like it wasn't her in the wrong, it was I in the wrong for being upset at her pissing in the fucking middle of the goddamn house. She pooped inside in a random place that we didn't even find out until later. But lately has been just going out there, fucking around, hanging out, and then coming back inside to pee, which is very frustrating. She just looks right at you, walks in, looks right at you, takes a shit or a piss directly inside of the house. Everyone around me sick. My mom is sick. I went to go work out this morning, and I told my mom to take care of her for a little bit. Immediately, she was like, oh yeah, I brought her outside, and then she played, and then she came back inside and pooped in her office, and then pooped in another fucking corner. She pooped inside twice. An absolute pooping monster. Look at her. Oh, it's so funny. Did you get Giardia? No, I did not get Giardia. What the fuck? No. This is all when I was training her. Notice how there is a training pad right there? I was training her to piss and poop outside. Also, I don't have kids, and I very famously picked it up immediately after the incidents occurred. What the fuck? This is a dog shit argument? Yeah, it's cute. It's unhealthy that someone was like, oh, I'll show him. Compilation of Hasan talking about his dog pooping and peeing inside of his house. They're like, yeah, it's time to call what? Like Child Protective Services? Like, what the fuck? When's the last time she had an indoor accident? A couple weeks ago, she had diarrhea. Like, she was sick, and she rushed into the bathroom and just laid one out. But she's good now. I mean, but it was because she was sick, to be fair. But other than that, she has not had any incidents. Call CPS cute puppy spectators. It's pretty funny because like Kaya is off leash trained as well. So I mean she's incredibly well trained, as you guys literally know. So this is the process that it took. This is the process that took to get her well trained. But yeah, I mean this is a testament to this subreddit being utilized as a snark page. But anyway. Weird stuff overall.
As far as the reaction to that video, I mean, if you go into the comments, you have a lot of people agreeing with him that it's just gone too far, that targeting children is not okay, right? And that sentiment appearing to come from both people that support him as well as people who have historically not liked him. Folks writing things like, regardless of people's opinions on Ethan, you would think everyone could agree that getting CPS involved is unhinged. Others focusing on the fact that whoever called CPS diverted resources away from someone who may have actually needed them. Though then all of that, while on the opposite side of the internet, including on some of those snark pages, you have people questioning the validity of Ethan's CPS story. You then also had some people that Ethan called out responding, or Bad Empanada posting these on his Instagram story, but then also calling out Ethan, saying that he encourages his fans to go after his ops online and reveals their personal information too.
That is true. Ethan does do that, like a lot, which is pretty crazy. Like a lot more than I think is I mean, there's not like any amount that is appropriate, but he does it like way, like that's the type of shit also that I guess he does it on Instagram for the most part. So I guess people don't report it, but like if you were to do that on your live stream on Twitch, you would instantly get banned. Like if I were to do that, I would instantly get banned. Other streamers have been banned for a racist dono. People have tried to get me banned for someone saying the N-word in a donation and me being like, I have your email. Why would you give me your fucking email when you're saying the N-word? Like, why would you associate your email by saying the N-word? And people have tried to clip that to be like, see, he's like threatening to dox someone, which I never did, for the record. Like, I never doxed any of these people. But the only reason why I'm explaining this is because, like, that's the level of rigidity with Twitch's terms of service, which is odd because, like, doing it live on your show is pretty fucking crazy. Deciding that someone is a bad person and then just like actively doxing them to your audience and then having that fucking person
and their whole family gets swarmed by your fan base. Like,
Additionally, you had Hasan reacting on stream to the claim that his fans were behind the CPS call by saying,
why in the ever-loving would I ever do that, or even one of my fans would ever do that? He said that? Is there a thing that happens on the planet to Ethan that I am not responsible for? Let me tell you why I would never do that. Because I'm not Ethan Klein, okay? That's right. I would never in a million years entertain such a thing. Never, ever, ever. The fact that people have done that is also insane. I don't know who did it. I don't know what they did. But the notion that, like, I would ever entertain that is insane. It's pure projection. It's quite literally projection. I have not done a fraction of what he has done to me.
with Hasan then saying that he's made it clear that he thinks snark pages are problematic. Right, he ended up echoing a lot of that in a statement to us today, writing, "I think random people calling CPS on a content creator is insane. It's completely unacceptable. I assume he has nannies and maids to take care of the kids when he's working. Wasting government resources and possibly freaking out little kids of a YouTuber you don't like is gross behavior. I hope Ethan and his family are okay." Now, ultimately, as a recording, that is where we are. Of course, keep in mind,
That's journalism, baby. Reaching out for a quote. Why did they ask you for a statement? Like, why is the onus on you to respond to that? I mean, I'm happy that they did. I don't know why. I hope that, people don't come away thinking that I take responsibility over this, because I do not. That is fucking nutty. Hasan, owner of K9 Magazine. We'd love to offer you a cover. We're Kim K's first cover, but please don't hold that against us. We're looking for socially responsible dog owners. What? Responsible dog ownership? We have a dog overpopulation crisis? The fuck is that? I'm good, man. No, I'm not gonna fucking do that. That seems like an insane bit. It seems freaky. That seems freaky. Anyway, I don't know.
with the people that we're talking about being content creators, it's moving at the speed of the internet. But for now, what I want to do is say, that is a story, that's the news. I'd love to know your thoughts. And I do want to share a bit of my opinion here. I can't speak to the back and forth between Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker, or any of these other creators involved. But what I can say is that to call CPS to harass a creator or someone you do not like is genuinely fucking insane. It is disgusting. It is wrong. It's not just a waste of government resources. I would argue this is just a different version of trying to swat someone. If someone gets swat.
Yeah, I agree with this, by the way. I think it's fucking ridiculous. Now, of course, if information comes out that it was like his doctor that did this or some shit, obviously that's very different. I doubt it though. It doesn't seem like a valid concern from someone. It does seem like someone just like directly did it feels like someone just like made this call and did it so that CPS would go and have to look into it and investigate it. And part of the reason why they had to is I assume they just like use these clips that of him talking about his dog pooping or whatever. And then they were like, this is enough evidence or some shit. He said on air that they told him it was someone he knew. Yeah. Has Ethan ever provided proof that CPS even showed up? I don't know, but I don't think he's lying about that, dude. Also, what am I supposed to do? Look up like fucking Child Protective Services and like the way that they operate in California? Like, I have no reason to investigate these claims. I'm going to take it at face value because of what I do know about the ways in which content creators get fucking routinely harassed. You know what I mean? Like, that's it.
You want to harass, you want to scare them. Worst case scenario, someone gets fucking killed. If someone knowingly calls CPS to harass, they're trying to harass you. They're trying to scare you. And then worst case scenario, the system is fucked and you lose your family. And I'd want to see the people responsible for fake CPS calls punished in a similar fashion to swatting calls. I mean, how many stories have we covered over the years where there are children that are genuinely being abused and mistreated and need help, and you're fucking taking resources away because you want to harass a YouTuber? That's not warranted. It doesn't get validated or get a pass whether I like the person or I fucking hate the person. Ultimately, that is the story. And then separately, my opinion. And then, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments.
A rich white family, but hey, I mean, yeah, that part is what kind of makes it even more ridiculous. Like, he has the resource to take care of his children. Like, come on, dude. Like, the way I think about it is like, CPS like separating Ethan's kids from Ethan is going to cause unimaginable harm to his children and Ethan as well, like as opposed to him being a responsible parent, which I have no reason to believe he's not. His delusions online do not factor into this consideration, you know? What? He said in his latest video that there's a massive conspiracy and collusion between Twitch and Reddit to harass him. What? Reddit board member found at Twitch, Michael Seibel, is currently the board. What? Okay. Yeah. No, it's Hasan controls the media. Hasan controls Twitch. Hasan also controls Reddit. He showed a Google map image of Reddit and Twitch headquarters being close to each other and try to connect the dots. That's crazy. That's like some fucking InfoWars style thinking right there. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, Turks control my media. Why else would be getting big, burly, sexy men on my screen 24/7? True. What is this? If Hasan wasn't hot, no one would ride him this hard. 900 upvotes. Sorry, it's unfair and a hard truth of our society, but a truth nonetheless. Why are so many of my haters constantly talking about how much they want to fuck me and ride me? That's crazy. Thank you for the compliment, I guess. So much of this turns into stupid, sexy Hasan. God, I hate how fucking hot he is. Okay, we need to stop. We need to stop looking at this. Oh, I fucking hate it. He's sexy as hell. Oh, I hate that his sexy ass armpit is in my face. I want to smell it. Okay, but someone did that. Like, in order to source all of those videos and put together a 1 minute and 30-second clip compilation, you must have, at a certain point, like that process probably took like hours just to source all of those videos, right? Like on hour 2, you should have been like, what am I doing? Should I do this? Like the second hour, you should have been like, I don't think this is a smart thing to, what have I done with my life? How did I get here? You know? He's got the tongue out, like on the side of his mouth, just like on fucking Final Cut Pro. It doesn't even have Premiere. Yeah. This one's going to do numbers on the subreddit. Yo, that's crazy. Holy shit. Anyway, fuck. I can't believe this is what's happening in the world, dude. What the fuck? People need to dial it back. Oh, this was the last thing I wanted to show. We got an accidental attack on Wee Woo, friend of the show, Taylor Lorenz.
Today, some H3H3 or Ethan Klein affiliated subreddit posted about me and was like, Taylor Lorenz comes out against Ethan Klein, da 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 da. I have been getting a nonstop barrage of hate messages, emails, texts, like everything, ever since that happened. So I just thought I would hop on here. I feel like Keemstar doing like a video message, but I have nothing to do with this drama. You guys, I have absolutely nothing to do with this drama. I can't even...
Hasan is a true scumbag along with his fan base. Well, if you say so. Is this the Nazi stream? This is why I don't ban these motherfuckers. Okay, mods, you clip them. You end up clipping their wings. Okay, when you clap them ahead of time, you end up clapping them before they can say the funniest shit, dude. He's like, is this the Nazi stream? That's such a funny way to approach this. Like, imagine. Yeah, dude, this is a Nazi stream. Fucking idiot. No, that's down the street. That's next door. You knocked on the wrong door, friend. Oh, shit. You'll get him next time, though. Don't worry. All right, let's keep
it. Explain how not tapped into this drama I am. I'm so busy writing about other things. I've been following it tangentially, and I did share a meme that I thought was funny that was basically like, you know, kind of making fun of Ethan seeing Hasan everywhere. It was a meme like, oh, Ethan seeing Hasan in his carpet, because at least on my timeline, all I've seen for 9 months is Hasan posting about Ethan. And so I just was like, oh, yeah, he really can't shut up about him. He really talks
She meant Ethan posting about Hasan, not Hasan posting about Ethan.
about him all the time. I'm not taking some sort of like stand. That said, you know, I have seen obviously what Ethan is dealing with the snark subreddits. I've written extensively about snark subreddits. This is a topic that I cover a lot. I wrote about it a lot in my book. I've interviewed influencers that have sued to get their snark subreddits taken down. I've written a lot about the company's policies around these things. So if I was to cover anything, I would cover that side of it. And from what I understand, somebody on these subreddits called CPS on him and all this stuff. that is concerning, right? Like, I worry about the effects that these sort of online mobs can have on people's real life, and when children are involved, that's concerning. That said, I'm not writing about it right now. I haven't really been super up on it. If there's things that you think I should know, please send them to me. I would love to be up to date on the situation. If I made a comment that was, you know...
I'm looking at the stupid ass, sorry. I'm looking at my stupid ass community post on the side. Haas carpet is real, and I'm tired of pretending we don't see it. Here's a handy guide for seeing the truth. Stay vigilant, stay woke. You guys are so stupid. I swear to God. I can't believe that fucking post got 37,000 likes. Holy shit, dude. The caca. I'm making a caca compilation.
Ignorant or something. It's really just because I haven't been paying attention that much. Everybody knows where I stand on Israel and Palestine. Obviously, I think what Israel is committing is a genocide. I don't think it's my views.
I mean, she literally privately said the truth about Joe Biden, and then a bunch of fucking narcs in the media outed her and made a whole ordeal about it. And in the process, I guess like it actually was beneficial for her overall, because like she left Washington Post, but the reality is like Washington Post fell apart shortly after. And there are still wonderful journalists out there, obviously, that work at Washington Post, many of which I love and admire their work. But, you know, Taylor is one of the, if not the best internet culture reporter out there. And it is a space that, unfortunately, the traditional media has had a very, very hard time getting invested in and understanding and covering. Yes, Gene is great. Jeff Stein is great. Like, there are a lot of great people on these outlets. But the reality of the matter is, in terms of internet culture stuff, a lot of people don't understand the space at all. And I think there's no one that's like communicating to the older audiences that still care about this sort of stuff and want to understand it. There's not a lot of people. There's not a lot of people who are offering insight into all of this. Taylor is definitely one of the best
on that topic, or any sort of secret. I know that it sounds like Ethan has different views. I deal with people all the time that have different views. Okay. I talk to people all day long that have different views on this topic. I talk to a lot of right-wing influencers that have radically different views. And that is the nature of being a journalist and living in the world. So I saw somebody was messaging me earlier, oh, you're trying to like cancel him because of the Palestine stuff. No, I'm a huge supporter of Palestinian right to self-determination. Again, nobody needs to hear me pontificate on that issue. But the idea that I'm like not covering something, or, you know, not covering somebody's snark campaign because of their stance on Israel, that's absurd. I write a lot about online dynamics, and there's been so much news. So the only reason I haven't written about it is because it's mostly just been an interpersonal influencer beef, and I haven't had time to look into the subreddit stuff. So if there's something that you think I should know, please keep me posted. But yeah, please leave me out of this discussion. I really have no involvement in.
Surely this will stop the rabid haters. Surely.
Any of that.
I would encourage YouTuber fandoms to look and realize that there are big things happening in the country right now. I will continue to cover snark subreddits, but I'm not remotely up to date on the situation. I'm focused on bigger political and tech stories. Thanks for your understanding. Yeah. It's like, that's the other side of it, which is that, like, it's just crazy. It's crazy to just be like, wow, I can't believe this person has a difference in opinion or has sided with Hassan. Battle lines have been drawn. Get ready, brave warriors. Time to attack. Time to pounce. It's like, what are you doing, dude? The administrative state is being dismantled piece by piece in front of your fucking eyes. If you have even any remote interest in politics right now, you should be spending all of your time and effort attacking the endless faucet of right-wing commentary, the endless faucet of right-wing reactionary bullshit that's coming out of all of these independent outlets and mainstream media. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, they got denaturalization as like a serious subject matter for saying anything remotely critical of Israel. And these guys are like, you know what we should do? We should go after fucking every single person that is a content creator that has said something mean about Israel or mean about Ethan. Yeah, Gavin Newsom's second episode, or I guess episode 4 technically, is going to feature Steve Bannon. He's doing a wonderful job. He's doing a fantastic job. You know what I was thinking? Not enough right-wing content creators are being platformed on podcasts. So I'm glad that my fucking governor is spending time doing this. Okay? Thank God. I was just thinking about how not enough right-wing content is. He's like, I want to be president, which is why my first episode was with Charlie Kirk, where I agreed with Charlie Kirk. And now my second episode is going to be with Steve Bannon, a person who recently Sig Heiled. My third episode is going to be Adolf Hitler. That's right. Turns out he's not dead. He was living in Argentina. We found him. I'm bringing him to America. I'm offering him political asylum so I can interview Adolf Hitler. And I'm going to, lo and behold, agree to things that he is saying because I want to be president of America and I don't care about anything else. Fucking sick, dude. And before people say, Hasan, you went on Theo Von's podcast or blah, 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 blah. It's like, yes. There's a difference between going to an established audience of apolitical people and right-wing people versus bringing on a person. This is his third guest.
Asylum abuse. The asylum system is broken in the United States.
Asylum abuse? It's time for the federal government to step up and stop ignoring their failure to address immigration properly. Who is this guy? Michael Savage? He's an apolitical governor. What is happening here? He told Michael Savage he gets along with Donald Trump. Gavin's Roganitis. Gavin Newsom charging ahead with his podcast as few Dems condemn his trans remarks. Charlie Kirk clips have 7+ million views. Gavin and Michael Savage, Donald Trump and I are getting along. Next episode posting tonight, Steve Bannon. Okay, he's going to have to level up, dude. I'm telling you, Adolf Hitler. That's great. He's running in 2028, and this time it's going to be different. We are going to be more right-wing than you previously thought could happen. This is the most right-wing anyone has ever been. That's right. Fucking amazing, dude. Woo, fucking awesome. All right, let's watch one good news. Rodrigo Duterte being arrested for crimes against humanity on the war of drugs, and then I'm going to get to some fun reacts. Hold on, I got to pee.
You will just have to kill me, said the former president Rodrigo Duterte, as he was arrested on board a plane landing in Manila, the Philippine capital. Hours later, his daughter Veronica posted this video of the 79-year-old in detention.
What is the law and what is the crime that I committed?
The crimes he's accused of, the extrajudicial killings of thousands of suspected drug dealers, first while he was a mayor with his own death squad, and during his notorious presidency of the Philippines from 2016. Many families of those killed say their loved ones weren't involved in the drug trade at all. He's always said he did it for his country.
If you have to shoot them dead. And this what is the human rights idiots are trying to complain. If you insist on a drug war, I will kill you all. I will kill you.
Rights groups claim he had over 30,000 killed, and now the International Criminal Court has caught up with him. Not without help, it seems, from the current president, Bongbong Marcos Jr., son of the notorious dictator Ferdinand Marcos. It means two dynasties at war just a few years after an unlikely peace. Duterte's other daughter, Sara, is still Marcos's vice president, albeit with impeachment proceedings looming over her. But the Dutertes still command support, and as the...
I think it's crazy because, like, the war crimes that he was arrested for are exactly what Trump kept repeating, saying we should do some of that here in America. Like, that's what's wild about it. It's like the shit that Trump really likes about him. That's wild.
The former president is flown to The Hague. The country is once more on edge. Earlier, I spoke to Richard Hidarian.
Was the previous guy actually a dictator, or was just Channel 4 saying that because it's the West? No, yes, he was.
A lecturer at the University of the Philippines and author of The Rise of Duterte. I asked him how much of a bombshell the news of Duterte's arrest was.
I think bombshell is an understatement. I mean, this is highly consequential on multiple levels. I think, first of all, it's a big good news for a rules-based international order, especially in an era of Trump, where every single global institution is coming under attack, I think the ICC can finally take a big win. I mean, last time I checked, the ICC had warrants of arrest against a couple of people, including Putin, Netanyahu, leaders in Taliban, among others.
Yeah, I wonder why they can get a big win for, you know, a Filipino former leader, but they can't get it for, you know, big states like regional powers or America's imperial vestige.
I'm not sure, practically speaking, we're looking at any trial anytime soon for those individuals. So to have someone with the profile and notoriety of Duterte likely within their jurisdiction in the coming hours.
You can't blame everything on Trump. The table was set for him. No, I'm not even blaming this on Trump. What the fuck are you talking about, Domi? I'm saying that the irony is that what he actually did was war crimes. Like he did a lot of violations of human rights. But those violations of human rights are the things that Trump liked about him, because Trump would routinely talk about how Duterte was killing drug dealers, like doing extrajudicial killings of drug dealers and just a whole bunch of people with death squads. And Trump kept repeating over and over again how much he loved that policy. Like he literally would actively, anytime he talked about Duterte, he would bring up the fact that he was doing this thing, which has now landed him in fucking criminal prosecution from the ICC.
Or days, and hopefully a trial within the coming months, probably 3 months from now or so. That would be a big win for ICC, and I think ICC really needs this.
What is fascinating about this is that Duterte's daughter is the current vice president. He endorsed the current president, who now seems to have turned on him. What's happening?
This is classic Game of Thrones, right? Loyalty is shifting all the time. And one thing, you know, you're being stopped from the front or from the back. Well, the reality is that the Dutertes were the cause of the trouble. I mean, they could have actually cruised their way all the way to 2028 with Sara Duterte, the current vice president, even potentially getting Marcos' support to be his successor. But no, the Dutertes were not willing to wait. They were entitled. They pushed the envelope. They insulted the president. They called him a cocaine addict. They incited sedition. They called for even coup d'etat, separation of their hometown. My goodness, what else? And then at some point, I think Marcos Jr. just realized, okay, this is an existential crisis, and I'm going to show who's the boss here.
There were thousands of people killed in these supposedly extrajudicial killings. But at the same time, when Duterte left office, he was wildly popular, wasn't he? So for this to happen to somebody who could still command that much support, how explosive could that be now in the Philippines?
I think Duterte is popular, but not as popular as his survey suggested when he had that fear factor. In fact, his daughter only has a net 20+ approval rating. So that means actually they're not invincible. We have to also watch what will happen next. What will the daughter do? What will the other surrogates of Duterte do who are running for the Senate? Will they be effective in coming up with a kind of a counter narrative and portray themselves as the victims of a witch hunt? So this is just round one in a new chapter.
Can you please stress that there was often no proof? Yeah, there was no proof that the families or the people getting killed were even drug dealers either. Yes. Some real fucking brutal shit. It's wild though, because like, it's not like Marcos is a good dude either, for the record. I feel bad for my Swagapinos, dude. Marcos, I would say, was like the OG TikTok misinformation victory candidate. That's also kind of wild. Like now that we look back and we're talking about like Romania, right? And how the guy who won in Romania or who was slated to win in Romania potentially got a lot of support because of like TikTok campaigns, and there was probably like external some external forces there. Like that's the speculation from European leaders, right? And it's like Marcos was the OG dude
in Philippine politics.
Richard Haydarian, thank you so much.
Not Marcos. I mean Marcos Jr. Obviously Marcos Sr. is fucking way worse. We also actively did a PSYOP in the Philippines to get them to have vaccine hesitancy against the Sinovac, the Chinese vaccine, because we were mad that China was doing soft power initiatives in the Philippines, and we want to use the Philippines to make sure that China never gets a foothold in the South Asian Sea and like establishes decent relations with every nation in the South Asian Sea, South China Sea. So we can't have that. Hey, you are not correct. I heard you don't like little Babby murder and talk about how Babby murder is bad. I don't like that because they told me not to like that, so now I'm mad at you. I'm gonna now edit a video of your big dog pooping in protest of you. Good luck. Yeah, we've moved on from that, chatter. Come on now. All right. There's a couple of videos that
in early
I've been meaning to
2020,
watch.
I
That
started
you are
becoming-
witnessing the death of American capitalism is something that everybody said was really good. I became a right winger to prove how easy the grift is a really good one too. So yeah, we're gonna do that right now.
Increasingly interested in finance. I know. Ugh. But this was mostly trying to make sense of the logic behind what the Federal Reserve did in response to COVID, which I'll get into later. But the more and more I learned, the less and less it made sense. So I started deeply analyzing stocks from companies that I was personally and professionally familiar with, such as CuriosityStream and Spotify, which led to me starting a private fund that strategically shorted those companies. I even ended up getting hired as a freelance consultant for venture capital firms. Me, a musician with no higher education whatsoever. And the more time that I spent looking at and studying the big picture, the more that I doubted myself, as if the only two options were option A, me being unable to understand what every 25-year-old day trader understands, or option B, I'm right and every hedge fund manager and billionaire is wrong. But what if there's a third option? What if capitalism's death wasn't a mistake or something that the ultra-wealthy were trying to avoid? What if the pesky burden of labor laws and taxation could be avoided by deprioritizing the goal of financial profit? Or maybe even money itself. This video is going to explain or explore what I and an increasing number of economists think is happening or has already happened.
Hey yo! 1 minute and 16 seconds in, Giannis Varoufakis mentioned. What the hell? Okay, I'm already invested. I don't know anything about this guy, but very cool.
To capitalism. More importantly, I'm going to try to encapsulate the unsettling socioeconomic reality that we're living in, as so much has happened in the last decade that it seems foggy to us.
Ben Jordan is a fantastic music creator. He has a good band. He usually covers music, fun stuff. He made a video and called himself a libertarian, but I'm 90% sure he's like Chomsky style.
You can't fairly describe capitalism without mentioning its predecessor, feudalism. And feudalism was a power structure in kingdoms where wealth was defined by the control of land rather than money. And our history books tell us that feudalism ended sometime in the late 15th century, but there's a much more recent version of it that would be a much better example for the purpose of this video. When the Civil War ended, or when the first American Civil War ended, depending on how far into the future you're watching this video, a lot of former slaves were offered a deal where they could continue living and farming on the same land where they were slaves in exchange for a portion of the crops. In many cases, they would only be able to sell their remaining crops through the plantation store, and with that income they could participate in trade, which would allow them to buy more tools and negotiating power in hopes to eventually buy land for themselves. By the late 1930s, 2/3 of sharecroppers were actually white, and the Great Depression had shut down enough farms that many of the tenants migrated to large cities to become factory workers. It would be important to note that sharecropping is not technically outlawed today, it's just that American capitalism's growth made it obsolete. The former definition of capitalism is a system in which individuals and private parties control the means of production, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. And it's important to note that within a closed...
If you adequately describe capitalism, it is virtually impossible for you to not come across as a socialist. That is precisely what Das Kapital does as well. The class dynamic described and the inherent contradictions within the capitalist organization of the economy is not supposed to be a criticism of capitalism. It's just supposed to be descriptive of capitalism. This is a reality that a lot of people don't understand, which is why so far this person is describing capitalism correctly, which is why he might come across as, in the words of DJ Academics, kind of like a socialist, teetering on the edges of a socialism kind of guy.
System with no new variables, capitalism's success can almost exclusively be measured by the velocity of money. The classic example is the farmer and the mechanic. This tiny economy has $50 total. The farmer trades $50 to the mechanic for tractor repair, and then the mechanic trades $40 for corn from the farmer, and then buys a barn cat for $10 from the farmer. And in this cycle, $100 has changed hands, so the velocity of money is measured as 2. This is calculated as the velocity within a time period equals the total total sum of transactions over the total of money in that economy. In a larger modern economy, the classic way to increase the velocity of money is to reduce interest rates. But when spending becomes reckless and leads to higher prices and reduced currency value, the classic move is to make borrowing more expensive. Governments around the world either control or have a lot of influence in interest rates, and some people think that because of this, the Federal Reserve should be abolished. And nobody could predict exactly what would happen if the Federal Reserve was abolished, but it would almost certainly result in a lot of turbulence in the market that would leave a lot of victims in its wake around the world.
A really useful way to understand how wealth is distributed is to stop using money as a commodity and use something that people actually use or consume. Let's say a can of Coke Zero from a 12-pack. A person with $100,000 in a traditional investment fund like Vanguard would come out to about 312,000 cans of Coke Zero in 2019. That same investment, untouched, is worth about 330,000 cans of Coke Zero now. So sweet, 18,000 cans of Coke Zero for free. Now, on the other hand, a person working for minimum wage full-time in Iowa would have made 43,360 cans.
I'm sorry, but this is fantastic. I think he's doing a great job describing capital accumulation versus wage labor, a distinction between the capital owning class versus the wage laboring class, and how one's wealth will grow even during periods of stagnation, regardless of what kind of input that they have in terms of labor, in terms of the work that they put into it, whereas the other will not.
Cans per year before taxes in 2019. Today, in 2025, they're making 22,177 cans. Somehow, this person got a 49% wage cut, while the person with the market fund got free soda. Amazingly, through the miracle of inflation, the money decreases in value for everyone, while the actual wealth itself moves up to the top.
The concept of the stock market was proposed in 1792, but it wasn't until...
By the way, that right there is at the heart of the wealth disparity that Americans experience and fucking constantly complain about. And that is precisely the reason why that other dumbass yesterday, when talking to Sam Cedar in the Jube debate, was talking about how, well, the top marginal tax rate actually paid a larger share of the overall taxes after they had their taxes cut. And it's like, yeah, dude, because their fucking overall net worth exploded. What you're supposed to look at in that process is the effective tax rate of the individual, okay? Or the average effective tax rate for the top 1% versus the 99%, the bottom 99%. Or even better, look at the top 10% versus the bottom 90%, okay? That's what's significant, not the fact that they paid an overall larger share of the taxes. Of course they paid an overall larger share of the taxes because they fucking made a shit ton more money. Was the overall net worth that they accumulated in that process adjusted? Was that 4% swing simply a 4% swing for them, or was it significantly higher?
1830, when the first stock was sold on the New York Stock Exchange. It was initially filled with railroads and banks, but by the next decade, everybody with a business idea wanted to have their name listed. This rapidly stimulated both technological and economic growth, and by the end of the century, the middle class was getting more and more familiar with investment. By the 1920s, you might be seen as a fool for not being involved in stock trading. In fact, you might be seen as a fool for not borrowing money to buy stocks. Many middle class investors were borrowing with a 1-to-3 ratio, meaning that they would borrow $300 for every $100 they invested. This sounds absolutely insane, but it didn't seem as risky due to the introduction of futures. In the mid-1800s, the Chicago Board of Trade had a pretty great idea to make grain trade a lot more reliable and a lot less volatile. Rather than grain farms having to guess what demand would be at the end of the season, they could sell it at a discount in advance.
A future is not a stock or share, but a contract guaranteeing a future transaction. It just so happens that I have a whole bunch of healthy female chicks who will shower me with more eggs than I know what to do with in about 3 months, and I really could use a little bit of extra money to build an addition to their coop so they could have room.
If you hate capitalism, then get rid of all the money you have and go live like a socialist. So tired of rich people calling for socialism is they're actually on people's side while profiting off the fools who follow them. And if you say you're not rich, my eyes are going to roll out of my head. Capitalism isn't bad, consumerism is, and you support societies that literally treat women like property. So you are word that doesn't mean much. I think regardless of how stupid you are, you should still probably get health care. Whether you want it or not doesn't really change the dynamic for me. I still think you deserve free health care. And a free college education, as a matter of fact. Perhaps you would at least be able to fill your brain with information rather than the coins that are jiggling up there in an empty tin can, you know?
Room to run around with and be healthy egg layers when they become adults. So you, being an opportunist and a capitalist, can buy my egg futures off of me and then sell eggs to restaurants in the summer at a profit and make money without ever having to shovel the heaping amounts of chicken.
You obviously haven't lived in a society with universal healthcare. I have. It sucks. I grew up in Turkey, a much poorer country than the United States of America. And let me tell you, okay, public health existing, like a national healthcare structure existing, even though there is also still private insurance in Turkey, is still wonderful. It was a wonderful thing. Anyway, that's always funny though. People who are like, you don't understand, universal healthcare sucks. You should probably stop eating shrooms.
Shit that I'll have to shovel. All right, let's go back to the 1920s.
By 1919, due to the popularity of futures and people's willingness to borrow money to buy them, a farmer could get $2.09 for a bushel of wheat. This was inflationary to say the least, and even made the sharecropping economy I mentioned earlier more desirable for a brief period of time. It started getting really out of hand, so the Grain Futures Administration was formed and implemented a large mandatory daily ledger and reporting system for traders. The U.S. Secretary of Agriculture would repeatedly suspend the reporting system, creating more volatility and more opportunists taking advantage of that volatility. Then, in October...
Were you an adult in Turkey who had to pay taxes and you're rich and your family is rich, so don't pretend you understand the impact of those taxes? Yeah, rich people famously love paying taxes. Yeah, it's actually a very common advocacy from rich people to advocate for higher taxes so you can pay for fucking social safety nets for the poor. Famously, that's what rich people always advocate for. You don't even make sense in your own mind, dude. You're just fighting your own internal demons right now. That's why I'm saying I'm going to be authoritarian, okay? I'm going to be authoritarian right now. Let me tell you something. I am going to, in an authoritarian manner, I'm going to force free healthcare on you. I'm going to force free healthcare. That's sweet, sweet free healthcare on you. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. You're going to be like, no, I want to die to curable, treatable diseases. I want to die. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not going to have medical bankruptcy. I don't give a fuck if you like it or not, okay? You get to have no say in this process. I'm the dictator. And you know what I'm dictating? Free fucking healthcare for you, bitch. Don't give a fuck. You can complain about it all day, every day, but you're going to get it. And you're going to get a free college education as well. And an opportunity for a jobs program, okay? A federal jobs program where you can have great benefits on top of that. You can fucking say, I don't want it. No, I hate those things. I don't care. Yes, that's going to happen regardless. And you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to punish the fucking wealthy. I'm going to punish the super wealthy, corrupt capitalists, okay? I'm going to punish them. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you sell spoiled baby formula knowing full well that it was spoiled? Guess what? You're going to jail, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry, Sackler family. Did you actually fucking create a massive opiates crisis? Well, guess what? We're not giving you a slap on the wrist, okay? You're going to prison. You're going to prison. Doesn't matter if all the poor people in the chat are actively saying, no, we're going to defend the Sacklers and their honor. Excuse me, sir, you can't do that. That sounds a lot like authoritarian communism or whatever. It's going to happen regardless. That is my dream, okay? Whether you like it or not, you're getting these things. You're getting these fucking benefits.
Of 1929, as there was more money out on loan than there was circulating in America at the time, and as more wheat was being produced than the population could ever hope to eat, the elephant in the room woke up and took a giant shit on the floor. Everybody tried to get ahead of the crash, which more or less caused the crash, and by the end, a bushel of wheat was only worth 49 cents. And for the next 12 years, capitalism was a failed experiment. Well, wait, actually, for the next 20 years. We like to think that capitalism made its great comeback during the Second World War, but by today's standards, that was, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say this word in public anymore without being arrested, communism. But we didn't just go from the freezer to the frying pan immediately. Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal founded the SEC to protect investors moving forward. I
don't think it was communism, but I do think that it was the closest that America has ever come towards central planning, the war economy, 100%. Like the New Deal is the closest that America ever got to being a competent social democracy. And we're basically eating off of the remainder of that, of all of those policies from back then. It's pretty crazy to think about. Like the closest America's ever arrived at, like even development, things of that nature, rapid industrialization, rapid growth. Fuck, man. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's
introduced the Social Security Act and the Fair Labor Standards Act and prohibited child labor while securing a national minimum wage and workers' rights to unionize. Successful fellows with even a fraction of the wealth that Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos has would have paid a 79% income tax, and companies like Tesla and Amazon would have paid a corporate tax rate of 15%. But the C word wouldn't come until the US got involved with World War II. To say that the war efforts...
Segregation was a thing. Yeah, I know. But it's also silly to bring up segregation in that regard when we're talking about economic policies, because it didn't factor in to central planning in terms of like, they could have not done that and still did all of these policies, and America objectively would have been better. Okay? You're right. It is obviously consequential. It's very impactful. It's something worthy of tremendous amounts of criticism. Okay. And it actually played a hurdle in the even development, like in the project of rapid urbanization. It literally was a burden. America's racism got in its own way once again. So that part of the story is important to address. It's not something that I, cast aside. But as far as like the policies that were implemented at the time, like racism did not actually make the policies better. You know what I mean? It's not like if we had abolished segregation at the time, like it simply would not have worked. To me, I feel like this is no different than saying, well, Nordic nations are small and homogenous, and that's why they make it work. Like, no, that's not the case. It would have been more bountiful if we were to address the historic wrongs of white supremacist racism, chattel slavery, and segregation at the time, nip it in the bud. America would objectively be a better place right now. First of all, I don't think white supremacy would be as successful as a button to push that Republicans push all the time. But if we're talking about central planning, like people who bring up segregation in that process unironically make the I guess reverse side of the same exact argument that like dummies make about Norway, where they'll say stuff like, well, Norway is homogenous.
Stimulated the American economy would be a vast understatement, but this was under a closely guiding hand from the federal government, and it was every free market capitalist's worst nightmare by today's standards. Many companies were told what they would be producing and how much of it they would be producing.
Yeah, ironically enough, the anti-black racism and white supremacist attitudes, of course, was a very common way to attack communism as well, which is, this is according to Central Committee, the campaign post for CPUSA, Communist Party of the USA, in 1930. Communists have historically been on the side of equal representation and have been, I guess, dare I say, woke. That is precisely the reason why a lot of people attacked Martin Luther King and many individuals, some of which had more radical political perspectives than even MLK himself, as communist agents of the USSR, as a matter of fact. Some of them were literally Maoists, like the Black Panther Party, but overall, Black American history has, dare I say, more socialist, communist, anarchist, Maoist figureheads than capitalist ones. Isn't that crazy? You never learn about that in school. Isn't that wild? Like, if you hear about it at all, it's usually under negative terms, like, oh, Malcolm X was violent, like, don't listen to him. He was violent. He was not a good guy, or whatever the fuck they teach in American school. They even say MLK, it was good because he was peaceful, and they completely fucking whitewash his political ideology and his background. He was an anti-imperialist. He was a socialist as well. Interestingly enough, either black figures, revolutionary figures, are immediately whitewashed or undermined and considered to be bad and wrong. It's actually really interesting when you think about it. Perhaps there's a deliberate reason for that. Anyway, let's continue.
And how much they would be paying their labor force. American citizens got ration books and stamps and were only allowed to buy specific amount of staple consumer items like bread and sugar. And if you wanted to buy a car or gasoline, you had to justify a need to the government. Most consumer items that came in metal containers, which was like everything back then, could not be purchased again unless you recycled the container first. This rationing more or less lasted until 1947, and into the 1950s, fellas like Elon and Bezos would have had their income taxed as much as 92%. And again, yes, in modern times, this sounds like a capitalist's worst nightmare, but it resulted in a 37% growth over the next decade and made America the richest country on earth. It is now literally referred to as the golden age of American capitalism. And despite a few brief bumps in the road, things just kept growing and growing and growing exponentially, making us richer and happier. And in the early 2000s, capitalism got so complicated that investors didn't fully understand what they were buying. And that's not an exaggeration. This was by design. There were trillions of dollars to be made by obfuscating what commodities were being sold in your average stock market transaction. A great example, everybody watching this has heard the term subprime mortgage, but I'd guess that not everybody knows exactly what it means. It means a risky mortgage. If you've ever purchased a house, you may have witnessed the wild auction that takes place without your consent or knowledge the moment you sign the mortgage papers, and the average mortgage is sold 2 to 3 times before it's paid off. Here's an example of a 2005 style mortgage. It's an expensive house. It had ninja verification, which means no income, no job or assets. The credit score is around 500, and it has an 8% or higher interest rate. That's an ARM loan, meaning that it will be adjusted to the market in the future. The delinquency rate of a mortgage like this in 2008 was 25%. So anyway, if you want to buy it, I'll just take 2% of the overall value, and you'll still make a bunch of money when the loan is paid off. Why don't you want to buy it? Hang on, I have an idea. Let's make this a little bit of a safer bet. Let's mix it up with some other mortgages here, and I'll get somebody who depends on me for business to give it a rating. And then we can just call it a mortgage-backed security, which is a type of bond. And it's a bit like a future, but it's even better because you can exit the investment whenever you want just by reselling it. Now look at this. If that little risky mortgage forecloses, the loan will still be backed by all of the others. And I bet you can't even make out which one was the original loan. And this isn't like some risky stock. This is an investment on housing and land. And you and I both know that God ain't making any more land, right? It is the bedrock of American capitalism, and it's a safe place to put your money. It's gone. A lot of batshit insane things happened in the 2008 financial crisis. I bet you could probably make some really successful Hollywood movies about it.
Object to the test!
Good. Ultimately, in just 6 months, the Dow Jones lost 54% of its value. Massive banks perished. Washington Mutual, Bear Stearns, Fannie Mae, Lehman Brothers, to only name a few. We needed another new deal before people's bank accounts were wiped. And this time, we tried something a little bit different.
These are not normal
neoliberal deals.
Circumstances. The market is not functioning properly.
Instead of doing something utterly reckless, like revamping and updating laws to protect workers or creating programs to help the middle class so we could be, on par with the rest of the developed world, we figured that if we just gave $700 billion in bailouts to banks, that money would trickle down and more.
It's really cool that we did another version of this during COVID because we just simply don't have... I guess we did have an existing system to be able to get to virtually every single person. It was just far too terrifying to use it. But even our payment structure was divvied out by way of the PPP, which was a way to, instead of utilizing the postal services or the IRS to figure out where the need was and to reach virtually every single person with direct cash infusions, we thought, oh, let's just give fucking unconditional loans that we will forgive later down the line to whichever company says they have employees. Because there's, after all, no other way that we could technically give the money directly to the workers. Also, if we were to give money directly to the workers, that would be scary. You would be incentivizing them to not work. As long as companies said that they were going to take that loan from the federal government and give it to their workers, then that's a good idea. Let's just give them money, okay? Let's just give these companies money with the hopes that if they do a pinky promise, that money will somehow make its way to the employees themselves. Really cool stuff we did there. Oh, wait, turns out that was also devastating. I'm obviously jumping over his point because, He's basically talking about the older version of this in Obama's neoliberal New Deal, where instead of directly helping all of these Americans that were fucked over with predatory loans, we just, gave the money to corporations instead. We bailed out the banks and we bailed out big businesses without any sort of significant assurances that they would actually help the workers in the process.
More or less accomplished the exact same thing. Now, you're never going to believe this, but it did not. Ultimately, while unemployment and foreclosures skyrocketed, the banks experienced a generous heaping spoonful of socialism. And to pay for this, we borrowed money and we printed money. In 2006, the Federal Reserve printed $148 billion in currency. By 2012, that number had increased to $380 billion. The inflation was immediately reflected in home prices and even more so in the great, awkwardly socialist rebound of the stock market. In 1994, Jeff Bezos was a hedge fund manager who wanted to start an online bookstore, which was already a hard pitch at the time. Why would anybody want to buy books online when they could just go to the library? But it was even worse. He was allegedly transparent to his investors and told them that he intended to prioritize growth over profit for a very long time. All in all, he had 60 meetings offering 1% of ownership for $50,000, and the biggest investors were his parents buying up 6%. With 22 investors, Amazon.com got off the ground with $1 million. By 1999, Amazon was selling everything from books to DVDs to household goods to electronics, and soon after, the company transitioned from being a retailer to an online gateway for other retailers. Amazon customers could pay a low annual membership fee for unlimited free 2-day shipping, and both retailers and manufacturers began to become dependent on that convenience. Retailers weren't the only ones with a dependency problem. Here's 3 stats that will probably fuck up your whole day. By 2021, it was estimated that 60% of the US population were part of an Amazon Prime membership. It is now estimated that only one...
This is why I've regularly advocated to allow Amazon to basically suck up the rest of the competition and become a pure monopoly in every sense of the word, even though it already is in the field of e-commerce, and then nationalize it. Nationalize Amazon, okay? Chinese style. Make Amazon Chinese. Do you understand how sick that would be?
1% of Amazon Prime members compare prices with other online retailers. And incredibly, while Amazon refuses to confirm this, there are thousands of reports of people finding examples where prices for the exact same products are higher for Amazon Prime subscribers. Does that sound like free market capitalism to you? Walmart had to resort to emulating Amazon's business model in an attempt to keep up. A decade ago, Amazon had surpassed Walmart's market cap despite Walmart having over 10,000 massive theme park-sized stores worldwide. Walmart is far from the only company trying to mimic Amazon's growth and choke point strategy, and that's a vast understatement as fast scaling and blitz scaling has become a normal game plan for startups. The definitions vary a little bit, but fast scaling generally means to prioritize growth initially with an open-ended plan to make a profit later. So for example, if I wanted to fast scale a lemonade stand, I would make a pitch deck for venture capital investors that propose selling lemonade at 50% of what it costs for me to make it. This would
literally using underhanded tactics and taking advantage of extra money that you have to monopolize and consolidate any market whatsoever, and then slowly but surely, once you have created almost complete corporate consolidation by way of one company or 2 companies or 3 companies, where you can engage in the act of not illegal price leadership as opposed to the very illegal price fixing, you can just slowly turn up the dial year over year. And then you got people going, why the fuck do I have to pay for extra baggages? Why am I having to pay for a fucking luggage, carry-on luggage? I didn't used to have to do that. What the hell is going on? Oh, food is no longer free on the flight. Okay, got it. Wait a minute. Seems like the seats are getting smaller. What the hell is happening? You know, that sort of thing. That's another heavily, that's another marketplace where there are direct monopolies in certain flights, or an oligopoly, an effective oligopoly where it's like 1 or 2 or 3 companies. It's also an industry that is a natural monopoly anyway. Airlines. There's a massive overhead like a massive natural barrier of entry to enter. Anyway, let's continue.
Grow my customer base significantly and starve out the neighborhood children who I'd be competing with. And then once I disrupted the lemonade market successfully, I'd work out a volume deal with lemon plantations and lower my costs while slowly raising prices for the customers so a profit could be realized. Blitzscaling, on the other hand, is a lot more reckless and assertive. My VC proposal would be to sell lemonade at half the cost, but buy out all of the neighborhood children for their stands. And then I'd buy some lemon plantations and I'd pay $100 million to have the local football stadium renamed Ben's Lemonade Stadium, and every person in attendance would be given free lemonade if they downloaded my app. You may be asking how on earth that would ever make a profit, but we're gonna figure that part out when we've dominated 80 to 90% of the lemonade market and have millions of lemonade drinkers. Right now, we just need to concentrate on disrupting. That probably still sounds like a terrible investment, but if you buy into the initial seed round of the investment, you'll have the opportunity to sell that equity at a premium in a Series A or Series B, or even better, during an IPO launch when the company enters the stock market valued at, I don't know, $15 billion. To investors in this stage, it's much less about profit and more about a lucrative and risky game of hot potato. An excellent example that we're all familiar with is Uber. Here's the original pitch deck proposing the disruption of the taxicab industry. It's nearly delusional, claiming that a city's medallion system for cabs is a monopoly and that licensed cab drivers paying for the medallions have no accountability. In the future, digital taxicab hailing can make, I guess, lifting up your hand unnecessary. And when they say luxury, they mean prestigious vehicles like used Priuses. And these Priuses driven by non-employees who sign up can be used to drop your kids off at school or transport the elderly. Uber has had over 25 rounds of funding that it has used to...
So much of Silicon Valley companies revolve around disruption language. Aman, korkuttun lan. Vay be. Okay, yeah, she has it. No, she does. Here. Leash şeyde. Al. Leash şeyde. Hayır. It's on the chair. What was I talking about? So much of the disruptive ways in which these guys work is basically undermining pre-existing regulation, whether that be labor laws by contracting everybody. What happened? No, it's just my mom who wanted to walk Kaya. And like I was saying, so much of that is basically disruption is just a code word for the evisceration of pre-existing regulation. That's all it is. Like, if you have to employ people, then you have to pay for their benefits. But now you can actually disrupt that market by having contractors that are unaccountable.
Raw dog its way into the cab economy and pay for everything from lobbying local governments to settling hundreds of lawsuits. Naturally, once the traditional cab industry was more or less destroyed, the prices got jacked way up, and between 2018 and 2021, the average price for an Uber ride rose 92%. Those early pre-seed investors who unloaded equity when the company went public will obviously never have to work again. Public investors did not fare so well, and the great Uber IPO launch crash shit show made some of us think that maybe, finally, people are learning not to be bullish about companies that have an annual operating income of negative billions of dollars. And despite this, by 2019, the American stock market gained an impressive 30%. We're back, baby. While COVID is a hot topic for debate these days between scientists and cult members, let's try and remember how utterly terrifying 2020 actually was for us. The economy obviously screeched to a halt, and many industries have still, and probably never will, fully recover as society was forced to change their economic habits. And while the stock market initially crashed in 2020, within 1 year, it had risen to over 30% of its pre-pandemic levels despite the economic apocalypse happening around the world. This is because on March 23rd, 2020, the Federal Reserve announced that it would be launching a bunch of new programs like the Primary Corporate Credit Facility, which would buy new corporate bonds, and other programs that would buy existing corporate bonds, mortgage-backed securities, and asset-backed securities filled with student, car, credit card, and business loan debt. The federal fund effective interest rate dropped to 0.05%. And all of this was before any person or local government received so much as a dime in relief. The following month, the CARES Act was announced, which was a free $1,200 check sent out to every American making under $75,000 a year, regardless of their circumstances, with no questions asked on how or where it would be spent. This would be the first of 3 such checks that American citizens
I still have my check somewhere with Donald Trump's name on it. I never cashed it, or I might have cashed it. I don't remember. Which is why it's funny, because everyone's like, Hasan, you've always been so fucking wealthy. You were born 6'4" and also unimaginably wealthy. And it's pretty funny because, like, yeah, I got a fucking COVID stimmy, dumbass, because it was off of what your 2019 tax returns were. Like, of course, people don't understand that, but
citizens received with a federal tab totaling $814 billion. And for those of my viewers who have been longing for an explanation for the massive increase in hammock sales that year, now you have your answer. These stimulus checks were just a tiny sliver of the overall $5 trillion that the American...
They're gonna be like, Hasan engages in tax fraud but while being a wealthy gorillionaire and still getting COVID stimmies from Trump.
Government spent on subsidizing the economy, and you would be right in assuming that the list of recipients was outrageous. Airlines received more money than SNAP or food assistance programs. Payroll tax exemptions got more than housing programs and farmers combined. Massive loans and grants were given to the likes of Kanye, P. Diddy, Jared Kushner, the Church of Scientology. But more importantly, for the purposes of this video, a huge portion of that money went to fintech lenders, investment firms, and venture capital groups like Andreessen Horowitz, which was immediately repurposed into investments into a new, rapidly growing type of economy that some economists refer to as. To help properly explain post-capitalism, I need to remind you of the utter absurdity of just having $1 billion. Not only is it impossible to spend on even the most lavish things that you would desire, but it's also very much not like having a garage full of cash. For example, if Elon Musk, with his value of $450 billion at the time of me recording this, if he negotiated a deal to buy South Africa with its total gross domestic product valued at $381 billion, he wouldn't be able to afford it due to the value of his holdings dropping significantly as he liquidated the equity. If 13% of Tesla's shares immediately went for public sale, it would create an enormous surplus and the company's value would crash. All net worth does is obfuscate things. Cash is only powerful when you're broke, and it's only valuable when you need or want something that you otherwise couldn't get without cash. What I instead want my viewers to be concerned with is your personal levels of power or control over the things that you earn, consume, and trade. In 1996, the US stock market had around 8,000 companies listed, and since then, our economy has grown by over $25 trillion, and now our stock market boasts nearly 4,000 companies. In that same period of time, the number of listed companies around the world went from around 24,000 to 51,000. So what is happening here? Why would our variety of public securities drop by 50% while the rest of the world's doubled? The term private equity means more or less what you would expect it to mean. These days, it's usually a larger company or firm that buys smaller companies and either transforms them from public companies to private companies or just keeps them as private companies, as opposed to a publicly traded company that has a lot more obligations with the Securities and Exchange Commission. In the 1990s, it was estimated that about 2% of the businesses in the US were owned by private equity, and that number has since grown to over 25%. And this includes everything from chemical companies to farms to vets to grocery store chains to food delivery apps to gyms to medical facilities to drug companies. And many of these related businesses are owned by the same investment firms or their partners, which sets the stage for an entire gallery of anti-competitive business practices and tax shielding using tactics like dividend recapitalization. In fact, this is almost unnecessary these days, as a newer trend is private equity firms literally giving one of their portfolio companies a value and then selling it to themselves. But the classic private equity business model is borrowing and raising as much capital as possible to buy and sell companies at a profit. And the faster this process is done, the better, as this beckons the velocity of money demonstration that I gave you earlier in this video. You can argue that these are just complex capitalist maneuvers, or perhaps late-stage capitalism, a term that's been used since Werner Sombart coined it in 1928. But even that is not happening anymore. The velocity of these transactions is slowing down significantly, and the average private equity holding time is the longest that it's been in 20 years. The COVID stimulus and the market effect from it led to an enormous boost of acquisitions in 2020. And even though we're now...
Hey gamers, this is also making video games gay, all right? Just remember that. It's making video games homosexual.
past the median average private equity holding period of 3 to 5 years, exits have been stagnant. What's more alarming is that in 2020, many workers proved to corporations that they don't need to come into the office at all, which also proves to corporations that many of them can be replaced by labor by anybody in the developing world who speaks English. That is a private equity investor's wet dream, so what gives? Does nobody like money anymore? The point of all of this maneuvering is decreasingly about turning a profit and increasingly about transitioning to a rent-based economy that hedges inflation. Right after the 2008 financial crisis, investment firms started betting big on farmland, typically hiring local farmers to manage them, but more frequently offering leaseback programs where the farmer continues working but rents the land, ultimately losing control over their working budget and circumstances. Otherwise, since then, and especially since 2020, in almost all cases, investment is not attracted to innovation or profitability, but to business models that act as a middleman offering subscriptions to products or services you would otherwise buy directly. For example, software, movies, video games, parcel, pizza delivery, headphones, cell phones, groceries, clothing, underwear, heated car seats, pregnancy. A rent-based economy has always been present in real estate, but if you're an American homeowner, then you've probably had an annoying amount of investment groups asking if you'd like to sell your house. And it's not unusual for those investment groups to pay over market value for single-family homes. It also shouldn't surprise you to hear that homeownership has been declining, particularly for millennials, with nearly 2 out of 3 people under the age of 40 being renters. Many argue that this is primarily due to inflation and sluggish wage increases, but the cost-to-income ratio has risen for renters and dropped for homeowners. The wealth gap between renters and homeowners has widened by over 50% in the last decade. In lower and middle class households, white people are nearly 2 times more likely to be homeowners than people of color, meaning that younger minority groups are likely to be increasingly disproportionately punished in the future when you take all of this data into consideration. Profit and even money itself is only really valuable when it buys power. And if a societal system can be engineered to gain power without profit or money, capitalism begins to exist as something to exploit within that system under its umbrella. It sounds hyperbolic, but it needs to be said a lot more often. Most of us do not realize that we are in a constant battle with billionaires who don't want us to own things, but rent them. And when we don't own things, we lose control over our own budgets, lives, decisions, and ultimately our own destinies. Here's a pertinent example. Did somebody that you know send you a link to this video, or did you type in Ben Jordan new video and find it that way? Or was it recommended to you by an algorithm? Or was it placed on...
Or maybe a third-party radical Twitch streamer is watching it in front of his audience in real time.
On your sidebar, or did it autoplay when another video ended? This next and final chapter is very much about the type of transaction that you and I are having right now. Me working without benefits, guaranteed pay, or protections to make something to use as bait to get you to either watch targeted advertisements or pay $14 a month without even being offered a chance to indefinitely play the video file offline on your own device. And while you do that, your every move is being harvested for data to empower the company. Let's take a look at this definition again and let me know how well it describes our little transaction here. Capitalism is formally described as an economic system in which individuals and private parties control the means of production, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. Long before the pandemic, the foundation had already been laid for an economy that transcended goods and services. Facebook's Cambridge Analytica scandal, where 87 million users were psychologically profiled without consent and served political ads, was hugely associated with both the 2016 presidential election and the Brexit referendum. Many people believe, including whistleblowers who worked in the data centers, that without Cambridge Analytica, the UK would still be part of the European Union. Better yet, here's a leaked debriefing slideshow from Cambridge Analytica giving themselves credit for using mined personal data in combination with misinformation campaigns to win an election. As Americans...
For me, I think, wait, what is this? Edit, I get it, we don't like sponsors. Let me clear something up. Fundraiser for UNICEF Ukraine. This video isn't anti-capitalism, and Ground News is transparent about their methodology, which is vetted by third parties. It's not a comparable business model to news aggregators. We're not getting paid anymore or any less if you sign up as a CPM deal. Finally, this puts me in a rough spot. I don't normally work with sponsors for the many reasons the grievances outlined in the comments here, but pulling this will cancel a whole lot of aid for people who desperately need it. I've had plenty of fundraisers and none of them perform anywhere near as well as me working with a sponsor. This video isn't anti-capitalism. I mean, whatever. Sure. Okay.
Americans were concerned and distracted by claims of voter fraud.
Wink. I will say this much. My position on Cambridge Analytica stuff is that like if American and British collective consciousness could be undermined by targeted advertisements like this, holy fuck, we have a serious problem. And we do. Like, we have a much larger problem than Cambridge Analytica. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what I said even back when the Russiagate conspiracies were popping off. Like, our lack of education and our lack of interest in like teaching people how to do critical thinking, it has unironically created a national security concern. And since that happened in 2016 and then onwards in the UK after that, I promise you things have only gotten worse. We're actively doing it to ourselves on a daily basis. We literally let a billionaire take control of Twitter, which was, you know, not the most popular social media platform, but still it was a pretty sizable social media platform. And clearly that has had tangible impact on political discourse and American consciousness in general. So things are bad and getting worse. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is saying that he's going to abolish Department of Education next week. So there's some cool stuff there too to look forward to.
Odd and hacked machines, we forgot to notice that democratic elections don't work when news and information are no longer democratized. For example, in most dictatorships, the government will have an office that permits or denies which stories can run in the newspaper. In 2025, every piece of news that the average voter sees is manipulated by a third-party aggregator. Even if you go to something like Google News and select the generalized headline areas, your feed will be different than mine. This disequilibrating of information was concerning enough when it was being done for ad revenue and profit. But now, it's about a lot more than that. Whether capitalism is healthy or unhealthy at any given point in time, it has always provided the framework for negotiation between profit and labor. In Karl Marx's critique of political economy, labor is broken into two subcategories. There's abstract labor, which is what I'm doing right now when making this video. I'm learning, I'm gaining experience, I'm sharing information, and overall I'm just feeding my passion. And the other is concrete labor, which is what somebody would be doing if they were holding a boom mic over me or making me coffee. Capitalism obviously requires concrete labor, but it thrives on abstract labor as it provides organic growth. And the problem is that you can't just snap your fingers and get abstract labor. You can't even buy it because someone's passion and happiness is more valuable to them than a commodity. So corporations classically try to generate it through morale-boosting corporate programs and retreats and parties. This has been a major challenge since the Industrial Revolution, even when you're paying a competitive salary, health insurance, 401k, and bonuses. But when you hire gig workers that have no benefits, labor protections, or even guaranteed income, which, by the way, is often below minimum wage, how can you expect to extract abstract labor? And abstract labor and value is extremely high in creative industries. How can you expect musicians to, on average, spend more in fees to give you their music than you'll ever pay them in royalties? How can you expect an app or game developer to give you 30% of their income when you're not even offering support or advertisement? Or shit, how can you expect somebody to buy thousands of dollars of camera equipment to start a competitive YouTube channel? Okay, other side of the coin. Why would I, a YouTuber, take a modest salary to produce, shoot, and edit short stories for, I don't know, the New York Times, when I can have full control over my content where I'll be rewarded appropriately for all of my hard work? Or why would somebody work for a chauffeur company when they could set their own hours depending on how much money they needed in any given week? According to YouTube's 2024 Culture and Trends report...
Okay, I wouldn't compare those two things. One, you are contracting yourself as a gig economy worker. On the other one, like working for the New York Times as a gig worker would be closer to Uber. I don't.
65% of Gen Z identify themselves as a content creator. And YouTube doesn't exactly hide why this is such good news for advertisers who intend on capitalizing on this societal snowball effect. But we can assume that if and when that generation enters the labor force, they won't exactly be bringing high levels of abstract value to the car insurance claims adjuster cubicle. But this is nothing new. Long before the pandemic, the labor force participation rate had dropped significantly from its peak in 2000. And you can see the decline decline growing exponentially as big tech entered the economy. It obviously crashed during the pandemic, and now, even though labor force participation was at a 35-year low in 2019, we still haven't even recovered to that level. Meanwhile, in 2024, 36% of US workers were participants in the gig economy. It is projected that by 2027, that number will have grown to over half of the entire American workforce. I wonder what could possibly make everything that I told you in this chapter 100 times worse. In the late 1990s, we quickly realized how powerful marketing could be with the innocently named cookies, which simply track a user's activity with the primary goal of optimizing targeted advertising. When Facebook introduced the like button in 2009, the power of sentiment analysis was realized, and it would only be a few years before you telling your aunt that you bought a new grill would lead to you seeing ads to get you to subscribe to meat subscription services. Hey, look, there's a coupon for the annual plan. Congratulations, for the next year of your life, the meat you grill will be chosen for you. It won't be graded like the meat you get from the butcher, it won't be FDA approved, and you'll pay more while a farmer on the other side of the world earns less. But it wouldn't be until the recent AI boom when sentiment analysis would become sci-fi levels of terrifying. Facebook has lost popularity while young users migrated to Instagram and TikTok. Now, to participate in your social group, you are required to create content. And when you do that, AI analyzes the sentiment of the content, and if it's not saying or showing anything that isn't of interest to the platform, for example, talking about a government coup on TikTok, then it is viewed by users who have shown interest in that topic. The content would then be graded by the amount of time that users would spend looking at it before moving on to the next photo or video. And the higher it scores, the more people it's shown to. And once it's graded as a useful video, it is shown to people who are most likely to feel rewarded by watching it. An algorithm priority and optimized placement in this cycle can be purchased at a premium, in which case TikTok also takes between 10 and 15% commission of a sale. So if I wanted to make some edgy, catchy t-shirt that said, I don't know, "Rip Capitalism," for example, and sell it in this vacuum of an economy that TikTok has, I'd go through a drop shipping service like Printify, who would then act as a middleman for finding a printer. And Printify, of course, offers a subscription too, and they make money from both the printers and the designers. In this cycle, abstract labor is either unpaid or paid pennies on the dollars in comparison to the wealth that their labor generated. This isn't exactly a speculation or a prophecy either. As of 2025, 1 out of 3 young people have shopped on social media in the last week, and another study of 14,000 global consumers has shown that 91% of people prefer buying cosmetics on social media. 81% of the people in that study prefer buying clothing that way, while only 57% even bother trying clothing on before purchasing them. And again, one could argue that this is merely capitalism on methamphetamines, but a store like Kohl's employs 96,000 people. Printify employs 760 people. Kohl's sales have declined for 11 consecutive quarters, and it can be expected that their payroll will shrink along with it. The reason I'm using clothing as an example here is to show you how powerful sentiment analysis is at converting consumers to this new economy. 15 years ago, if you proposed the idea that the value of a video app would be higher than, I don't know, seeing how your clothing looks or fits on you before buying it, you'd be laughed at. The majority of the income from these everyday transactions adds up and now goes to firms that were subsidized with venture capital. And I can only imagine that being an actual manufacturer is less and less desirable, which may additionally explain why labor participation is at historic lows. In the last 2 years, as AI was being shoved in my face virtually everywhere, as I'm sure you have experienced as well, my Google searches now open a sidebar telling me about my previous search that I don't have patience to sort out. Or if I want to make sure that a replacement vacuum hose works with my model of shop vac on Amazon, instead of searching through reviews and answers, I now have to talk to a bot named Rufus about it. This is happening with emails, with messaging apps, image editors, everything. I was initially really confused by this because virtually nobody likes it. It changes familiar workflows of users, which risks somebody leaving your ecosystem. And it's really expensive. Just one round of training an LLM or large language model can cost over $200 million. And that's not to mention the hugely increased processing power that needs to be done every time that you query that model. And all of this is just happening automatically just to beg us to use it. Why? The reason that so many cloud-based companies are dumping so much money and resources into pushing this technology on everyone is to capture the part of our routine that comparison shops or researches or asks for advice or arrives at a logical conclusion conclusion about something. If you become friends with ChatGPT or Gemini or Rufus or Siri, and you consult with their vast informational resources on a more personal and casual level, you're not only supplying them with the purest form of sentiment analysis, but you're helping them build a system that will further control not only your decisions on what to buy or subscribe to, but what hobby you'll take up next summer. Not only is it influencing your decision on where to buy an engagement ring or where and when to go on vacation to propose to your partner, there's nothing stopping it from influencing your decision on whether you should get married at all. It would be very naive to think of digital assistants as your assistants. They are very much not there to help you, but to help their owners. And the conclusion that most of us has is that they're there to help their owners make more money. But in the case of things like the Cambridge Analytica scandal or Twitter quite literally and intentionally becoming an interactive right-wing propaganda tool, there's a lot more to be worried about than money. What we ultimately have is money being extracted to systems that do not grow or scale the way a capitalist system does, by expanding the assembly line or opening more chain restaurants or researching and patenting a new type of refrigerant. And I am personally convinced that the market will crash again and more money will be borrowed and printed that will ultimately be invested into the further transformation into a rent-based economy. During World War I, America's debt to GDP ratio was 35%. In World War II, as we strained every single resource that we had, it skyrocketed to 121%, meaning that we had 21% more debt than value as a nation. Our debt to GDP ratio once again skyrocketed after the 2008 crisis, and it just kept rising. And right now, we are at 123%. Higher than it has ever been in the history of our economy. Our national debt as of February 2025 is $36.5 trillion, and our total debt is $102 trillion. I would say that we're well past the point of no return, but I don't even know what that is because this is so unprecedented. And I assume that it would be easier to change the value and concept of money than it would be to repay that level of debt. And it's worth pointing out that the primary owner of that debt isn't China or Japan or even our own Federal Reserve.
I don't have a problem with this aspect of debt, especially because that's not how the American government works. The confidence that people have in the dollar comes from the fact that it is the global currency in which trade it takes place on, and also the fact that it's the American military that defends said global currency. So in that sense, it doesn't really matter. I mean, another great example is like during World War I, right? I mean, or World War II when it skyrocketed. What matters to me is that in the World War II era, the way that all of that expenditure was distributed was significantly better than what it is now. That's the issue, in my opinion. The issue with American debt is not necessarily the fact that it's so vast, it's so large, because America is still at this stage the global hegemonic superpower. I'm not like a debt guy at all. I think a lot of the conversation that people have around this oftentimes revolves around like fiscal tightening, fiscal austerity, belt tightening initiatives. But in reality, I think the real issue is not the fact that we have such vast amounts of debt, especially because that's not undermining the confidence that people have in the dollar or the American economy as a whole, but it's how we have distributed those resources. And it entirely stays at the tippy top. It never yields benefits for the American working class. That's the issue.
It's U.S. investors. As this cycle continues to snowball, money will be less and less valuable, not only because of inflation, but in principle. When the government is so closely entangled with the people who have benefited the most from this mass extraction of wealth from a capitalist economy, it stops making sense to think of wealth as money. Hear me out. Here's a helpful metaphor from the book Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. There's a story where Stalin and his powerful entourage of officials was traveling by motorcade when they came across a peasant woman struggling to push her cart up a hill. Stalin saw this and ordered the cars to stop and inquired about about her situation. He wanted to give her some money to help her, but not one person in his entire entourage had a single ruble of cash on them. And that's because their wealth was in ideological power and influence. They didn't need cash because no matter how lavish their appetite, whatever they desired would be given to them. It wasn't until the deeply organized experiment of communism fell that the Soviet ruling class had to convert their wealth to a tradable commodity as oligarchs. Unfortunately for oligarchs, money can't buy everything. Money alone can't change laws. It can't force people to dress the way you want them to dress or to identify in a way that aligns with how you see them. It can't make ideologies against the law. It can't allow you to change the race, culture, or ethnicity of your neighbors. You can't buy someone else's choice to be or not be a parent, to graduate or transcend from those unfathomable limits of what money's wealth can get you. You need to control the power of information so that you can manipulate the world that you live in. And I believe that that is exactly what's happening, and unfortunately, I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. If you've stuck with me this long to listen to and consider my entire manifesto here, thank you. And all I ask is that you consider the information in this video when you make personal decisions, read the news, or spend your precious time on this planet participating in the post-capitalist economy. I suppose you want some advice on how to educate yourself about current events when an exceeding amount of news organizations are owned by billionaires and sometimes even governments. Well, Ground News. Come here, I'll show you. It's an app and website that collects news articles from around the world and organizes them by political bias, reliability, potential conflicts of interest,
ethical reacts.
Media ownership. Ground News themselves are independently owned and funded by
but he's not
subscribers like myself.
Yeah, I understand why he said he's not anti-capitalist.
Monitoring organizations. So here's an example, one that'll probably be a sequel to this video. Trump announces strategic crypto reserve, including Bitcoin, Solana, XRP, and more. That's from CSNBC. It's owned by the Roberts family. Very high factuality, center bias. Let's head over to the right, shall we? Trump moves crypto strategic reserve forward. Promises to elevate it. Fox Business, owned by a media conglomerate, the Murdoch family, high factuality, and it leans right. All right, going left. Trump's crypto reserve is a payoff for loyalists. Published by Fast Company, which is individually...
Guys, I don't need to watch a Friendly Jordy's video to tell you my opinion on Ground News, but I'm not going to shit on this person whose video I just watched and thought was very good as he's in the process of, like, you know, showing their
owned high factuality,
their Ground News sponsorship.
Left. But my favorite is the blind spot feed, which shows you news that the left or right is just completely unaware of. For example, left-leaning news organizations don't seem too interested in telling you that the EU spends more money on Russian energy than Ukraine aid. And unsurprisingly, right-leaning news organizations don't really want to tell you about an analysis that shows that Trump tariffs will cost the average US family $1,600 or more per year. Anyway, if this is something you're interested in, you could go to the link below or go to ground.news/Ben. And if it jives with you, that link also gets you 40% off the unlimited Vantage plan, which will probably be the cheapest subscription that you use. And once again, just like last time, proceeds from the sponsorship will go to UNICEF Ukraine, which delivers essential supplies and education to the most vulnerable in war regions. Children. Just because our leaders have given up on them does not mean that we have to. This video took a lot of research and fact-checking and was an immense, intimidating, long-term project for me that very few of my viewers expected, much less asked for. Despite all the fact-checking that I did, a lot of this video is kind of philosophical, and I'm open to being wrong. I do think that what I said in this video is worth consideration, as there are some very real statistics and scenarios that will affect your life in some way, shape, or form. But most of all, I want to thank you for your valuable time, and I also want to thank my supporters. Videos like this are part of my nonprofit and are almost always funded by viewers like yourself through Patreon. And if you'd like to support future videos and be part of an amazing, healthy, and inspiring community, then we'd love to have you. Ironically, it's another damn subscription service, but it's a worthy one, and you can join for as little as $1.
All right, this is politics.
I suppose since we're talking about the S word so much, I should probably tell you where my little political flag is stuck. I'm actually a libertarian. Not the poser libertarian who doesn't think that trans people should exist in banned books, but the one who thinks that you should be able to do whatever you want as long as it isn't infringing on somebody else's freedom. Now, this would be a much longer video that probably doesn't even belong on this channel, but socialism and libertarianism aren't necessarily opposite. There are no binary rights or wrongs with philosophical concepts regarding economics. If you're an American, whether you live in a red...
He's not wrong. He's talking about libertarianism in the European sense, like in the libertarianism in the not in practice in American political consciousness, but instead, like Noam Chomsky considers himself a libertarian, okay, as a political theory, which would be like an anarchist.
Red state or a blue state or wherever you are on the political compass,
A libertarian
your tax dollars
socialist.
subsidize the infrastructure to deliver this video to you. Your tax dollars literally paid for the internet to be developed. It's likely subsidizing the energy you're using and the semiconductors on the device you're watching me on. And then you might begin to ponder the absurdity of paying a bill to a for-profit company to use things that your tax dollars already paid for. And then there are things that are entirely socialized that we don't seem to mind. I don't have any children, but I do pay about $3,000 a year to educate my neighbor's kids, as do most people who pay property taxes. It's not that weird to us, even though our land could be taken away from us by our government if we couldn't afford to pay for other people's education. And it kind of gets jarring when you look at it that way. But there are very few things that you participate in that aren't in some way paid for by other people's tax dollars. The idea that one could live in any developed country and not be enjoying some form of government welfare is delusional. When we think about the government taking over the distribution of media, some of us, myself included,
Yeah, it seems like he's like Noam Chomsky, libertarian socialist tendencies, not like libertarian like hoorah baby, I love guns. I'm tired. That'll be all for today. We did 9 whole ass hours once again. Another half day for me. Apologies to all. I've given up. Love you all. Tomorrow there's going to be a lot of demonstrations for Mahmoud Khalil in New York and whatnot. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, go watch. Oh my god, go watch Noel Simpson's video. It was very good. Go show support to it. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye bye.
To the topic just begun. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming.